And welcome everyone to NASA playoffs. With me here today is Dropletto. How you doing?
Feeling pretty good today. I am excited about watching the North American Strikers Academy today, and I've got big news for everyone here that the All Pro results are in. That's right. Even NASA has an All Pro. And to start, I believe we have. I'm gonna be honest. I forgot. Was it most valuable sub?
I think it was most improved is what the first one was. At least that's what I've gotten written down in case I didn't mess that one up. And if we do go to most improved, you do see it is Heavy Metal Gundam Doxy. Obviously, Heavy Metal Gundam made it into playoffs. Starts on the lower end, but Doxy doing a pretty good part in still getting that run done. So congratulations on that most improved.
Yeah, I certainly agree. There's a lot of players I think in NASA, surprisingly, that actually could have made this a most improved spot. But hey, always happy to see Doxy on here, especially with the ever-growing character pool. However, next up, now we have most valuable sub, which is Nikki Malinin. I'll be honest, I have no idea what any of the subs are in NASA, but hey, Nikki's one of the players that I'm usually pretty happy to get on my team, even as a brawler. So very good pickup here.
Yeah, most definitely. And we can already move on. I believe next one is third team, unless I skipped a step. And yeah, we do have the All Pro third team for us. So first of all, Pensando from the Flying Blobos in net, I from Polar Cortex in midfield, and Say Forever in the brawler position from Heavy Metal Gundam. Obviously, all three of these players having had again great seasons. Pensando on the Juno as well is an absolute menace. That's as much as I know about him from having him watching him play throughout the NASA seasons as well. And obviously, Aze, again, both players that have made it into playoffs as well and are ready to continue to deliver as they already have throughout the regular season.
Yeah, for sure. And next up, we have the second place All Pro team, of course. And we've got the Fool, Striker Kai, and Coin. I'm going to be honest, man. I'm seeing these teams. I was like, okay, yeah, these teams could low-key take a game off NASA. And we're going on. They still most certainly can. The Fool, just a very consistent goalie. And also, his pool looking very strong. Just picking what is good. Always a fan of that. Striker Kai, not someone who will really change the meta, but has such a strong, like, core control playstyle with all these movement speed characters. It can be so annoying to play against. And hey, I always love to see Coin just start hitting people, man. It is so strong, and he's one of the people in NASA that are really good at just recognizing when you start wailing on the goalie.
Yeah, most definitely. And last but not least, for the teams themselves, the All Pro first team is going to be Luke, Tempomelon, and Twisty. Obviously, all three of these players having had an excellent season. All of them on teams that went 8-1. Luke also having his Nassel debut, I think, this season, which was a great showing. And Tempomelon, obviously, the KO menace all around. Twisty also just ever present on that Zentaro. And obviously, both of these teams, all of these players in both of these teams, starting up in the upper bracket today and looking to deliver a lot more hurt throughout the playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, some pretty scary teams in the All Pro. I want to play some of these people. Some with my team, of course, but. Now, moving on, we had the MVP, most valuable player for this NASA season. A lot of players that could make this spot. I've got a couple predictions in my head. What do we think, Sloth?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, listen, I might be a little bit biased. I'm a Temple believer, because she has been she has been doing a lot of damage overseas as well. So I'd like to believe it's her, but obviously, again, a lot of players have been having really great seasons in NASA. So I feel like it is a bit open of who could be the one to take it all. But do you have a favorite?
Yeah, I'm gonna throw out Twisty. I think Twisty's play shot style is really strong, and that's because it is super duper annoying to play against, which means that it's really strong. But like you said, Tempo Melon, also a player who has can be very frustrating to play against occasionally, or my bad, all the time. So I'm betting on one of those two, but hey, it could be anyone. So
It could be anyone, but I'll have to wait and see who it actually is. Um, I feel like, again, like MEP is just such a like meta, like it's such a great award as well, right? Obviously, as a whole. I don't know, just send it. It is Luke.
Woo!
Yeah, obviously, Dragon Slayers again. Luke doing a really good, having a really good performance throughout the season.
Yeah, all goalies are good. Luke honestly is one of the most consistent players. I don't think I've really ever seen Luke play. He's always showing up and playing well. I mean, a super consistent goalie, and it's kind of just the backbone. I mean, the goalie being the backbone is not the biggest thing to say, but kind of helping Dragon Slayers keep the core up, and of course, making sure people are ready to explode for his beautiful teammates to eventually secure the kill. But that is all for the NASA All-Pro ballots. I don't know if the spreadsheet is going to be shared ever. I know the NASA one's there, but I'm ready to move on to our first series.
Yeah, and I mean the first series is an entertaining one, right? Because we do have Polar Cortex against Dragon Slayers too. Obviously, a lot of these players we did see in these awards just now, and I feel like there's quite a bit of expectation as well from both of them to do well. I do feel like going into the series, bold assumption that Dragon Slayers 2 are probably favored going into this. With the MEP, with 2 people being in that first team, right? Obviously, the perception of them is going to be pretty high, but excited to see what Polar Cortex will bring to the table here as well, as, again, like both of these teams have been doing pretty well throughout the season.
Yeah, both of them doing great, but of course, Dragon Slayers having such a dominant performance in the regular season. I don't quite remember what their scores, but I do know. I mean, they're seed 1, and I'm sure, from what I remember, last time I checked, they haven't lost a game yet, so... Really could be seeing anything here.
Yeah, I think they ended up 8-1. So they did lose one series. I don't know who to by heart, but doesn't really matter now because they're here in the first seed and they're starting on a Night Market Missile Prop Extra special game. Oh well, that's I feel like we might see some KOs potentially. I don't know, bold assumption.
Okay, but also this just in when I've checked, that's actually Killiest in the sub slots, subbing for Twisty in the brawler position, picking up the Dracar with Missile Prop, which could be a little scary for the Dragon Slayers too, especially after the All-Pro, you know, Twisty at number 1. Where's our number 1 brawler here? But hey, I believe in Killiest. That guy's been performing pretty well in the in-houses, and of course, it's going to me for some brawler questions, so hey, that means he's got to be good at the game.
Gotta be good for sure, and we're seeing the pressure already coming out from them, right? And they're trying to get themselves a second barrier take here, but can't actually defend it well from Polar Cortex there. To even take the barrier off of Luke there, surprisingly enough. You do have the Centauro named Chaotic being down to stagger, and I feel like that's a question of time until either Striker Kai or Achilles will just find these hits, and Achilles here almost taking them out completely as well. But core still being passed around, neither side really getting a lethal attack going. Talking about lethal, yeah, name Chaotic is off.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much damage on the side of Dragon Slayers T. They've picked up the Estelle, Amy, Dracar, and it feels like you're missing your kill confirm, or a strong brawler to kind of secure these. But I mean, when you're Zentaro and your health is just so low, and you're getting pelted by all these primaries and secondaries, it honestly isn't that hard to just take out the Centauro. And Name Chaotic is spending so much time trying to stay alive, but it's actually Killius the one to be staggered with the flip. Also up the but it is Killius to fall to the Tofu Fortress. And Koch making his way up the field, attempts to find the goal with his passive, but a very, very scary mix coming out from Name Chaotic and I, forcing Luke to spend the flip to get it out, and trying to keep it up the field. And this defense from the side of Polar Cortex is able to keep the core up, but there's the damage coming out. Killius just hitting the shotgun and getting the kill secure and the point secure for the first point going towards Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, the point dragged itself out quite a bit because both teams, they found KOs, but they couldn't find a way to position themselves to really translate into a solid scoring position. And in the end there, Achilles with a clean strike gets a past full, but that is 1 point of 3 that you need to win this set. And as it stands right now, you do have an advantage on the side of Polar Cortex if you disregard the fact that Name Chaotic is staggered and no evades, so they are in solid core control, but the KO is going to be found for the side of Dragon Slayers 2 as they're now trying to translate this power play into potentially 2, if at least 1 barrier. But a really good midfield control coming out from A there to actually make sure that that does not happen, and just gives Name Chaotic enough time to respawn and be back into play.
Yeah, there's a beautiful like reverse power play there by A. Just kind of just playing time, playing all this open space, and is able to just stay alive, keeping the core up for Name Chaotic to come back online. But now the damage is actually torn towards A. Is still able to get the first barrier, but Keleus is running down the field looking for the shotgun to secure A, and the Fool is opts to pop the flip, just get it to the other side of the field. But a huge kill coming out from Keleus, getting to just ult shotgun and just kill Name Chaotic. And actually gets so much damage on A that, yeah, that's another kill coming out. It's now up to just Dubu to survive the 1v3 power play. And the Fool is able to just kind of keep striking it out, but an unfortunate mix coming out from Striker Kai. The pops the flip, unfortunately misses. And the core actually comes backwards off the Rose Warp, just hitting a beautiful angle going into the own side of Dragon Series 2. And that is a point towards Polar Vortex.
Yeah, the accuracy needed there was really, really good. Unfortunately, it went the wrong side, but in the end, I still feel like Dragon Slayers 2 are in a great position overall, right? They are doing a lot of damage, they're having a very valid KO threat throughout the entirety of the game so far, just making it very difficult for Polar Cortex to really do anything without just trading at least a little bit of HP for it. They do have one barrier down again, but ultimately one barrier is all you need to hold on to the point, as now Name Chaotic on the Zentaro picks trying to do a bit of damage here. But again, no one really getting that close to being taken out completely from the side of Dragon Slayers 2, as again, Name Chaotic, Zentaro, that squishy brawler, just having a bit of a tough time staying alive. But a nice dash there will actually find the KO. Power play now for Polar Cortex, and they get the second barrier as well. Looking to go more offensive here as well, as Fool's walking up on the Dubu. They do have a flip on Name Chaotic, needs to use it to stay alive. But the attack still is there. The Dubu just walks right in, cannot get it past though. Great defense coming out from Luke there. As again, the Dubu with the Tofu Fortress coming out, not finding the particle accelerator properly there though. As we are back to a roughly neutral state. Name Chaotic gets the orb to stay alive, but Core has calmed down quite a bit now.
We are returning to kind of an even game here, but honestly, it felt like the ball was on the side of Dragon Slayers 2 for so long. Polar Cortex just doing such a great job of just kind of keeping it up. Unfortunately, it is now up to Dragon Slayers starting their own offense. I pops the flip, but now it is Keleus to use his and is able to actually bait out the somersault from the Dubu, and now is looking scary for the side of Polar Cortex. Keleus and Striker Kai, two characters. I mean, Strike Shotgun and Strike Crystal Thorns from Estelle is super scary. Name Chaotic looking for a mix on the Zentaro, which actually unfortunately falls to the kill confirm from Estelle. The 2v3 power play. Will Dragon Slayers 2 be able to find the secure in this point? And a strike shot coming from Keleus. A cut pass from I, and is looking to actually secure this point with the primary. A flip coming out from Striker Kai. But ultimately, nothing is able to be found, and the ball just kind of keeps going around both sides. Neither team can really find a secure point, but a great primary from Name Chaotic actually managed to dribble it past Striker Kai. He had a beautiful shot into the top side of the net.
Yeah, and you can notice it already, like these points, they're dragging themselves quite long, you know? We're playing back and forth quite a bit, and it just makes it so much more intense to actually get the point in the end. It's so much more valuable, right? Because this puts Polar Cortex now one goal away from a first set win, and more importantly for first choices on draft, right? Because if you're looking at the game overall, we're seeing a lot of KOs by just playing this game out, which gives so much more value at getting early awakening priorities and awakening drafts going through, because you can just snowball it so much harder. And Polar Cortex very much looking to actually get that snowball going in terms of sets, because they again took both barriers off of Luke, but the attack from Dragon Slayer 2 has not calmed down now, actually, as they do get one in return. Name Chaotic a bit low there, needs to be careful to not be taken out, because again, that Estelle and that Ricard together, they can do quite a bit of damage and have pretty good kill confirms as well, especially if you see how they've been executing it so far. I completely jinxed it, but Name Chaotic still on the map and almost taken out, but no, still not enough. Dragon Slayers 2 really trying to fish for that Zentaro KO here.
Yeah, all these abilities being spent. Unfortunately, Name Chaotic is alive and is even unstaggered. It is now A who takes a great shot at the top of the net, able to find the window through Striker Kai, through the Amy turret, and through Imi. And that's the first set going up to Polar Cortex, which I will say is very valuable. When you're Polar Cortex and you're playing against such a heavy damage column, you want to be able to get these awakenings to keep you alive. Like the stagger awakenings, core speed, just kind of keep the core out of the hands of Dragon Slayers. And of course, if you need to, deny some damage themselves. But Dubu on the first pick, I don't think it's particularly strong. And unfortunately, Super Search is taken by the Amy, but a big pickup from Name Chaotic. Adrenaline Rush easy. They've been finding a couple kills. So if Name Chaotic can start getting a couple of these kills that they're able to find and just snowball these points, and of course, like 1 second off on Adrenaline Rush is also broken, but hey, that's a new win condition for the side of Polar Cortex.
Yeah, most definitely, especially if they can keep momentums in sets and get even more KO awakenings, because again, they do have the potential to go for KO. They're just a little bit, they just need a little bit more help compared to the side of Dragon Slayers too, as both sides now have someone that's really low on the HP bars there. And the downside is a little bit for the Adrenaline Rush, the fact that Name Chaotic is usually the target of the damage coming out from Dragon Slayers too, so quite often they're not really finding themselves in a position where they can actually chase a KO, because if they do, there's a risk they're just going to get taken out themselves, right? And obviously, then again, it's Night Market. Striker Kai there had really good positioning to make sure that he cannot be taken out for free and stays alive until the HP is coming back. The attack from Dragon Slayers 2 now still very much alive, but not finding that second barrier, as now Name Chaotic and A are trying to get the counter push going, but no, it falls back to Fool. Barrier does drop. Open goal now on the side of Polar Cortex as the attack is now starting to be built again, but strikes are just being found back and forth. It's not really in a position where either side can confirm a goal. It's just kind of turning into a who just has better hands at the moment type of situation.
I mean, when you're playing, a lot of these characters can kind of just like take it. Well, not the most consistent shots on the net, but very scary ones. I mean, Dracar, Stell, of course, with their shotgun-esque abilities. Zentaro and Juno can just throw out so many hitboxes at you that eventually you might just slip up. But both the Fool and Luke doing such a great job on just not slipping up. Like, beautiful strikes coming out from Luke there. And the core speed just kind of keeping them on the map. But a great kill from Kilius. Able to secure with the empowered shotgun. There's not a power play for the side of Dragon Slayers too. But the hot shot Estelle is just hitting the core too hard, too fast for the dude to keep up with his strikes.
Yeah, really difficult. Hot shot is such a valuable awakening as well for this cell, making that piercing shot just so fast, especially if you're going down to overtime. That core is going to be flying across the field. And then as a Dubu, you are going to be a bit limited on dealing with that, as again, HP bars just dropping. Name Chaotic almost dead again. Had to use the flip there to stay alive. Has one evade to their name here and are not using it yet, but they're being tossed around. Gets taken out now, finally, from the missile propulsion on that Estelle jump, as now a power play for Dragon Slayer 2 is still alive. Flip comes out from Fool, takes his own barrier, but still gets a clear decently away. Flip coming out from Kilius now, well defended though, because Dubu does have the log to be working with there. Amy Turret gonna help with a bit of pressure being put up there, as Kilius is actually taking a lot of damage here and maybe needs to be a bit concerned not to be damage bumped any further by the Zentaro here, because if Zentaro can find this KO, you mentioned it before, this Adrenaline Rush could be incredibly effective.
For sure, and this now Kilius is looking like he's in range to just go down here, but unfortunately no Zentaro ult to finish off the kill. I mean, the Adrenaline Rush stays unproc, and Kilius is actually starting to approach unstaggered, and he is now, but the hot shot from Estelle is able to secure the point off the flip, or not the point, the barrier off the flip, and is now Core's moving up the field for the side of Dragon Slayers 2, and this overtime is making the core go so fast that, hey, it could be anyone's game. We're just kind of taking these random shots on the goal, and then Kilius is trying to move up the field with the shotgun, but is denied by the Tofu Fortress, and is just going around, but a beautiful cut from Striker Kai. They're able to get it around the flip from Name Chaotic, and Luke attempting to put it in with this secondary to primary. And again, this hot shot is just doing so much work, and just these Estelle primaries are so scary, especially when she gets not even they're hitting harder, but she's getting them more often with just one awakening.
Yeah, and I mean the difficulty of that as well is with base Estelle, the piercing shot, sometimes you can let yourself get hit by it and still get a strike afterwards to react with it, because the core doesn't go away fast enough. With hot shot, that's just not possible. If you are getting hit with the piercing shot and the core, that core is going to fly past you. That makes it so difficult and punishing to defend, as the Dragon Slayers 2 had a power play, couldn't find themselves the second barrier. Do find it now, actually. The shotgun was enough from Kilius there. Core now falling back to their own defense, but the Aim Turret is sure to help with getting that core out, as Name Chaotic's trying to get the strike core, and Luke has a flip up run as well, will use it, but Fool reacts accordingly. Goal still not happened yet, as Luke is now actually the one that's slow and needs to be a bit careful. So the Dragon Slayers 2 need to adjust their positioning a little bit to allow Luke a little bit of safety here, as he again jumps up but has to go back with the eject button to make sure he doesn't get taken out. The KO gets found though for Name Chaotic, and this Adrenaline Rush is going to come into play now. Power play for the side of Polar Cortex, as the stagger is found on Name Chaotic. One barrier down, can I find a second one? It doesn't really look like it, because the positioning from Dragon Slayers 2 is just so solid and so difficult to be dealing with as almost the flip goes in, but again, great strikes coming through there, and a KO found now on A there. Power play for Dragon Slayers 2, and they're definitely looking to set themselves up here with that Estelle, with that Rakar, to just confirm this goal, and they do so with Striker Kai finding all 3 goals to set for Dragon Slayers 2.
We already talked about it. We saw the hotshot just printing so much value for that entire set. And of course, Striker Kai, look at that guy. He's level 10. That's 3 levels above the opposing team's A's Juno, who's at level 7. And just, it picks up a team player. I mean, this core is going to be going so fast for Dragon Slayers. I don't know if Juno's going to be able to keep up.
I don't think she can, and I feel like she got very unlucky as well, because in both these first drafts we had Hotshot and 1-2 Punch, 2 really valuable awakenings for Juno, but both times A was down to last pick, which meant he's not getting either of them. And he's not going to get them throughout the game anyway. So you're missing out on 2 of these really strong awakenings for Juno in a match where it's already difficult to really play that against the speed and the control that the enemy side has. So not really great for the side of Polar Cortex there. But across the field, though, I feel like still pretty decent awakenings being picked up. It's just that the side of Dragon Slayers 2, together with that heavy impact Rakar and 1-2 Amy, they just found so many more ways to just find KOs now.
Yeah, for sure. And when you're on, I mean, there's more hotshot value again, but when you are on the side of Dragon Slayers 2, you're completely okay with these points just kind of going long, because the more time that passes, the more damage you could be racking up on the side of Polar Cortex. And if the Polar Cortex are not able to kind of fight back with their own damage, or just kind of accelerate these points faster, things are going to be looking super hard for them to win. But as we saw there, they have the ability to find these kills. Kilias almost just got 1 shot immediately off pickoff here. So if they can kind of keep this up with and get their damage on, peel for themselves, and just keep Dragon Slayers from just wailing on them, I think Polar Cortex might be able to come back in this game.
Yeah, they very much can, but it's a matter of finding that. And then also when you do get them low, you need to find the KOs as well, which is a bit of the difficult part, because I feel like a lot of the damage that they're finding on the players from Dragon Slayers 2 is coming from the people that want to confirm those Ks. You know, it's named Chaotic using Zentaro abilities that you preferably want to use to actually secure the KO in the end. So if a lot of damage is coming up from Zen, you don't... What's your kill confirm at that point? You have the Juno and you have the Dubo, which can do quite a bit of work, again, obviously, but it's just going to make it more difficult. But this time around, they did actually execute it on it well. They get a power play for themselves, and they get a goal for it, rewarded with it. That's exactly what they want to be playing for, because if you do find that KO, and you execute well on it, you've got to take advantage of these power plays, because the defensive aside from Dragon Slayers 2, even though they're great players, they're not incredible at just dealing with the 3-man assault.
Yeah, I mean, there are not really any damage awakenings on the side of Polar Cortex here, but we saw as long as they're able to keep the ball trapped in the kind of the corner against the Dragon Slayers 2, Juno and Zentaro are just able to kind of throw these a lot of hitboxes, and for Zentaro, some very big ones. They just kind of force the side of Dragon Slayers to just take damage. But a beautiful mix coming from Name out there, kind of storing the speed from the core with its primary. Is able to secure both barriers for Polar Cortex, but Fool's having such a hard time holding this defense here. Amy turret and then the flip coming out, looking super scary. But it's actually named Chaotic, who I'd be looking at this point, has the flip, but unfortunately is staggered. And the Trakar from Kilias is just hovering around the midfield, stopping Name Chaotic from actually getting involved in the play at all. But a great secondary to dodge the kill, and is able to pick up an orb. But unfortunately, a mix from Luke is able to secure that point. But if I'm Polar Cortex, I'm just happy that Name Chaotic survived that point and is keeping the flip up for the next one.
Yeah, it can be very valuable here, but you do need to consider you are now 1 goal away from losing the set, and you do not want to be in such a situation if you can avoid it. But as of right now, both barriers still alive. Name Chaotic has a flip, like you mentioned. We'll see if they're going to be able to get the value out of it as well, because Luke also has one on the defense. Worst case scenario, you're trading flips there, which if you're Dragon Slayers 2, you're kind of fine with, right? Because you're already up a point. But right now, it's looking actually pretty good for Polar Cortex, simply just because Kilias is getting low, and Zentaro doesn't need to use the flip for specifically a barrier. He can also just use it for a KO confirm. But talking about KO confirms, a beautiful Cyber Swipe actually from Luke coming out and taking out Name Chaotic there. Gives Dragon Slayers 2 now a power play to be playing off of. A really good defense, though, from A will make it difficult for them to progress into the enemy half, and Name Chaotic is back on the field. The barrier does drop in the end. Fool not able to actually hold on to that point there, or that barrier long enough, as A is now the one that is getting low and is at danger of being taken out. Flip coming out there from Striker Kai to try to find the KO, but it cannot find it on A. Flip has to come out from Fool now to try to get this defense going, and it's just not finding its way into the goal. The Polar Cortex are doing such a good job holding on defensively here.
A lot of abilities are being spent both sides, but not any real progress being made, other than, of course, the damage on I. But I's been staggered for like a minute. Oh, it's stagger bug, but he's been low for about a minute now. And now I've heard the actual stagger sound effect, and the Drakkar is looking for the kill, unable to find it with the shotgun. But Juno can actually be a surprisingly hard character to kill, but as I have jinxed it. Drakkar is attempting to keep the core up, just stop the core from getting to Kilius. Because, I mean, Drakkar flipping the net, one shotgun to the face, and that's just going in. But a great Tofu Fortress from the Fool, able to deny possession. And I is looking to just kind of keep it up, and a great ultimate from Name Chaotic, just kind of keeping the ball up, and is able to find the barrier. But it is Kilius who also finds a kill on I. It's just shotgun flip. Just does so much knockback. Actually, we went powered by a secondary with a great evade coming out from the Fool. Able to get past the primary, but is unable to get past Estelle's ultimate. And that is the third set going to the Dragon Slayers. What you'd want to see if you're on them, and this Amy can be getting even more damage. Already Super Surge, already 1-2 punch, but we could see either more dash range coming out or even a Deadeye pickup on the Amy, and she's going to be hitting like 65% harder. I mean, don't look. Scary game.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt, because it's not only the Deadeye as well, it's a prize fighter finding its way into Kilius, so the Drakkar is going to scale. You do get the explosive entrance on Name Chaotic, which is going to help a lot, again with damage output, and just mobility as well, Zentaro being such a fan of those dash awakenings. And the Siege Machine coming down from A, making these globals hurt actually quite a bit now. Together Siege Machine and Monumentalist, this could be a little bit annoying to deal with, but I still feel like, looking at the grand scheme of things here, Dragon Slayers 2 just got so much again just to find KOs. You can see that immediately, A just taken out. That's the first prize fighter stack for Kilius, putting him at a total of 2 so far. We'll see how long it'll take until they find themselves at 4 already, because I feel like it might not take that long with all this damage in this game.
I mean, if Polar Cortex is able to kind of keep, like I said, keep the ball up, force the enemy to walk into these Juno Slimes, are dealing 40% more damage now, they can come back on the damage game, but there's just... This Drakkar is hitting so hard right now. Missile prop, heavy impact, 2 prize fighter stacks. And even though it doesn't have any damage awakening, she's just kind of providing enough support there to get, like, Kilius just kind of secure the kill with only like a single shotgun shot. And of course, Luke in the back also has so much damage that if you have to take these abilities, you're eating these Amy secondaries, it's just not a good look for Polar Cortex. And a great kind of quangle there coming out from Striker Kai. Secondary into Flip, able to just kind of take Name Chaotic off the map, and it is now looking like a great point for the Dragon Slayers, keeping the ball up. Luke kind of should get some 1-2 punch value to the core, up the field faster to Kilius, looking for the kill, but it is Name Chaotic actually kind of trying to save this point, keep the ball up, and the Dragon Slayers are just looking too good right now.
Yeah, they just have every luxury they could be asking for, because they just have so much damage. And again, it's damage that happens as well while you're contesting core. It's not like a situation where you're giving up a lot of damage to find KOs and you're giving up core control for that. You're just doing both at the same time, because Drakkar and Estelle, they can play on both the enemy team and on core at the same time. And Kilius there sneaks up and actually finds a goal and puts Dragon Slayers 2 in a point advantage. Has a flip available as well, and again, A's HP bar is just disappearing. Striker Kai there doing so much damage on that Estelle as the flip comes out from Kilius. Second barrier still staying alive though. Kilius doesn't have an evade, but as of right now, Polar Cortex needs to take advantage of this positioning, because they do have a lot of pressure on the side of Dragon Slayers 2's court, but no. The core does sneak past into open goal now on the side of Polar Cortex. They're still holding on to the point for now, but it's a question of time, I feel like, until eventually, again, this damage and this force that the side of Dragon Slayers 2 can create is going to find its way into the net. But no, the barrier does go down. A has a flip soon as well. Maybe can try to get the farm that up as soon as possible and play with it. The first flip comes out from Name Chaotic, and a nice dash, actually, will confirm this point for Polar Cortex.
A beautiful, beautiful Zentaro outplay. I'll flip it to secondary there. Absolutely zero counterplay for Luke. Just too powerful a little combo there. And if I'm Polar Cortex here, I need to start thinking, how can we make that happen again? And we should be able to get the ball into these spots where Name Chaotic can just kind of spend his abilities and just kind of stuff it in without really much that Amy can do about it. No real defensive abilities, but it's just so hard when these abilities are being spent for the damage. And a beautiful 2 barriers taken from Luke there. Let they eject across the field and get it up. But this 1-2 punch is making the core so red. Is trying to get it up the field. And oh my god, the aerial dash range Estelle is just able to teleport across the field and kind of snipe the up clear from the Fool. That was kind of disturbing.
Yeah, that one's a bit difficult to be expecting to be dealing with on the defensive end. So a bit unfortunate for Fool there, as we do get a little bit of losing the sound a little bit, but the KO gets found actually on Striker Kai there. Striker Kai there. So there is a power play now in favor of Polar Cortex. They do need to find the second barrier. Maybe force the flip out of Luke. They do so as the flip does find a barrier. And A, again, pretty low, just the target of so many damaging abilities continuously, making it so difficult to play in this midfield position here, as the attack is not dropped in any way, shape, or form from the side of Dragon Slayers 2. The barrier does stay alive almost if on the angle there to take it, but both teams still holding on to the point, holding on to their barriers for as long as they can. A flip on Kilius might be enough as well to find a KO on A there, as the shotgun finds its way on top of him. The strike will be good enough to take the barrier actually, and now you want to pivot into using this flip to maybe secure the point and secure the game with that, as the flip has to come out from Name Chaotic to stay alive. Dragon Slayers 2 still trying to position themselves in a way to guarantee themselves this point here, and they do get the opportunity. Fool needs to clear out, gets Molten Bolted as well, but gets the angle around Kilius there, but a beautiful flip just snipes that top corner there. Really well played.
A great shot and a great little interaction there with Kilius, just able to get out so many of these Dubu abilities and eventually just kind of secure it in the top side. But a great game played from Dragon Slayers 2. You know, I was going into this day, I was thinking, all right, which team in NASA is gonna just hit people? Because I still believe that the best way to play the game right now is damage, and I'm really happy to see that Dragon Slayers 2 have kind of picked up on that memo. And just look at all the damage on the side of them. 35, 39,000, and 43,000. A very high number coming up from Shark Eye. The person who actually had the least damage awakenings in this game was able to pump out more than anybody else. Just kind of, whenever Shark Eye just gets to play with the core and just primary with it, they're able to ramp up so much damage, and they kind of have to take it in order to play off the score. And Polar Cortex is going to need to look to kind of find some ways to get around this damage, or maybe even start picking it up for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredibly polarizing starting awakening as well, right? With these extra specials and these missile propulsions, you just have the potential to find these KOs, and Dragon Slayers 2 have just been executing on it. And again, I just want to point out the damage again. If the lowest member, the lowest damage in your team is someone with 35,000. It's a bit difficult to play into that. You just can't do anything about it unless you're just making them choose in between taking control and taking KOs. But on a map like Night Market and the way that Dragon Slayers 2 executed it, there's just no way to really force such a situation. So, gonna be curious to see how Polar Cortex is going to adjust into this next game. And yeah, I mean, like you said, I feel like we are in a point in the meta where you kind of need to be able to contest that damage. So if we find ourselves into maybe worst case scenario, a Deadeye or a heavy impact start, I don't think you have a choice but to play damage. It's going to be curious to see how they're going to play it out, as we are on Amy's app with Spark of Strength and Twin Drive. Any picks that jump out to you here?
Juliet Twin Drive broken. Juliet Amy's app also broken. You can do the math. You add that up, and that's a mega broken character right there. I mean, you're already trying to track her dash punch cooldown whenever you're crossing the midfield line against her, but now she's got 2 of them. Impossible. It is the most miserable thing to play against here. I think she's looking pick ban right now. But hey, a lot of teams have been kind of a lot more scared against Rasmus, just kind of not wanting to deal with the Rasmus opting to ban him out. But hey, Rasmus can't kill you with his Twin Drive, and I know at least one character who can.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like tracking cooldowns is just gonna be impossible with the Twin Drive, but I feel like there's a lot of just general edge threads and just damage threads that come into play here with the Twin Drive and Spark of Strength start. Because as well, if you're a character that maybe doesn't want Twin Drive, you still get a Spark and you get the damage Spark at that. which means, again, like it's going to be a damage game. Although I don't think that's a huge surprise given that we are on Amy's app where all of that can happen. So it's going to be interesting to see. I feel like the first ban is going to be changing a lot about how this draft is going to be going, because you do have the Rasmuses, you have the Juliets, and you even have the Drakkar, right? That are just such threats on this map. So Polar Cortex here has the opportunity to just kind of dictate how it's going to go. I would be expecting them to take out either the Rasmus or the Julie, unless they are just willing to handshake it, which could be interesting to see if they're going for that approach or not. And the Luna is actually being taken out here. Obviously, again, a really good character when it does come to damage and to executing your enemy. But that leaves Julie open to be picked. So curious to see if Polar Cortex will be locking that in for themselves.
I'm praying. Yes, we have a Julie pickup. Thank God that we are not just letting her through. Because you know what I was scared of? I was scared of Polar just like not picking the Juliet, maybe opting for like Chaotix Kazan on Twin Drive, and then they get to play against Juliet Drakkar. And if you think about it, how do you ever cross the midfield line when one of them is just standing in the middle there? The answer is that you don't until they're out of both their secondaries. So I'm really glad that at the very least we're not going to see these two characters on the same team. And Dragon Slayers, of course, immediately picking up the Drakkar because, like I said, if you let that through, you're going to have an awful time once you're playing a character and kind of just like skip the midfield line, just kind of blink over it. And also in Estelle, another character that can actually threaten these Dash Punch KOs. You know, a good Quangle can possibly get a couple kills here, but this is actually the same exact 4 duo. I mean, of course, the Estelle could drop to Luke here, but that is the same little combo that we saw in the Night Market game. So if Kilius and Striker Kai are able to pump out the same damage that they were doing last game, I mean, things could just, they could repeat themselves.
They very much could. So they've been good on it, right? And again, like Amy's app, if you find these edge KOs, it's going to be difficult. We do have a rune pickup here for A, which is obviously, it's an interesting pickup. I feel like it's surprisingly effective on a map like Amy's app as well, just because, again, you have that top-bottom split that you can just cover so well with pillars. And having a Vice in the back as well actually opens up a lot of opportunities to just, again, damage dump and use the banish as well for potentially just setting up KOs. Because you have so many angles where you're just going to be tossing someone directly into the edge of the map. So we'll see how this draft is going to be played out for the side of Polar Cortex 2, as Dragon Slayers 2 are just saying, you know what, we'll just run it back. We'll just play the exact same comp again. It worked last game. Why change anything up, right?
Yeah, I mean, they had a plan last game, and I'm not going to lie, I don't think that plan had anything to do with Night Market. So a great strategy from Dragon Slayers 2. Just want to hit them. Just want to make, because when you're getting hit, you're stressed out, and sometimes when you're stressed, it's just hard for you to kind of figure out what you're supposed to be doing in that situation. But Polar Cortex, I think the rune is going to be looking really strong here. A character that can play off the ball pretty well, so he's actually able to kind of get the core up without needing to contest the core as much as a character like Juno. And the Vice, Juliet, rune, on paper, honestly, doesn't sound like characters that would go very well together. But these characters, if Polar can just combo their abilities together, can find some insane kill angles, especially with the rune banish, to set up so easily for something like a Vice secondary or Julie dash punch, or even a Vice ult if they really want that kill. If they can kind of not just like through like raw damage, but these combo KOs, I think Polar might be able to take over the Amy's app.
Yeah, they very much can. I feel like that is going to be a large point for them to be considering that rune banish, right? Getting that value out of it and playing off of it, because every other kind of battle around the edge of the map that especially Julie is going to be having is going to be quite a delicate scenario, right? Because if you're trying to dash punch a Drakkar, for let's say, you're putting yourself directly next to the edge, which means if Drakkar can avoid it, can evade it, or just sidestep it as well, you're now putting yourself at danger. So having that rune to set you up and just give you the opportunity to find a free KO is going to be incredibly valuable for you.
Sure, but already off to a strong start. Both sides looking for some damage. Namecogs are already a little bit at half health. Luke looking to keep the core up with the glitch pop, and his Kilius and Striker Kai looking to start this offense, kind of just throwing these abilities at the net. Not looking for anything super strong, trying to kind of mix up this Vice. Not a character with the craziest defensive options. Quite different than last game, where Dude was able to kind of eat these offensive interactions with secondary, with primary, kind of ignore whatever Striker Kai and Kilius was throwing down. But now on the Vice, and this is just so much damage coming up, but a great clear from Luke. Is actually able to move it up the field. And a great little banish dodge coming out from Kilias. But despite all of that, is still staggered. And on Amy's app, against the Juliet, it can be very hard to be moving, getting any pressure when you're staggered on this game.
Yeah, most definitely. The good thing is that Name Chaotix doesn't have the ultimate just yet, so he can't just simply walk up to you and just hit you with that. But before we even get the chance of seeing something like that, Fool just, with a beautiful play up there, forces it through, just passes it to his own secondary, and then just flips it right in. Really well executed there to give the side of Polar Cortex the first goal in this game, and they immediately want to continue on with this pressure, but a lot of damage finding its way onto Name Chaotic again. This Juliet just really trying to get the second level 2 as well, to just use it to kind of set herself up for dash punches and potentially just, oh no, what? Strike the core.
Okay, well, an unfortunate little misplay there. Unfortunately, I think the Fool wants to strike and then immediately TP to his teleport, but unfortunately, looks like we've kind of pressed our buttons in the wrong order there, and immediately is found with another lost point of the barrier going down, and immediately an unfortunate own goal from the Fool. I not able to strike in time, and I'm not gonna lie, that sounds devastating for the mental.
That is, yeah, you had a really good point one. You played it out really well. You get that for yourself, and then you're following it up with 2 goals. We'll say there were 2 goals on your defense there, but the point is still not over yet. The flip comes through, and I cursed it. The point is over, actually. Beautiful flip from Striker Kai, just taking advantage of that positioning there, and yeah, that's rough. The first point being fought for so long, doing so well, and then the set almost over in an instant. Now Dragon Sage 2 getting first pick at these awakenings, and again you have 1-2 punches, you have missile propulsions in here. Could be quite scary.
A lot of super scary pickups, namely for Dragon Sage 2 again, and the missile prop has actually ended up on Drakkar, and 1-2 punch going to Amy. These are some awakenings that we exactly saw on these characters last game. But I think something to look at here is just the team player on Vice. When you're able, with these core control, or these damage teams are not able to kind of keep the core where they want it as much as they would like compared to more traditional team comp. So this team player might just be enough to kind of rocket the core past the Stella Drakkar, who are kind of busy spending their abilities on damage. A missed combo from the Rune Banish, unable to kind of get the Vice Secretary or the Julie Dash Punch to combo with it, and misses our kill, which is a lot of abilities spent for the side of Polar Cortex, but they are able to get the first barrier and are super duper scary in the net bar. Unfortunately, unable to find the secured point, and is now the side of Dragon Slayers that looking so scary. The Fool looking so low in the net, but luckily has the Rune Pillar behind him, is able to kind of keep it up. And a dash punch coming up from Name Chaotic is actually kind of got super scared to keep it up the field, but a great strike from A, able to swat the core back in when Luke strikes directly into him. So a great little start to the side Dragon Slayers, and maybe we can kind of get the ball rolling again. Go back to where we started this game.
Yeah, the game's basically just started, right? First set didn't happen, and we'll see how that's gonna play out, because Striker Kai being hit by that banish and taken out just straight up by Name Chaotic with a nice dash punch there. Power play now for Polar Cortex is what exactly what they need. They find the barrier again with a nice TP up from the Fool there as well. I just need to find the goal as well, and Luke does not have the abilities to cover that. Clean passing play around Kilias there just secures them a 2-0 lead so far, and they are back in this game completely.
Yeah, I mean, when I said get the ball rolling, we are rolling. We are nice and fast to kind of secure these points super duper quick. There, when Polar Cortex is able to find their kills, they are taking it so far. And a very scary combo coming out from Kilias and Striker Kai, looking to just take Name Chaotic off the map immediately, but unfortunately missed the Quangle in the end. And it is now Name Chaotic with the Twin Drive Julie, and more importantly, a flip. And when you're playing against this on app, it can be so hard to find a spot where you can just survive, but unfortunately I was unable to find the kill, going for the scoring attempt with the dash punch in order to get on the opposite side, and a super scary secondary from the Fool. But a beautiful pass actually from Luke to Striker Kai, so to get the core out of there so fast, and able to find an angle around the Vice teleport, and the Fool is just not able to make it back in time. And hey, if I'm Polar Cortex, we need to win right now. We don't want any of this momentum going back to the side of Dragon Slayers too.
Yeah, we know what happened last time it did, and it's not looking great so far because, again, the barrier is down, so you want to make sure you can get this pressure going, maybe use that flip on Named Chaotic as well for some kind of value, be that a KO or be that just taking the barrier as damage against being traded back and forth, but no one in real danger of being KO'd just yet. A Banish does come out and hits Kilius there, putting them rather low, down to 1 HP now, but still alive, but almost actually getting the score even there. But it wasn't enough as now the KO gets found by Named Chaotic, and power play now for Polar Cortex to get a barrier. Fool has a flip available as well. Potentially wants to look up to use it there, but has to use it defensively as the aiming turret just hit so much better. As now the attack is starting to be built again. A bit careful here because no HP available, but again, clean passing play will be what will give the goal to Dragon Slayers 2 there.
Yeah, I mean, these points are just looking like super duper swingy right now. All it takes is one kill from either side, and with how easy they are to find and how kind of vulnerable this barrier is, only a 1 barrier map. It just looks so, these points just go so fast, and a great pass up to Striker Kai from Kilius, past the Rune Banish, is able to secure this point, and things were looking so up for Polar Cortex, but now it is Dragon Slayers who have taken both of the starting sets, and we might just be seeing Ad Rush picked up to the side of Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it has to be because otherwise you're giving Ad Rush down to the Julie. I don't think you ever want to be dealing with that. To be fair though, still Fool is going to be able to pick up a prime time here over Deadeye. So just wanting to get a bit more core control going, to get a little bit more ways to interrupt it, because I feel like that was the difficulty so far for the side of Polar Cortex. They just can't really shut down the passing angles that Dragon Slayers 2 are going for. They're having a pretty difficult time dealing with that appropriately. So having a bit more cooldown there is going to help. Getting some more HP onto A as well is going to help as well, but I'm curious if it's going to be enough because, again, like Adrenaline Rush, even if it's on Striker Kai, can be incredibly strong in the right situation, but so can Julie with a nice setup there to get the KO, and the power play going now for Polar Cortex to get a barrier. Can they get the goal as well? A putting down that pillar, but going away from the play a little bit gives the side of Dragon Slayers 2 time to defend, but no, a great TP up right. A Fool will be the person who scores there.
Yeah, great little interaction there near the end with Full teleporting again in the primary there. But I think something that I noticed there at that point is that even though Polar Cortex aren't finding like the craziest combos that we thought they would at the beginning of the game, all 3 of these characters you need to evade against. You do not want to eat a Juliet dash punch into dash, or ultimate into dash punch. You do not want to eat this beautiful banish coming out from A, and you don't want to be eating any of these Vice abilities. So if they are able to kind of get one person to bail and evade, they can kind of run them down, and it is actually Striker Kai that is 0 energy left. All it takes is 1 Vice secondary or Rune Banish to find him, and this entire team of Polar Cortex might be able to run him down and immediately take him off the map.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to happen. No, Named Chaotic also a bit low there. Wants to probably be careful not to have to use that flip defensively, as both goalies use their flip there, and the Fool's one that wins up out on it. As the flip doesn't find the barrier, the punch doesn't either. Really good defense there from Dragon Slayers 2, which puts them in a situation where they're up a barrier and can potentially find themselves a point again. And I mean, we've been in a 2-0 scenario before for Polar Cortex, and we knew how it went last time. And Striker Kai there, great with the Estelle, just having such an advantage in a character comparison as well against the Vice, just doing everything right there, and gets a goal for Dragon Slayers 2 to potentially reverse sweep this set.
When you're spending all these abilities and unable to find these kills, Estelle is just kind of able to give her an inch, she takes a mile. Immediately secure these bears and these points with such scary teleports and of course the long range ultimate. But it is actually Luke who is the one this time to snipe this pass, and this is coming down exactly like last time. Things were looking great for Polar, but then Dragon Slayers 2 just locks in and starts taking these points so quickly with all these characters who can just put up so much pressure in front of the net.
Yeah, they're just covering every angle that Fool wants to go for, which makes it so much more difficult for Fool to get these clears out. So even though the KOs, I feel like, have been more commonly found on Polar Cortex's side this time around, it's just about that efficiency up front, just getting these barriers and these KOs going. And again, you have a power play now for Polar Cortex. You want to be getting the point here. You want to not drag this out, because if you do, maybe the same thing just happens again, and the barrier does drop that one Thorn coming through there. Again, it's a power play for Polar Cortex. It's a 3v2 situation, but last time it was a -1. You gotta make sure you find this barrier sometime soon, because Striker Kai is coming back into play soon in a 3v3 situation. Now you're just playing all down. You do get the barrier, and the flip comes out from Named Chaotic with an almost confirmed dash punch there, but again, the strikes are timed so well and just shut that down completely as the attack from Dragon Slayers 2 is now starting to build up again, and almost, of course, sneaking its way past Fool there, but the primary does come out in time. The banish doesn't find anyone, and Striker Kai keeping up this core, almost unable to lose a strike war, it feels like, as now Fool is walking up, uses the power chord, but the clear does not find its way to Kilias. A there to cover it, and Polar Cortex are rewarded with their first set victory this game.
Yeah, on Polar Cortex, I'm wiping the sweat off my head right now, because that's scary. One of the scariest points that we've seen. Just so scary with the Estelle interface in that corner, and the Fool is on Vice. Like, they're not known for defensive abilities, but luckily Rune was able to kind of lock it down with the pillars for long enough to let Vice kind of find her outs, and eventually we were able to secure the point with a little bit of offense on the range goalie ourselves. And a lot of actually strong awakenings coming out onto everyone here. Extra special Amy, of course, a lot more damage for Estelle Drakkar, but Hotshot Rune is even more core speed to the side of Polar Cortex. And hey, maybe that's all you need. Maybe you just need to take these little Mickey Mouse red core Rune pillars and let it rocket across the field before anyone can react.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly valid strategy, because keep in mind, Luke is on Amy. Amy doesn't necessarily, like, she has abilities, obviously, to react to certain situations, but she's not always going to be ready for just nuke being sent across the field at, like, Mach 7, you know? So it is possible to be playing for that, and you can also use the pillars like there as a kill confirm, right? Because you do have a lot of damage output, and sometimes finding Julie into a position where she can confirm the KO is a bit more difficult, so just pop down a pillar on top of her, and that's how you can be playing for these power plays. As Named Chaotic gets taken out here, though, again, the power play from Polar Cortex not really finding what they wanted to find, but the Great Banish will actually stall out enough time to kind of get the defense out there, and a beautiful ultimate from Vice will still keep the point alive. The pillar is still there, and Named Chaotic back onto the field now, trying to get into position here, but the flip has to come out from Fool. And again, a lot of back and forth, a lot of chaos being played around, as one barrier does drop now on the side of Polar Cortex, and almost a second barrier there, but still Dragon Slayers 2 holding on to theirs.
Now, I mean, there's the we've got team player, we've got Hotshot on the Fool and I respectively, and hey, we can start hitting this course so far up the field, but sometimes when it comes back to the Vice, Drakkar's got Strike, he's got Shotgun, and he's gonna put them together to pull off one of Omega Striker's most classic combos to secure the first point of the set for Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, and again, an important point, because this time around it is Dragon Slayers 2 that find themselves that first point and want to continue riding on this momentum. But again, both sides just kind of tussling around, just dealing with all of this red core, which makes it so difficult. The Vice Ultimate coming out there, but the bounce not being fortunate enough. The Molten Bolt intercepts, but again, doesn't really go anywhere. Striker Kai is down to 1 HP. The barrier does drop. Luke kind of on his own now defensively, as Named Chaotic finds that KO. Actually, it was A that found the KO there with the Rune. Power play for Polar Cortex, and it's starting to look up for them now. They're finding their way of playing this out, kind of thriving in that chaos of the core speed, and they're just trying to get this goal in for themselves now. But again, the power play didn't result in the goal that they wanted, and now Kilias and Striker Kai both back on the field. Flip available for Named Chaotic, uses it here and finds the angle. No KO with it, but arguably even better that they didn't find the KO on Striker Kai, because now he's going to start the next point without evades.
Super scary point for Polar Cortex there, with Named Chaotic almost dying for a very long time at that point. With the flip, would have been catastrophic for Polar Cortex, but was able to stay alive, rotate back to get some orbs, and eventually use that flip that they've been saving to secure the point in the end. And a great little play there from Kilias, able to rotate it up the play, back pass up to Luke, and just kind of ignore this rune that we've been going through. But it is okay, 2 kills going down, trading both brawlers. And it is now Luke and I kind of face each other down, both with flips here, stalling time for their respective brawlers to come back. Striker Kai looking for the solo play. He's able to get away from the TV, but it's Striker Kai who has got hit. But with no evade left, you just have to eat these abilities that I was talking about, that you just don't want to be usually taking with these evades. And a strike up and around Luke. Amy glitch pop unable to save that point. And Polar Cortex is back up to 2 points, 1 away from taking this set. and they don't want to. They after the first 2 sets, it was so disappointing that they lost. Hey, they want to bring it home and take us to game 3.
Yeah, most definitely. And they're looking good to do so because, again, another flip comes out from A there, gets a barrier down. So now you're just trying to set yourself up to actually finish the job in this set. The dash punch does go wide on Name Chaotic as the attack from Dragon Slayers 2 is coming through. But again, that team player, these hotshots, they're just helping so much at getting that core out fast and not allowing the side of Dragon Slayers 2 to set up as the Banish finds the core, bounces up back to A. The pillar self-pass does work. And the core gets into the hands of Name Chaotic. Their flip coming out from Luke to take the barrier to now give Dragon Slayers 2 a chance at getting the skull in. But again, Fool just so well positioned there defensively to carry that. And the primary comes out, the flip comes out. KO for Name Chaotic and Polar Cortex are now looking to reverse sweep this game.
Yeah, a great little position there. Kind of they are already running topside, assuming that that's where Luke wants to clear. Is able to catch the core with the flip, actually take out the kill on Striker Kai while he was at it. And now we're going to the last draft, and there's some very strong awakenings that need to be picked up. Heavy Impact, twice his signature awakening, a lot more cooldowns, and more importantly, a lot more damage. We've actually been seeing a lot more kills coming out from the side of Polar Cortex, which might just be all the Heavy Impact. It might just be enough. More cooldowns, more damage. That also just translates to more damage, more damage. But hey, Aerial's Estelle, another awakening that we saw from last game, might just be able to. Yeah, the word is rob some of these points with these blinks. So this last set could go either team's way.
It could go either team's way. I feel like it is slightly Polar Cortex favored now, though, because they're just doing so much better with that core control, and they get the KO there. Just absolute nuke coming out. The barrier is being dropped as well, as now A and Name Chaotic are trying to get the goal in, but Luke holds on to the point for now. The punch doesn't find the core. The secondary coming out from Fool there, but again, core being played to the other side, well defended from the side of Dragon Slayers 2, but they're not in safe water yet, as Fool is trying to carry the core up again. The Glitch Pop will send it straight back, and the Cyber Strike will actually take the barrier. Luke so efficient on this Amy, but a KO found again for the side of Polar Cortex, and it is now their time to get themselves set up here and get this core in, but Kiliest and Luke just doing such a good job defensively, making it so difficult. The dash punch again finds a target. Another power play. No, almost self-calling there, but the core does go in the end. Fool with the flip.
Okay, a little bit of a point that could go was going either way there, but the Fool has to pop the flip, and hey, got the team player flip. Just let it rip. Just goes flying all the way to the brawler, past Kalias, unable to defend at all. But I mean, yeah, that point was scary. Super duper scary for both sides. Open that, and either point can go either way. But it's now Luke able to keep the ball up the field. Striker Kai is looking to just kind of get it up, but it is Kilias who's looking super below, and unfortunately a missed strike from the side of Luke. It means their first and only barrier goes down. Striker Kai unable to get the barrier himself, but a great ultimate from Kilias, just kind of covering all options for the Fool. And this, I cannot believe that shotgun just killed, but it doesn't matter, because Name Chaotic takes the solo play against Luke and is able to put it in topside without even needing to pop the flip, meaning that Julia gets to keep running around, threatening the dash punch for the last that match point for this game. What?
I was about to say that did Jakar get micro patched or something with that damage, but yeah, apparently he did get micro patched out of the game because he just immediately disappeared at the start of that point as well. Again, barrier taken so efficiently from Polar Cortex, flip in front of goal, but does get caught by Striker Kai there. Polar Cortex are still in an incredible situation as Luke gets taken out again completely. They're just chaining like power play after power play, which makes it so difficult for the side of Dragon Slayers 2 to collect themselves and set themselves up, and in the end, Name Chaotic there with the dash punch will put it away. 3-0 victory in this last set for Polar Cortex, and they're forcing a game 3.
I mean, that was such an explosive last 3 points from Polar Cortex. We saw at the start of the game where it was Dragon Slayers got to start stealing these points away. Like, you blink and you miss it, but it was actually now, I mean, Polar Cortex have scaled. People just started blowing up near the end. Like, they started eating all these moves, like Vice ult into Julie dash punch, and boom, whoever got hit by that, instantly gone. And even though the damage numbers were much lower for the side of Polar Cortex, as we can see, Juliet 8 kills, and then I and the Fool adding up to 7. You should find so many kills with these not just random ability combos coming out, especially near the end of the game. While just the raw damage from Dragon Slayers 2 was not able to quite keep up in the damage department, but not in the KO department.
Yeah, I mean, it's more difficult to actually secure the KOs if you're in those characters, right? Because you're playing with range, you can't really force someone close to the edge, and again, especially because you're going up against something like a Rune that can banish you close to the edge, or a Juliet that can just dash punch you as well. It's so much more risky to try to get these KOs, and a lot more difficult for the side of Dragon Slayers to actually find the confirm. And I feel like if you look at the stats as well, Name Chaotic had a very clear game plan. 8 KOs, less than 100 redirects. This Julie was dash punching, and she was dash punching well.
I mean, I believe it was like, I checked near the end of the game, like 170 power, I think it was, with the pummelers, of course, and a couple of other damage awakening sprinkled in there. And you're on out. It can just be so hard when you have to eat these dash punches, especially, I think more importantly, when Name Chaotic was able to find these ult dash punches. I think was doing just enough damage to instantly take someone off the map near the end of the game. Forced to evade Rune Banish, forced to evade Vite's secondary, and then Juliet just walks at you, does her little fiery flurry, clicks secondary, clicks primary, and oh, you're gone. Wow, that was really talented. Yeah, great little adaptation there coming out from Polar Cortex. I'm glad that we decided to go play for a KO, not just like damage, but anything that results in a kill at the end of the day, I think is super strong. And moving away from the Dubu was, I think, a great adjustment that the Fool was able to make going into this game.
Yeah, it just allowed him to be so much more active up front, right? And I feel like that's something that we want to be looking for as well in this deciding game now. What I'm also curious to see is if Dragon Slayers 2 are still just going to run it back, right? Because they played the same team comp twice now. So going to be curious to see, and you had very varying results. You had a first game victory, and you now have just barely lost out on this one. So curious to see if they're just going to say, you know what, that was a little bit of a fluke. Maybe the execution, the draft luck wasn't really on our side. We're just going to run it back because that's what we know we can play, and we know we play well. Or if they even maybe have some adjustments on their end, maybe prioritizing a Vice over an Amy, or maybe taking away a potential Julie pick or something like that as we're going into gates and you have a specialized training start. Luna's been banned before. I would imagine she's just going to get banned again on a start like this.
Yeah, and Luna is also just kind of, I think, character that kind of does really well on gates. Is able to kind of play both sides of the portal pretty well. Like, if Luna sees the ball going to a portal, yeah, I'm just gonna send a rocket that way, send it right back through. No big deal. But I mean, personally, I'm looking at the brawlers on this side. I'm looking at this this one guy, this X character. I think he's all right on gates. I think the spec is an okay awakening for him, and yeah, he could take over this game really, really easily if either team decides to play him. I don't know if Name Chaotic has the X gene or even wants to pull it out at all. Not X, a kind of unpopular character. He's a little boring, but that's okay. But I know Kilius, if you're watching this, you got me, man. I know you got it in you to pull out the X's to win this game.
I mean, X could be quite the threat here. The question is again, where do you pick him in the draft? Because I'm not sure if it's going to be like a huge prio, right? It might be a 2-3 on red side or in the 4-5. I feel like the first pick is likely going to either a Vice or a Luna, just because spec is funny, and especially considering the fact your other awakening is Orb Replicator, which is, I mean, it's really not that valuable, I feel like. So it's so much more valuable that you are picking characters for yourselves, like the X, like the Luna, like the Vice, like a Kai potentially as well, that just makes so much use off of the specialized training and can play around it, because that's going to be, I feel like, pretty strong. Because, again, if you can make use of spec that well, you're a little bit better with orbs. That's nice. You get energy economy. That's also nice, but I feel like spec just outvalues it a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't remember the number anymore, but like, I don't know, 40% harder hitting ultimate. Pretty big number. That's like 2-1-2 punches. But hey, also could be that, hey, maybe they just want to play comfort. Maybe Dragon Slayers want to pick Amy, Drakkar, Estelle for the third game in a row. It worked with game 1, and even game 2, we put up quite the fight. So hey, it's not completely broken. So maybe we can't tell if it needs to be fixed yet, but we can find out this game. Maybe they're round 3, just start shooting people. But hey, I'm down for whatever here. But I'm just really hoping to see a bit more brawler variety. I think stuffing characters on this map, I think Asher X are super insane in that corner. And Spec Asher too. I mean, I hate playing against it, especially like she picks like a Monu. That it is impossible to play into that. And I think if we could start setting up the sectors, especially with the side of Polar Cortex, gonna be looking super scary, especially when Luke has been playing all these arranged characters that Asher can kind of just shut down if she wants to be picked here.
Yeah. It is curious to see where the priorities are going to lie. I feel like, again, like if you're looking for stuff as well, Dragon Slayers 2 have been playing X. You can play X for a bit of stuff as well. It's just not as convincing and as solid, I feel like, as an X or an Asher up front, as you said as well. I'm curious to see if we maybe even see, again, I feel like a Kai pickup might not be that bad. I don't dislike it on Gates of Obscura. Movement speed is so important on a map like this, and Kai just zooms around. Specialized training is a great pickup for him because he is going to be a threat around edges as well. And obviously, one team has a player literally called Striker Kai. So who knows? Maybe that's going to come through as we're waiting on the first bans to actually be executed here. Is there any sleeper pick? I feel like that could be like surprisingly efficient here. I feel like if Polar Cortex wanted to, they could play something funny, like pull out the Rune again and put an X or an Asher up front, have Rune just lock the core into one of these pockets with pillars and everything, and just let the shove brawler do all of the work. I feel like that could also be surprisingly effective here.
Yeah, I mean, as for sleepers, I'm talking about all these shoving brawlers, but I would kind of like to see Dame Chaotic play Kazan. I think that's his best pick, and Spec Kazan is nothing to scoff at. If you're forced, like the little pop from the secondary does a decent chunk of damage, but if you get hit by like the landing secondary ultimate, that does a lot of damage. And if a little bit more support, Kazan can kind of just run people over. Like, even if he's not shoving, he just does so much damage, and it is super hard to play into him, especially if you're not choosing to play a character like Dubu that can kind of ignore what he's putting down. And like I said, I think it's Nathan Chaotic's best pick. I would love to see him on it. Well, I wouldn't love to see Kazan, but it is nice seeing people play well. So, hey, if he wants to just strike, hook, outplayed, hey, not let it rip.
The feelings that Kazan does just gives me whenever I'm playing into him as a goalie player is undescribable, because it's just such a great thing, you know, where you're winning the interaction against him and he says, you know what, I don't care, I'm just gonna hook it anyways and just win again. It feels exciting to be dealing with. But we'll see if it's gonna come through. I feel, again, it's pretty open. I feel like you can kind of lean into all aspects here. And I mean, obviously you're going into a game 3, right? Comfort is going to be a topic, and if that Kazan's a comfort pick, you should probably lean into that. I mean, again, we've seen how Dragon Slayers 2 have been playing. They have just been playing comfort more than anything. So I feel like they might just be, but they could be running it back, although I feel like it would be a bit mismatched with the hand that they're dealt this time around. Also curious to see if there is going to be like a shover brawler, if someone maybe pivots into a lockdown goalie just to counteract it properly, right? Go for something like a Dubu, go for something like an Atlas even, who knows? But we'll see how they're going to approach it, as the Rune actually gets banned out by Dragon Slayers 2. They did not like having to play into that last time around. They're just saying we're not dealing with it this time around, and the Luna ban I feel like is pretty expected on a start like this, as Dragon Slayers 2 are pondering their first pick now.
Two characters that you kind of don't want to deal with. Spec, yeah, I get it. And Dragon Slayers 2 wants to pick up the Amy. I mean, I'm down. That character is so strong, and that can be flexed either into the midfield or goalie, or always a super duper good first pick. And there's the Vice Juliet coming out from Polar Cortex again. Maybe we could be looking to see more of these like dash punch with any of Vice's abilities. They all do so much knockback, so they all work. Look at these combos again. But this time, no Rune, which means on defense, not going to have a little pillar in the back, just kind of support us. Wait out a couple of strikes to let our abilities come back online. And that means no banish either, which means these little combo codes are so much harder to pick out. But we have the X pickup from Dragon Slayers 2. Praise be. Thank you, Kiliast. I mean, we have Spec X against these sad little ranged goalies. We could just start hitting them, man. We're in the corner. We're going to click primary, do a little spin. It hits everybody. And when you have an Amy in the back, just like giving a little more damage, of course, a Kai for the kill confirm, you don't even need to worry about kill confirms. Because either your ultimate is just going to smack them off the map, or Kai's going to run up and click barrage. But, hey, even more knockback characters for Polar Cortex, and even X is pretty easy to kill. So this could go either way. Even if I think X might be just take over the scale, especially if we can pick a bulk up or something, oh, then it's totally over. But hey, nothing that the shooting just can't deal with.
Yeah, and the Drakkar being picked up there in the end for Polar Cortex. I'm going to be curious to see how well he's going to be doing. I feel like Drakkar, I would assume this is going to go into the midfield there. I feel like has a bit of a tough time on a map like Gates, but I really like Dragon Slayers 2's comp. Like, you just have Amy net, obviously Luke, just such a good Amy player. You have Striker Kai on Kai, and you have an X up front on these starting awakenings. I feel like Kai's just gonna run across the entire field, be ever present. Yes, damage is going to be a concern. You're still a Kai, but again, you can be playing, if you get 1 or 2 good awakenings in draft, either giving you way too much movement speed to even be hit. Because that is sadly a realistic situation. I feel like that guy just picks up so much speed that it almost gets impossible to hit him at times. Or just survivability as well, like peak or bulk up or just anything that gives you a little bit of more tankiness to be dealing with all the damage that's being put out. I feel like Striker Kai just has so many tools to be effective at controlling the core and delivering that core all the way up to Kilius. And then Kilius on the X, I mean, just punch it in. You're going into a Vice most likely. I feel like if Vice wants to defend that, she's putting herself at risk at just being taken out as well.
For sure. We're going into this game. I think one thing to keep an eye on here is first, Vicious Vambrace on X. That is going to be pulling a lot of his weight, just kind of making sure that he doesn't get run down by this Drakkar Vice that just want to start clicking abilities on him and making sure that he can't get the value he can't, and just kind of holding the corner. But also, I was looking for dash marches again. A lot of teams get really kind of play super close to the wall, especially near the portals, where this Juliet and also this Spec Kai might be able to just kind of find a bunch of cheese kills near the end here. So I'm excited to see where this game's going to go from there.
Yeah, and you can see that barrier pressure as well. That Dragon Slayers 2 has a barrage. It's such an effective ability to take a barrier, to just force it, and it's going into a Vice. Vice can't really deal well with multiple hits like that. She's really good at disrupting the core because before it gets to someone, but if it's already in front of the enemy and it has multiple hits behind it, it's going to get a lot more difficult. But both sides here on an open net, both goalies on eject, which means they can involve themselves up front a lot easier than others could. So we'll see who's going to be able to set themselves up here. So the flip from A is going to be good. Sets it up the name Chaotic, and a nice combo with all abilities and a flip use there. Luke has absolutely no chance defending that core anymore. And Polar Cortex are going in with the first goal in this game 3.
Great little play there where they actually used the dash punch early, not to put the point, but just kind of win the strike war against Luke. And then using the ult actually gave him enough energy to get flip up for the last little interaction there. And when you're flipping in the face of a ranged goalie like that, yeah, it's probably going in. But great little corner play there coming out from Dragon Slayers, looking to keep the ball in this corner where X, of course, thrives. Achilles holding the strikes, and a great strike barrage coming out from Striker Kai, actually winning all the strike wars near the end there. But is now a great down clear from Luke, able to get it past Dame Cow before he's able to get into position to cover that. But the range goalie is able to actually evade past the Julie dash. And Zoro is just too far out of the net, and it slowly rolls in, evening up the point score for both Dragon Slayers and Cortex.
Yeah, the funny situation where the eject doesn't go back in time. We've all been there, but again, evens out the point, and I feel like both teams they have their game plan here, and they're playing for it, right? They're executing well on it, and they're getting their barriers for it. As I feel like going into this point, you do have quite a considerable energy advantage actually on the side of Polar Cortex, but what you don't have is barriers left anymore, as again, that barrage efficiency, it's just showing itself. Even though Ice Ultimate can't do anything against all of these hits coming out, the barrier down, now second one down actually on the side of Dragon Slayers 2, as named Chaotic is close to flip himself, and the Cyber Swipe almost just puts it in from the angle through the portal, but the Fool is there in time to use the flip. The ability does go wide, as Striker Kai is trying to get this goal in, but a beautiful Cyber Swipe sends it up to Kilius, and Kilius finds the gap in between A and Fool to find the second goal for themselves in this set.
There's some beautiful passes coming out from everybody on Dragon Slayers to Kilius, Striker Kai, then back to Luke, then back to Kilius again. Able to get it around both the Vice and more importantly, Juliet with Flip, who's looking to threaten, kind of just taking this point immediately, but taking this point immediately is what happened with Polar Cortex just running over that point, getting two barriers so quickly, and then popping the flip to just kind of secure it, all of that. And now neither team really has any evades left. which means there could be a lot of damage cap, or maybe just like one random Juliet dash punch that you're unable to evade. Is what we're looking for to secure this first set.
And we'll see if it does come into play as Supernova does come out there from Vice to actually get the core away. The attack now being built again, and Luke almost finding a barrier with that. The secondary from Fool hitting Luke there as one barrier does go down. This Barrage did not get the second one though, and now Name Chaotic and A are on the offense, but the turret cleanly gets that out with support of Striker Kai there. And Dragon Slayers 2 just in a really good position for themselves here. They do lose one barrier, but the HP bars are getting rather low, and a clean clear from Striker Kai and Luke together there will get the core across. A lot of portals being played around here, which again just makes it a bit more chaotic, a bit more difficult to be dealing with. And I think both teams do have their tools to do that efficiently, as the ultimate again comes out from the Fool. Barrier still not dropping, surely gonna drop here with the flip, and they do find it as now Polar Cortex are looking at closing off this set and get themselves the first set win in this game 3, but the attack has not slowed down from Dragon Slayers 2. They do get the barrier now. Luke does have a flip, so can maybe look to cyber swipe it up front and flip it themselves, but does not do that as the core goes into the portal. Flip does go wide, and the attack still very much alive. It's going to be a bit difficult to play out now properly, because again, you're on two open nets completely. And Amy and Vice, they have a lot of movement to be defending and a lot of range to be defending it, but it's going to be quite a delicate mix between when are we using it for damage and when are we using it to defend. Again, flip coming up, but again, no goal found yet. At this point, it's dragging itself quite long.
Some unfortunately barely missed goals here, but a great dribble into the middle from Nico. Immediately, as I say, is able to secure that with Achilles unable to spend the flip that he's been building up this entire time. And it's now Polar Cortex starting this game off with a 1-set lead. And there's a lot of new scary awakenings for Vice here. We can see the heavy impact again. But then, I mean, the Deadeye might just fall to Amy. And I think everyone... Hey, Twin Drive is also a great pickup. Just more offensive, uptime. But there's a lot of scary awakenings for both sides here. And I think everyone's really picking up something that they're pretty happy with.
Yeah, and just more importantly, just the value just across the field, right? The Twin Drive I do very much respect, because you want that uptime, right? You want to help with forcing these goals so much more efficiently. So Fool is going to be able to do that so much better, and a lot of movement speed as well for A with the Fighter Flight, as the side of Dragon Slayers 2 are just picking up damage. They're picking up Heavy, they're picking up Deadeye, they're picking up Might as well. Getting a little bit of size onto Kilius, onto this X is going to be so efficient as well. We'll see how it's going to pan out now. I feel like, generally speaking, pretty even, but Achilles just doing X things there, taking both barriers with that X Maximus is so well executed, as now the side of Polar Cortex are going to try to have to defend this point, but again, the pressure is just really strong. The punch goes the wrong way, unfortunately, there, but the point is still very much alive. Now Luke and Striker Kai both playing on that midfield line, both trying to set some kind of engagement up to get this core in, but the attack does find the barrier on the side of Dragon Slayers 2. Fool close to a flip here, can potentially look to use that Twin Drive and get himself involved again, does use it once there, but Luke jumps in front, and again, it's just a lot of fighting for core control, fighting to set yourself up. Very difficult to really get yourself in a position where you really want to be, but all it takes is one mistake from one player and you're gonna find the goal in this set.
I mean, but however, we see here that Polar Cortex was actually able to kind of secure control over both portals here, playing towards the side with the portal behind them, where it just goes straight back to the Fool, and he's able to kind of set it right back into the offense, where the Demon was not able to find a clear past it. It was able to secure that point nice and early there, and immediately goes in for a big Vice ultimate coming out the Fool, and the damage is looking pretty scary, but it's actually kind of targeted towards Name Chaotic here, super low with the flip out, not something that you want to lose, and all it takes is extra saying, hey, I'm going to go run that guy down. And that could kind of spell the end for Name Chaotic's life here, but a great first barrier take coming out, and actually looking to kill Luke. Luke's forced to run away, kind of just play offense on his own to look to get these orbs. And the X-Pick right now is just kind of running around a bit too much, not be able to find any great corner interactions, or it's just going around him too much on the portals map.
So difficult to get involved if the core doesn't get fed to you that consistently, and again, even if you are up front, you just have to out-strike war as well if you don't have that X Maximus, which is going to be difficult because Fool has been playing really well on this Vice today. And the barrier's still very much alive. Flip on full, the dash punch coming from Chaotic, and Luke not able to react to that accordingly, as the goal does find its way into the hands of Polar Cortex here. They are playing so good right now, and I feel like they're just having the game in control so well.
Yeah, you kind of get this core up and keep it away from the X's hands, kind of denying any of the, like, I mean, with the best points we saw this game was Achilles able to get in the range where he just like strike, strike. Yeah, Fraz in the bag. But they're just doing such a great job at denying this possession and keeping it away from this X in the corner, even getting around him once again. It's just so scary to play against. Able to get the ult out, the Fool opting to pop the ult, and is now Kilius, who's looking super low. And when you're staggered against the Juliet, there's not much you can do when she just ults you, and you can't even evade past it anymore. They're looking to get the passing play started. Polar Cortex looking to get it around the field, shotgunning past Luke, but is unable to get it up. And there's actually Luke manages to get the core past the Fool and Striker Guy with a great barrage to get it up. But the offense for Polar is, again, just like this portal is just so scary. And it's able to get the Striker Name so fast, pops the flip, but is unable to get it past Luke. And I mean, we just keep going through these portals for fun right now. Ooh.
We're sending core up front, we're hitting a portal, and we're just assuming, or just hoping it does find its way into the proper hands there. But again, both teams just playing around it properly, making sure that no connecting play is going to be found there, as a KO now gets found finally for the side of Drangslayers 2. The glitch pop just barely saving that one there. 3v2 situation now, setting yourself up to get it out. The ultimate coming out from Vice, Bellringer not quite being able to get past A there, as the Molten Bolt just sends across field, and now Named Chaotic is back on the field as well. The Barrage almost getting it in, but the Fool is going to be able to get there in time with their strike here. Red Core just sending it directly over to Luke again, which puts this game into such a difficult situation, because if you're misstepping a little bit, if the core can go fly towards your half that fast, you can get punished fast, very fast. But great passing play in the end from the side of Drangslayers 2 is what takes this goal, and this is what sets them up for a potential reverse sweep within this set.
Yeah. And there's respect that Giga actually coming out. Not many of the Giga kills we've seen coming out here. Many of them have been barely missing. Hey, but there it is. X primary into ultimate just does so much damage, and immediately takes the Fool off the map. And it's not his eye as well, who is so close to being staggered. And when you're the side of Polar Cortex, I mean, you want those to be, but we're able to get the flip out from Luke anyways, but is still not enough. Going down to the X primary, that is moving up the field with these strikes, but is actually Named Chaotic, who's kind of running this point right now. You're so scary against this Juliet with flip, with the dash punch. It's so hard to kind of walk past her. And it was able to use that presence to kind of get the core off the field. It looks for the secondary flip, is able to get the first barrier, and the X secondary barely missing, which means it's a barely missed point for the side of or Dragon Slayers 2. And the Fool is looking to move up the field and just kind of get this Vice twin drive with flip presence going.
Yeah, but Dragon Slayers 2 still trying to, like, holding on to the point well, and they're on the attack continuously, and a nice pass there will actually be enough. The Barrage send it after as well to make sure, even if A does have a shotgun interrupt with that, the core is going to go in, and we're now at a 0.5. Dragon Slayers 2 are trying to put themselves in, even it out in sets. The kickoff, though, does go in favor of the side of Polar Cortex. The Vice Ultimate coming out, both barriers down now, as they are trying to just convert this. The dash punch does not connect with the core. The Ultimate coming out, though, and the strike not enough to defend against that. Named Chaotic so good on that Juliet there to actually confirm it and give the side of Polar Cortex a 2-set lead in this game 3, and they get rewarded with another Vice first pick. What will they get? You do have Stinger here. That could be a bit scary. Explosive Entrance also not to be underestimated.
I will say, something to note here is actually that Kilius and Striker Kai are actually picks 2 and 3 this point, which means that being able to take 2 Awakenings at once is super duper scary. Peak performance going over to the Kai, and most notably the Stinger on X, meaning that he can, if he has enough time, he will be able to kill basically anybody, just kind of hitting them with a couple primaries until the health just gets burned down. But of course, explosive on Vice, nothing to laugh at. And with Twin Drive, the Fool might start finding some insane ultimates just kind of on the other side of the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see again. The involvement of Fool has been so good in all of these sets as well, and you can again see it. 2 parries down immediately again as the core finds its way into Striker Kai's hands. I do feel like Striker Kai being able to pick up a peak performance here also quite valuable because it's going to help you with staying alive, and again, it gets you that movement speed. Kai is such a demon when you do get all of the movement speed you want as the shotgun there. Not quite able to get it through the defense from the side of Drangslayers 2. Still very much alive. Killius now in a 1v1 situation at the bottom, but well defended by the Fool, and that Stinger is starting to proc. Fool's HP bar is going, and I feel like it's going to be a question of time until Killius just pulls the plug and just ults on top of him to take him out completely.
But on top of that, hey, it could be either both Killius or even Striker Kai with the Giga with all these little damage buffs right now. It could be either of them just take someone off the map at a moment's notice. And the Deadeye Giga almost could be enough to immediately secure that point. That's unable to secure with the X Maximus. And some interesting portal plays coming out from the side of I, but is Killius who's unable to quite find the point secured. And it is now I who's, despite being staggered, able to move up the field. But a pass from Luke with the flip to the Fool was not enough, but it eventually goes in with the fudgy angle from the other side of the map. Vice just not fast enough to get to cover that angle in time.
Yeah, that core speed is so devilish if you are playing something like Vice and Amy. And immediately off kick off one barrier down, M Chaotic down to stagger as well. The damage is really starting to come through from the side of Drangslayers too. And we saw that in game 1, how well they're executing when they do have damage to be working with. The flip is forced out of the Fool, but the barrier does drop here. Killius has a flip soon as well. Doesn't even need it. That Bell Ringer will be enough. The Fool's ultimate not coming out in time. And Drangslayers too are coming back with a statement in a strong attempt to take this third set.
I mean, the Stinger is just getting so much value right now. Whenever X can find these like 2 or 3 man hits with his primary, that is just so much damage being kind of chopped off from the side of Polar Cortex. But I don't think they care. They just kind of they get their little interactions. They find a strong Vice secondary in the corner. Juliet dash punch, shotgun behind it. 1, 2, 3. That's the both barriers and the point going down so fast. But what's good to see here though is that they burned a lot of flips to make that happen. So it is now Killius and Striker Kai with the flips coming up and looking to pop it and finds the secondary with the core flip, but is unable to really secure it in the end. It is immediately the Polar Cortex who's able to take the point back, actually able to find a barrier lead. But I mean, I jinxed it again, and now we're even in the open net. But these portals looking super scary over the side of Polar Cortex.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The attack still hasn't slowed down. They find a KO and to find a goal with it as well to get the secure there. I feel like a lot of damage being tossed back and forth, and again, both teams had so many opportunities to find the actual important KO, and in the end, a beautiful glitch pop coming from all the way back from midfield by Luke is what seals the deal and gives them this set victory. They do have an extra special pickup here for Luke, which is going to be incredible, that Amy turret being so difficult to deal with. But you are now looking at bulk ups, you're looking at team player as well, potentially for the Vice. The hotshot also a really solid pickup for Fool to make sure that core goes back to the other side as fast as possible and gets a lot of pressure going. But bulk up on X, yeah, that could be fun.
Yeah, I think I brought this up earlier. Bulk up X, he's getting like 30 power from that, and also, you know, a chill 300 health. It is so hard to kill him now. He's got bulk up, he's got vamp races. One might even say that Killius might just become unkillable this game. Just kind of being able to eat all this damage and dish it back out. Because when you've got bulk up, you got more health, right? But now you're doing more damage, which means your vamp races are healing more health. And yeah, I've decided that I'm not expecting to see Killius die for the rest of this game.
Especially if you look at how it's been playing out so far, I feel like the entirety of Drangslayers 2 are just having a tough time taking damage. Because again, you have the bulk up on X, you have a peak performance on Striker Kai as well. And if you're starting to damage jump onto Luke, you're probably way too deep into the field anyways. So it's turning into quite a control-heavy game now for the side of Polar Cortex, because finding these KOs, barring any kind of one-shot dash punch or anything like that, it's going to be very difficult, as a nice KO combo there comes out from Drangslayers 2, and now surely they can set themselves up to take this goal, and they will. The X Maximus just punches it directly through the Fool there. Nothing he can do.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that Drangslayers 2 have scaled so hard this game. So much health. Health is the #1 deny when you're trying to kill people, because it just makes your life so much harder. I mean, to spend one more ability to take someone off the map is just such a big difference compared to something that you would miss normally. But it is actually Luke who's getting run down. Is forced to pop the flip as the Vice ult comes back on top of the eject. And like you said, Luke is the only one that you might be able to damage on, but it does require a lot of commitment from the entire team of Polar Cortex. But if they can make it happen, they could actually just take down Luke here. But it's Striker Kai trying to move it up the field with the turret, with the Kilius, and was forced to pop a flip, moving it with a lot of portal movement happening right now. And it ends up back the team's trading barriers. Namecog Link just kind of find a second barrier here. It's going through portals. Gonna be honest, I don't think anyone knows where it's going right now. But does manage to make it back to Namecog with the flip dash punch, able to get the first barrier, not secure the point. And Striker Kai just looking super low here. Not super low, but no evade means that you have to eat this Visal. But maybe it doesn't matter. You can just strike barrage to secure Achilles. I'm trying to cover the portal side. But unfortunately, times the primary a bit too early and is able to be struck past him by Eye, evening up the set 1-1.
An important goal to be finding here, because again, I feel like Dragon Slayers 2, they were finding their momentum, they were finding their ways back into it. And if you are the side of Polar Cortex, you don't want to allow this to go into a set 5. Again, the pressure's so strong from Dragon Slayers 2, but immediately answered here. Chaotic down to a stagger, but is not taken out just yet. The barrage will come out, but doesn't confirm it. Just one shot was not enough, but goes through the portal and does get KO'd there in the end. Flip going out from Kilius, confirming that barrier now. Open goal, almost finding that score as well, but Fool with the flip there, so crucial to actually get that timed right, and does do that. Because again, the attack is not slowed down in any way, shape, or form, though. The dash punch from Chaotic not finding the KO on Kilius. Again, I feel like that's the only way you can find a KO on that guy, is just by taking him off the edge. The Juliet ultimate will be enough to stop that core and also take the barrier, but now Chaotic down to stagger, barely hanging on for dear life here. Fool trying to get involved again with that twin drive, and does find a beautiful strike through Striker Kai, and Luke there just puts Polar Cortex one goal away from taking this series.
A great little 1-2 pass from Eye in the Fool there, using the Vice to kind of getting maximum mileage out of this Vice teleport. Just so much pressure, just being able in the big hitbox forcing people away, and then a little spot where you can get a strike where you need. But there's the damage coming out from Dragon Slayers 2, and it will just take Chaotic off the field. But it is actually Zora who's looking so scary in the stack with the TP, with the ultimate, but is unable to get a good position for the flip. And we are going back to the offense for Dragon Slayers 2, but the portals are just getting so much value right now by a random primary kill coming out from Kilius, is able to kind of just they set Chaotic off the map again. Now they have that Polar Cortex have to play in the reverse power play again. Kilius trying so hard to kind of keep this damage up. Chaotic looking for a shot, trying to secure this point while down a man, but Eye is back online and is looking to just kind of get it up to his Juliet for a great dash punch, and a barely misses, but is able to find a great strike after the secondary. No punch needed. It just puts the core in the net, and the Polar Cortex is able to make it to winners finals in North American Strikers League Academy playoffs.
Yeah, that does lock them a top 3 position, and they played it so well towards the end. Dragon Slayers 2 started finding ways back into the game, but in the end, that control that they were able to do with that Drakkar, with the Julie, with the Vice was enough. And they do find this series victory. And again, damage just being kind of ever present. I feel like this time around it was a lot more shared. KOs actually not a lot found by the side of Polar Cortex. That probably one dash punch on Chaotic there, but they didn't need it, right? Because they were just able to confirm these goals with that Juliet, with these dash punches. 7-0 on goals there for Chaotic, just making sure that whenever the core went up front, you had the opportunity to score it. And again, great showing for both teams, but this time around, Polar Cortex was the team that ends up winning.
Yeah, for sure. I will say the Vice from the Fool was looking so dominant that game. I mean, look at that, 40k damage. It was kind of force people out of the way. They can't really play when they're staggered. And even though they were not able to find any kills, the TP value, like I said, force people out of the way, just means you can find these great passing plays between your TP and your teammates. And I think that was the big game changer. And if you want to look at the redirects, 254 on the Fool compared to everyone else in the game. Striker barely cracking the 200. And I want to say that Zoro was the carry of that game.
Yeah, most definitely. That Vice just was so active up front and so involved all the time in every single goal. He was involved in one way or another. And that's something that you need to watch out for, right? If you are playing into a Vice, she does have that secondary that can just immediately TP up front and just be involved. And in both of these game wins that went into Polar side, they did end up playing this Vice, and something to consider going into the rest of playoffs when you are going up against Polar Cortex. But for Polar Cortex, it's now a little bit of a break as they've made themselves secured themselves a position in the next week. Dragon Slayers 2 going down to the losers bracket, but they have been playing so well. I'm not necessarily worried that they need to be worried about being taken out down there. We'll see how that's going to be going, though. Drop, do you have any last words before we're going to send it into a short little break to get everything ready for our next series?
Nope, I think I'm ready to go. I mean, you know, better games than I expected out of NASA today. So, hey, I'm down for that. But I'll be seeing you all for the next game. I believe all oncoming traffic versus Cyber Swipe. So I'll see you all there.
Hey, welcome back to some NASA Season 6 playoffs. We have the winners semis, Oncoming Traffic versus Cyberswipe, and I'm swapped off with Sloth. I'm joining Dropletto. Hey, Dropletto, how's it going?
All right, doing pretty good. Just casted a 2-hour NASA game, so I mean, I'm ready for anything at this point. Going to game one of Oncoming Traffic versus Cyberswipe, and we've got a pretty usual comp coming out from Cyber. It's a lot of picks, actually, from both sides. A lot of picks we see all these people on. And I'm just gonna shout out, yeah, I'm rooting for specifically Mango's Yummy in this game. He's on the beautiful Dubu, on with pauldrons, and just gonna walk with his beautiful strikes. At least that's what I'm hoping for. But it's this game here. We've already got a first barrier going down for both sides. Tempo Melon and Expo kind of putting in a lot of work in the midfield, trying to keep it up and get these first barriers. But hey, it's always the last barrier that matters more. And Tempo actually owned barriering there, primarying backwards on Rune. And the Luna Nuke is actually was super scary there, unable to actually find any value though. Moving up the field, Raz was not able to really find any outs there. And Mango popping the Dubu ult, but was unable to get the core past it. And it is actually Expo who was able to find the flip and shoot it to the opposite side. He was unable to cover both sides of the net at once.
Yeah, huge. I mean, you're cheering for Mango's. I'll cheer for Assertive on Cyberswipe here, and they had a really good showing on first point. Do you think anything is going to change the pace of this game? Is it going to be damage? Is it going to be core control?
Well, I believe it's going to be damage for sure. Of course, as I was talking about in last series, Julie plus Rune can find some pretty disturbing combos off the Banish. Just Banish into Pillar and then a Julie dash punch. That's a lot of knockback we have to deal with, but the damage from both Amy and Luna is nothing to scoff at. And the rocket dash from Assertive, kind of covering all angles there, giving both Amy and Raz all the space that they want to make their little plays, and a great pass is coming up from Expo. And it is actually Tempo who finds a beautiful little teleport into Banish play there, but unable to find the barrier off it. Zoe, which is moving up the field, Assertive with the Luna, managed to get some value out of the the eject button, and there's actually Coin who manages to deny the possession, keep it up, but is forced to take a lot of damage when fought the black hole for that. But a great dash punch, but when you're staggered against this team, there's a lot of stuff you have to look out for. Nothing impossible, but you do have to be on your toes, looking to dodge anything that comes your way. And Expo actually the same exact clip from the first point, manages to get the second point for Cyber. And hey, more flush drive from Expo. If no broke, don't fix it. Just gotta keep letting those rip.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing really good plays coming out from Cyberswipe, making sure that Expo Chan can get in there and keep Coin low as well. He has no stagger, so he's gonna lose the first barrier there as the Banish comes through. And that was a little bit of a combo, but it was Zoe the Witch actually hooking Coin off, but the dash punch does go through Assertive and takes the barrier. 1-1 equalized barrier count as Mango's Yummy tries to rotate through, trying to get the Token Fortress set up, trying to get the Energy Burst set up, and Rune Pillar comes down, setting up a devastating push, getting to both barriers now, and they have to defend an open net. Does Assertive. She does have flip though, and then Luna Nuke comes down, but a great Rune Pillar forcing out Mango's Yummy does force out the flip now, and a great Cyberswipe from Expo Chan now, equalizing the barrier count, and even putting the core back onto the goal net, but a great clear from Coin using the dash punch, trying to pass through Tempo Melon, who does use the Rune Pillar, but doesn't get the goal out of it, and now the core goes back to Assertive as we hit overtime now, Dropletto.
Yeah, we're going into overtime here, and a lot of scary points will be coming out, or interactions coming out from both sides, but it's actually Coin to find kind of what I think is going to be the first big play here. A big dash punch coming out from Coin, but a even bigger secondary rocketing across the field. Assertive sending it up top side above Angles of Yummy, and Dubu is just not big enough to cover both sides of the net, and it is Assertive going up 3-0 in the first set of this series.
Yeah, so we're reaching draft Dropletto. We have size for Rasmus. We have peak. What do you think is the core awakenings here?
I don't actually believe that. I talked about peak a lot in the last series, but there's not that much damage coming out from Oncoming Traffic right now. Looking to just kind of kill you with the raw knockback. So looking away from the peak performance is probably right here, but Timeless on Imi is something I think we're going to be seeing a lot of value out of. Expo has already been doing such a great job of kind of keeping the core up the field, and now being able to get it up and then set up a good turret behind it. This town should be able to buy so much time for Zoe to get some big value out of the little built big built different plus Might of the Colossus combo.
Yeah, and immediately turret comes down as a dash punch keeping Expo-chan low, and Coin's also brought down low, but it's Expo-chan that's going to go down first, giving a power point for oncoming traffic. Tempo Melon looks to take the second barrier, unfortunately loses the strike war, but it's still a power play on the side of oncoming traffic, and Mango is making sure the pressure is kept on. Coin dashes through Assertive, but Tempo Melon unable to follow up on it toward the goal, making sure the corner clears are impossible for Assertive here, and Coin, but Assertive dashes in with the boost, and Tempo Melon does spend a pillar, and Zoe the Witch just rotates through, but Pendulum Swing wins, but unfortunately the clear wasn't crisp enough, and the lower barrier does fall for the side of oncoming traffic here as the second Imi turret comes down. Zoe the Witch pushing through with the Pendulum Swing. Expo-chan layering the Cyber Swipe on with the Glitch Pop. Wonderful control here. Just juking Mangoes, and Coin with the dash punch. That's all they need to get the core through. 1-0 lead for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a great play from Expo to get the first barrier there, but unfortunately lost possession in the process. And Assertive has already spent all her abilities trying to get Coin low, so when the core finally rolled up into the corner, Juliet had dash punch, so even though that Coin was staggered, the dash punch, yep, just gotta let that rip. Not much Luna can do about it at that point, but going into this next point here, first barrier goes down for the side of oncoming traffic, and Expo is looking to kind of move it up the field, and Dubu is unable to defend against that great glitch pop here, but Coin is able to keep possession going, and sort of forced to spend the dash, but is able to actually eject away before Juliet can find the dash punch kill, but is forced regardless to pop the flip, and a lot of resources being spent from both sides, but Mango's still sitting nice and comfortably in the back.
Yeah, a great find from Cyberswipe to kill Coin now, and they have a power play coming through. Zoe the Witch, great hook, but the Mango's just uses the Tofu Fortress, gets it out, and Zoe's in dangerous position. Black Hole comes through, and Mango's great usage of the core flip. Now it's on turn. Team oncoming traffic to core flip and get it in. 2-0 lead from oncoming traffic.
Yeah, as wise men might say, that was looking mighty savable at that point. Great dash punch coming in from Coin. And I love the flip, just kind of keep it in front of that and immediately take the next interaction. When you're against a Luna, the best you could do is like pop a rocket maybe and hope to strike for you. But if one was able to actually secure all of that, but things looking super scared for Mango's Yummy, but is not scared, but is not able to secure the barrier, and things looking super up for Cyber Swipe going to this set point.
Yeah, I mean, energy economy low on both teams, but it is true that Expo-chan doesn't have an evade, and Coin's just looking around for any picks that they can get. Expo-chan, nice rotate to the top. Zoe the Witch brought down low. Does have one evade, though, and it's going to get the orb from that one. Great Banish coming out. That's going to be it, but Mango's unable to reach the core, and Cyber Swipe catches on 1.21. Side of oncoming traffic.
Tempo Melon just kind of overcommitting to find the kill there and was not able to actually be up to defend the top side, but finding that kill, even though we lost this point, it did make us some progress towards Tempo Melon's prize fighter stacks. That is a rune with 164 power right now, and I've played against Tempo Melon's Oki rune before, so this 160 power is actually pretty scary. And whenever you're staggered, even though it doesn't look like this team has super particularly great kill from outside Juliol, just eating like one rune pillar could mean so much damage coming out. But it's actually Tempo Melon to be the one who is taking so much damage. But a great 2v3 offense from Mangoes and Yummy and Coins, keeping the core up in the corner. And they are, despite Tempo Melon being outplayed the entire time, are able to take their own set back.
Yeah, I mean, we're going into a draft. It's all tied up, so the next set's going to be really crucial. We see extra special available that Coin immediately takes, but we have team player up. Dropleto, is it going to be hot shot? Is anybody taking team player here? What's the cool awakenings here that people can look at?
Yeah, it is team player and hotshot, but I will say having this core speed against a rune doesn't actually matter that much, because no matter how fast you're hitting the core, I don't think you're getting it past rune pillar. But a big spec pickup from Zoe, already having like 120 power on the Rasmus. We've had these times where Tempo or Coin do get staggered, and the side of Cyberswipe is not really able to secure the kill, but all it takes is one good spec Rasmus hook, and a staggered person just kind of goes flying. So I'm a big fan of the big spec pickup, but with a bulk up on Tempo, that's more power to the room. If Tempo could just scale a little bit harder and get these prize stacks going, she could be able to take over this game on the rune with like 200 something power.
Yeah, I mean, this time Tempo already at 154 stacks, 154 power with only one prize fighter stack, and that's huge bulk up pickup. And now both barriers down, Assertive making their best. Zoe even uses the hook to get the core out of danger zone, pushing it through with the Luna ult, but Coin is there with the Flame Flurry dashing through with Assertive. Does equalize the barrier count, but a great banish into the double Rune Pillar, into the dash punch. Unfortunately, he doesn't find a kill, but that was a really scary potential of what we could see. Zoe narrowly escaping the pillar, but the black hole's coming up, and it's going to be looking really dangerous to play around it. Black hole already down to serve, does use a flip through the glitch pop. Expo-chan dribbling backwards, making sure her team can find space, but it's still Coin with the threatening dash punches. Zoe DeWitch brought low once again. Luna ult coming down, making sure the evades are used, and a great glitch pop find from Expo-chan, giving them a point lead in this third set.
Yeah, Taliban being a little greedy with the dribbles in front of the net there, and Expo was not having any of that. It just sends the glitch pop with the hot shot and just goes flying into the bottom side of the net. Mango's just unable to defend it in time. But going to this next point, Zoe and Expo are just looking to get so much right in this top barrier, but Mango's is able to defend it all. And it's actually Coin who finds a kill on Expo before that she can make it away from the wall. And now it's going to this power play. Assertive is down to just, I believe, like one Luna Dash, but it will stall enough time for Expo to come back. And Tempo's just not able to find high enough value pillars by great Strike War to secure the double barrier, but Mango's is forced to flip it out to get the defense rolling.
Oh, great find from Zoe DeWitch as well, getting around the Tofu Fortress. It is low on stagger, but has enough energy to evade Coin's Flame Flurry. But this is a one-on-one situation. Expo-chan cyber swiping back defensively, but stacks up a little too much. Tempo Melon finds the goal at the top side.
A great little dribble there, Coin making so much space, getting so scary in front of the net. Is able to actually get the core up to Tempo Melon, away from where both Assertive and Expo thought the core was really going. But a questionable advantage coming out from Tempo Melon, unable to get any value. And the black hole, oh no, the rocket actually peeling for Expo, stopping Coin from finding an ult dash punch combo. Means that Julia is down to 0 abilities, and when Julia has no abilities and you're down 2 barriers, I mean, it's just looking so scary for the side of Oncoming Traffic.
Yeah, Oncoming Traffic has to deal with an open net too, with a Pauldron's Dubu, and it's looking really scary. Zoe, great Pauldron, great pendulum swing, but Mangos is there to clear it out of the Ami turret as well. Coin did have to spend his core flip and still dies by Zoe DeWitch. Great death touch. Mango's trying to hold, buying time. Zoe has flipped though, and with the Luna Nuke, holds with the log. Mango's, what a great save. And now a banish coming down onto a dangerously low Zoe DeWitch. Has no energy as well, but still with a pendulum swing. Mango's clears once again. Zoe survives all the abilities from Coin, but that's going to do it with the Flame Flurry, and finally the barrier goes down for Cyber Swipe. And Tempo Melon wins the Strike War. Assertive is there though and has Core Flip now. And Cyber Swiping in, but Assertive does hold with the Core Flip that they found, and now Zoe is going to be back with the Pendulum Swing as well. Expo-chan setting up, has to use turret for that. It's low abilities, but the hook might do it, but Mango's no, still Summer Assault's away, and Assertive trying to dash in, trying to steal the deal. But a great find from Zoe DeWitch again, backwards clearing it through the corners, and Assertive still has the 1v1 Coin, who dash punches it in.
Yeah, that was a very impressive hold from Tempo Melon and Mango, especially earlier on the point where Coin actually got taken off the map early, but able to hold the defense against all 3 members, including an eject Luna from Cyberswipe and a flip from Rasmus. Really beautiful defense there, and is able to find a early good banish onto Zoe DeWitch. They're kind of threatening this damage kill onto Rasmus, and all it takes is Julia starting to walk back with their abilities, and might be able to find this early kill for Oncoming Traffic.
Zoe respecting Coin's dash punch, having to use the evade early to get to the orb, but that did mean, of course, that she could not get to the orb in time, and now she is still staggered and low, and Tempo just dumping all his pillars onto Zoe DeWitch, who gets hit by Log once again, trying to set up the Took Fortress Flame Flurry coming down, getting rid of the pesky Rasmus, and the glitch pop from Expo-chan does save the barrier for now, but this is Coin with a core flip, and Tempo, who also almost has a core flip. I think 1 pillar should do it, but does hold. Assertive and Expo-chan do hold in time for Zoe to come back, and now it's a pretty even barrier count, even if the energy is massively favoring Oncoming Traffic right now. And Expo-chan brought down low once again. The Luna missile misses, doesn't stall. Oh, has to get out of the black hole there, but that does mean Tempo Melon can wail on these low forwards of Cyber Swipe here, and going great rotation through, trying to dash punch onto Zoe, who does survive, who dodges the dash punch, and now they're on trying to get some power play, trying to get some pressure plays done onto the bottom side of the barrier, but this looking so rough for Cyber Swipe in terms of the damage economy.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking rough for Cyberswipe and damage copy, but all it takes is 1 black hole pop, and the damage on Oncoming Traffic is looking super high, but it doesn't matter because 2 kills come out from the side of Oncoming Traffic. The Juliet able to find such a great dash punch, and then Tempo able to follow up with a beautiful advantage of her own and just steal that set. Or this wouldn't be steal, but able to secure this set for Oncoming Traffic. Moving on to their second set, up 2-1 over Cyberswipe, and there's a lot of damage for the side of Oncoming Traffic to pick up. But it's actually Coin opting to pick up a recovery drone, which could be big because they're not looking to play through damage. Like their recovery drone is bad to damage or strong into KO, but bad to damage. So when you're playing for just kind of knock people off the map, like this Julie Rune combo, maybe denying the recovery drone is a strong play in its own.
Yeah, we see both Dash Awakenings going to the side of Cyberswipe as well. I mean, this is heavy damage pickups, but did any team come out ahead drop level?
I want to say it's pretty even, but the only notable thing is that there's both goalies kind of have dead awakenings. I mean, heavy impact Rune, or heavy impact on Dubu, like who cares? I mean, sure, his secondary hitting harder, it's pretty funny because it already hits pretty hard, but and then 6% movement speed on Luna. Those are pretty whatever, but both the forwards of each side got super strong awakenings, so much more dash range on both. Speed on Zoe, and then dash range on Amy, and then Twin Drive, Primetime Rune. Might just be one of the most annoying characters to play against in the game. So I'm excited to see how both these teams are going to play to their advantages that they just picked up.
Barrier count just got equalized by Coin's great dash punch, and both forwards of Cyberswipe are on full defense mode, and they get it through. They set up a slow push with Exochan's turret, and now are looking to take the lower barrier of Mangoes. And Tempo Melon in position with the log as well, clearing out the pendulum sleep from Zoe the Witch, and now a double banish into the dash punch. Unfortunately doesn't find the kill and loses the barrier. Instead, Oncoming Traffic Assertive is there, but the log is also there from Mangoes. A great hold and a great find, and with the token forces able to clear it around. Assertive buying some space for Exochan to glitch pop it through. Zoe does lose the strike force against Tempo Melon. The Flame Flurry coming out the Cyberswipe from Exochan a little too late, but the core is going red and the pillars and the logs and the turret is set up, and Zoe tries to hook it around, but Mangoes is there and is able to clear and has the core flip as well.
Yeah, Mango's just holding this so well, not scared at all, just not popping the flip against any of these things, but it's actually Tempo Melon to lose the strike war near the end to the Rasmus secondary, and Rasmus just has enough power and impact damage to kind of smack it and make it go red so fast near the end there. So it's just the first point going over to the Dragon Slayers. Oh, wait, that's last game. The Cyber Swipers.
The Cyber Swipers, indeed, and a great second potential point from Cyber Swipers with the Zoe core flip, but a wonderful banish from Tempo Melon. Luna New coming down and actually kills the Juliet, and double KO on the side of Cyber Swipe. Mangoes has to make this count. He has one core flip and all the energy. The Black Hole might be a little dangerous, and Exochan trying to get it through with a glitch pop with a dash and gets the kill. And the goal, Cyberswipe looking to take set 4 in full force.
You know, I was thinking that it was the side of Oncoming Traffic that wanted to find these KOs, but as we can see, it kind of flipped on its head there. The Super Surge, Amy, and more impact damage on Rasmus means they were able to find so much damage there, and being able to get the flip out of Mangoes that he's been holding on to for so long was so good for the side of Cyberswipe. And now we're going to this point. Zoe is looking to find some place here, but has to be super careful. Coin looking for this last kill. It is actually Expo who pops the flip, unfortunately misses, and is forced to eat a lot of damage out of the Rune Banish. But the timeless Amy is what I was talking about earlier. It's so scary, even as a dude. But a great little secondary there. Hashed the evade, is able to secure Tempo Melon a kill onto Zoe the Witch, and is now able to get not only that a second barrier, and is looking to start an offense for Oncoming Traffic.
Yeah, Zoe the Witch finds herself coming back into an open goal net on her team and immediately trades places in the penalty box with Exochan. But Assertive is there with the energy, so she's going to pick up the orb there, using the Luna to buy a little bit more time, and they can potentially have flip with another ability hit, but doesn't need it. Exochan is back and sets up the turret. Mango's a great clear around the turret as well, using the log to buff it back. Assertive having to dash back just in case. And now this is a lot of energy on the side of Cyberswipe as they pressure Mangoes and Tempo Melon, holding with the pillar, trying to cut the passes. Even great coordination around, and the core is going red. And this is a Black Hole coming up against, so they can pass between each other, and a great Rune Pillar coming through and into the pendulum swing. And Cyberswipe high up the set count, 2-2.
A little bit of a, what's the word, Mickey Mouse Rune Pillar there, kind of Got no one had any idea where that was going, but it was Zoe the Witch to take initiative and cover the possible out to where the ball ended up, and is able to secure a very, honestly, pretty dominating 3-0 and it's going to the last set. And an adrenaline rush on Expo they're already finding kills, but this just gives Cyberswipe such a big win condition. If they can start getting these kills and letting Expo rock these adrenaline rush power plays, they could just take over the rest of this game.
Oh, leadership pickup from Assertive for their second spark.
Yeah, now everyone gets 2% speed. Woohoo!
I mean, it might come in clutch, I guess so. I mean, that was cool, but now Assertive's the one smiling, because she gets all this undeniable second spark, I guess. But great focus from Erasmus onto Coin. Assertive trying to finish them off, but now Zoe the Witch got the tables turned. And every dash is dangerous. But oh my goodness, a great find from Expo Chan. And now that Adrenaline Rush is going to find value here.
Amy only has 1 damage awakening, by the way. It's just Super Surge, but having the Super Surge secondary on Amy just does so much damage. It does so much knockback. And it really can threaten kills from anywhere. And a great hook to keep the core inside the Luna ultimate allows Zoe the Witch to secure a second barrier. Unfortunately, losing one of their own. But a great pillar from Templeman, actually able to almost steal away from this point, and a great ult from Coin to secure the barrier there. Kind of, I'm going to be honest, robbing that point away from the Cyber Swipe.
Yeah, that was looking so scary for a moment there for oncoming traffic. But yeah, Templeman's pillar really turned things around.
Yeah, and also throughout all that entire play, Coin has built up a lot of stacks, getting pretty close to 100, I believe, here. And that's only 50 away from being able to get the little speed increase, which might, even despite the 2% speed from the leadership, Coin is going to start outpacing Zoe the Witch quite hard. And when you're on Juliet, just getting into position for these plays and be able to kind of run people down with your speed and size might just be all that oncoming traffic needs to kind of start running this game even harder. And but, of course, Cyberswipe can always just start finding some kills to get rid of these stacks anyways. But as I say that, it is Coin to find a kill of his own onto Expo, and a banish onto Zoe, and oncoming traffic are they're just taking over this game, like I said.
Yeah, that was a rough angle to clear from Assertive, and Expo Chan did give her life for the barrier, unfortunately. It was for naught, but energy is reset for the side of Cyberswipe as they look to set up the Ivy turret and push the lower barrier. Unfortunately, does end up losing their own top barrier. And a great dash punch from Coin, looking to seal the deal, looking to make sure that oncoming traffic can get this first game here. Assertive does have core flip though, has it to use it to get the core out of there, but still the pressure, the Lunan unable to hold, and Coin punches it in. 1-0 lead in the series for oncoming traffic.
A beautiful last set coming out from oncoming traffic there. All 3 of the players are doing such a great job, but I would like to point out Mango just holding down the defense in the back on the Dubu, just not really giving any space to, or letting Zoe and Expo take their space on their characters, but with neither Erasmus or Amy really be able to secure any guaranteed checkmates, Mango's just able to power through with these Dubu abilities and some beautiful strikes to get out of some very scary situations scot-free.
Yeah, I mean, great plays coming out from oncoming traffic, getting 14 kills to Cyberswipe 6. I mean, Cyberswipe threw hands back. They had a lot of damage, actually. Just in terms of raw damage, I believe Cyberswipe outpaced oncoming traffic by a lot. But Tempo Mountain's vanishes with comboing, with the dash punch, with the black hole plays, they were just able to find so much kills on Cyberswipe. And like you said, Dropleto, earlier in the game, that's all they needed to find it.
Yeah, I mean, the KOs were so high. And honestly, near the end, Coin was finding so many dash punches on his own, which the pummelers and a little bit of power, I believe like a spark of power and a little bit of value from Might of the Colossus. But as many have known in the past, Juliet is just such a weak character. Not many good awakenings for her to pick up. But just a little bit of power and she starts taking over games. So, you know, whoop-de-doo. Maybe she wasn't weak all along. And Coin just showing how much value this Juliet can get with all these, not only dash punch skills, but these secured points, just covering so much space with these dash punches and ultimate, that Coin was able to kind of run away with a lot of these points.
Yeah, I mean, next map is going to be Oni Village, and this is actually Oncoming Traffic's pick. So Oncoming Traffic beats Cyberswipe on their own map, which is always a good feeling. But I believe this will mean that Cyberswipe will get their first blue team pick. So what kind of plays and combos do you expect to see?
I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea. I would like to see Zoe pull out the Kazan, especially on Oni Village. They're very good at kind of breaking the goalie's ankles, but when you're playing against a Dubu like Dubu is one of the very strong counter into Kazan because he doesn't care. He's just gonna sit there. He's gonna strike with his giant strike box and kind of ignore whatever hook strike play that Kazan wants to go for. So even though I do want to see a Kazan come out, it possibly might just be a misplay if we're not looking to ban or pick out the Dubu first.
All right, if it helps, it's a Manu start. It's a Manu stacks on stack start on Oni Village. So Cyberswipe actually stands up to now. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair, maybe, but we're looking to just kind of. I want to say that I think Speed's gonna look super good this game, but Cyber actually still picking the Amy first, which I'm always okay with. I think that's the best first pick in the game. I mean, guys, this Amy midfield character, I don't know why she's not nerfed ever. But hey, Coin and Mango's got their little picks from last game. Julie, Dubu, we saw how much value both these picks got. So really, Tempo Melon is really ready to kind of pick anything going into this last draft.
Yeah, you mentioned the Dubu earlier, and so this is going to be a midfielder to round off Oncoming Traffic's comp, right? Do you have any idea what Tempo is going to be picking here?
I would be surprised if Tempo's getting bored and just wants to pick Luna. I'm gonna be honest.
Estelle, Tempo still wants to win.
Okay. Tempo does want to win. Not bored yet. Locking in the Estelle.
This is the Frostfire lore comp.
Got our Frostfire ready to rumble, and I think it's a very strong comp, especially into. I can't really tell what goalie assertive is going to be on this game. I want to say it's going to be Amy goalie, but when you're playing against the Julie Estelle, there's kind of a lot of angles you got to cover, and if you mess up just once, you're going to lose your barriers to either dash punch or any of Estelle's abilities, really. So it's going to be a super scary game for Cyber to come back on the series on, especially when, like you said, this is On's map pick, which means they want to be here. They're going to be looking real comfortable. They know what they want, so things are going to be kind of having uphill battle for Cyberswipe going into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jakar. I mean, it has to be Zoe on Erasmus, right? Like Zoe looks so good on Erasmus last game, and I feel like does Expo Chan have a Jakar? I feel like I've seen Expo Chan on Aimee a lot, but I haven't seen her Jakar yet.
I have no idea, but I think if it's a Jakar midfield, this game is going to end very fast.
Jakar midfield, Aimee midfield.
Jakar midfield on Oni Village. What a splendid idea! That will never end poorly for sure.
Yeah, so I definitely think it's going to be Jakar goalie here for assertive, but yeah. So I mean, the traditional Frostfire lore comp, I think is going to be really fun to watch here. Is how is Cyberswipe going to be dealing with the Dubu, with the Tofu Fortress, with all that terrain? How can they play around the Estelle, just kind of locking down the midfield?
I want to say that I think this comp is super weak into just damage, but on a stack start on Oni Village, it's going to be hard to just kind of get these kills. I mean, it's so hard to hit people in the speed lane. They're getting their movement speed from stacks, and then of course Estelle and Dubu are kind of weird characters to kill because they can kind of play off the ball. Or Dubu is just he's on the other side of the field. We're never getting him, but Estelle can kind of play off the ball. So I want to say that Cyberswipe is going to have to start investing a lot of abilities to try and kill Coin here on the Juliet, and if they can get one kill to get the ball rolling, they should be able to take their stacks on stacks, like the movement speed advantage, kind of run over the game once someone loses their stacks. But hey, it can go both ways. First person to die in a set is probably going to lose their team that set. So watch out for any dash punches from either side.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a 6 stacks on stack start. So that Monumentalist is going to come back. Great start from Coin, actually immediately taking the top barrier. Assertive on the Jakar, opting to hold their lower one, and Mango's actually holding their own top side, even though it doesn't look like that in the spectator view. So different preferences from each goalie, but as a result, we do have near side barriers coming out from both teams, and we're looking at the Aimee turret setup once again. Mango's having to tank it through, but Expo Chan still just forces the barrier out of Mango's or Yummy. And this is a really nice rotation coming out with the Rose Ward from Tempo Melon. Unfortunately, hasn't reached level 2 yet. Same with Zoe the Witch and Mangoes. And a great dash punch from Coin. Doesn't find the gold just yet, though. And finally, Tempo Melon reaches level 2.
Yeah, you guys can't see it on stream. I'm looking at the stacks right now, and everyone's at around like the 20 to 40 range, and Expo is sitting at 70. Expo's kind of been hogging the ball for this entire point, of course, as many Amy players do. But if they can kind of, honestly, if this is their game plan, they just want to give Expo the ball and kind of get these stacks up online faster than anybody else. Hitting the 150 mark on stacks doubles the value they get out of it. So, hey, they give the ball back to Expo a little bit more at this point, hit 150, and try to just kind of run over the rest of this game.
Yeah, Expo at a whopping 613 speed, of course with the Oni's side lane speed, but it's going to be looking really, really scary. Both barriers, of course, falling once again for both teams, and then for single barriers falling once again for both teams, and now Mango's great somersault, stopping the core, making sure the glitch pop doesn't wreak havoc, and Coin with a great flame flurry, finding the second barrier for oncoming traffic. Assertive does clear through with the shotgun now, but Tempo Melon and Coin both super duper close to a core flip here. Assertive cognizant of that and cross clears it using the core flip because Tempo Melon is just waiting there with the Crystal Thorns here. Tempo does have the core flip, trying to get it to Coin, using the core flip through with the piercing shot. 1-1, tying it all up.
A great little flip into primary there from Estelle, and it is now Tempo Melon that's actually approaching expert on stacks, and soon, I believe, going to this point or possibly the next, we're going to see everyone start getting a lot faster on Oni Village. Everyone be hitting their 150 stacks mark, except maybe the goalies. And which means we're going to be seeing so much more value, but unfortunately Coin is unable to actually secure that dash push kill, almost having a double, which would have been terrible for the side of Cyberside, losing both their stacks on stacks users. Coin moving up the field, but is unable to still find a kill on Zoe, but all it takes is one good little confirm from the side of oncoming traffic. There it is, and there goes down the stacks for Zoe the Witch.
That was triple digit stacks being lost, so it's going to be a lot slower when she comes back. Exochan also looking dangerously low. That log could have proved detrimental as that dash punch from Coin, keeping Exochan low and humble, and the dash cyber swipe not working quite yet as Mango's great Tofu Fortress, making sure the core goes back to midfield, and now it's Tempo Melon with the piercing shot, and Coin punches it through. Assertive not quite there with the shotgun, and now it's open net for Cyber Swipe. They have to hold it now with the Rose Warp and the piercing shot, but Assertive is there, clears it down low, perfectly around the piercing shot. And now Mango is trying to find a clear around the hook, and Assertive does clear with the shotgun as well, but the Flame Flurry is going to look dangerous with the log, and the dash punch seals the deal. Coin 2-1 lead now for oncoming traffic.
Beautiful little dash punch there from Coin, just knowing that Mangoes is going to get the core up towards him there, and just letting the dash punch rip early, and just kind of getting that hitbox already in there for when the core rolls in. And now it is oncoming traffic up with a point lead and also a stacks lead going to this point. And now, of course, a barrier as well. And oncoming traffic is looking like that if Zoe the Witch can't get her stacks online fast enough, that they're just going to be able to take over this game. And a beautiful barrier take from Coin, and it pops the flip. So unable to secure it at this point, but like I said, oncoming traffic wants to take the set and just run with it.
Yeah, Tempo Melon has energy. Assertive gets there in time, though. And so now the energy count is on the side of Cyber Swipe, but they don't have enough for flip quite yet. Zoe coming around, nice shotgun from Assertive. Rose Ward stunning the defense and getting the core through. First set for quick point, and the first set secured for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, beautiful little second there coming from Temple, just to stuns Expo before she can get a strike on to save the point. And now going into this set, there's a lot of good awakening. So you could get Firefly to get even faster on tempo, or you can just pop the extra special or twin drive, just have more cooldown, start shooting at this goalie. And when you're against the Jakar, whose defensive abilities aren't as, he's good at keeping the core up, but he's just not as good as playing these defensive interactions. Maybe you do just want to shoot out a bigger shotgun at him to kind of start securing these barriers.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the spark of agility come out for Zoe the Witch, trying to save up for later sets, and that might be a really scary Zoe the Witch when she gets all her speed up. But right now, that was all oncoming traffic, as Mangoes does use the Tofu Fortress and the lock to get it through, getting the first barrier. Zoe gets it around for a barrier of their own for Cyber Swipe, and Assertive has to constantly kind of play up because Zoe the Witch is getting kind of dumped on in terms of damage, and looking really scary here with Mangoes, but Assertive does get it out. Nice clear from the Jakar. And the glitch pop is waited out by Mango. It's cleared immediately back up to Tempo Melon. Sort of runs in with the Xeno Cloak, gets the core back to Zoe, who has the hook. Unfortunately, still not quite there for Tempo Melon. Is going to clear. And now the log comes out of Dubu. And Cyberswipe was looking to continue their offense out. Summer Assault is found, but they're having trouble getting through this big Dubu and Estelle.
Yeah, Cyber's doing a great job at keeping the core up the field, but unfortunately, the Amy Rasmus combo, like I said, aren't great to kind of defining in these checkmates. So Dubu was able to just kind of find a lot of strikes out of here, and a beautiful clear down low again, just getting around the Amy and the Rasmus. Mango is able to force the flip, but despite all of that, a beautiful primary from Tempo. It takes a single interaction against Assertive, is able to get that point despite having played defense for basically the entire point now.
Yeah, this was that was really rough there. Rosewarp strike reset, and then just finds the goal there. Great play from Tempo Melon. As Cyberswipe is really trying their best to get it around this huge Dubu, but once again, yeah, he's finding so many strikes out. The turret comes down though, and this could be it. There we go. Cyberswipe finding it through. The Death Touch does touch the core, but was intercepted by both members of Oncoming Traffic. A great run-in with the Xeno Cloak, and rotates around, gets the energy burst out from Tempo Melon there, and now it's looking good for Cyberswipe as they have to try to get around this Dubu on an open net, which is a lot more manageable than this tiny barrier. Great glitch pop control from ExoCham, making sure the core is a little mind game so that Tempo Melon can't just go in there strike. But unfortunate core flip, but oh, what a hook from Zoe, ensuring that the core goes in for Cyberswipe.
Yeah, kind of a beautiful play from both brawlers there. A great flip angle found from Coin, unfortunately losing possession, and then Zoe having great awareness there, just to hook Mangoes, knowing that this core is going in, so all I need to do is just stun Mangoes to make sure he can't strike it. So great little interaction there, but Oncoming Traffic still keeping the core up. Dubu still so hard to get through when you can't just hook him away from the net. And the stacks game, Tempo Melon's about to be online, and the hook coming out from Zoe, and a lot of resources coming out from the side of Cyberswipe. And Coin is still able to find that barrier. Dubu wall just keeping the core in the little lane there. And Juliet loves playing into the lane so that she can just find a great dash punch. And a unfortunate flip coming out from Expo. I believe it was buffered there. But it is Mangoes now just kind of keeping up this defense. And the turret was just unable to get this first barrier. And I think Oncoming Traffic is about to start a strong offense here.
Yeah, this is coming in. The dude on skates running through. And oh, great shotgun from Assertive though, but ExoChan is looking dangerously low, and you really don't want to lose stacks here. You really don't. You just gotta run away. Gets the orb though, and Coin just trying to chase with the Molten Bolt, but unfortunate. A piercing shot just speeds up the core past Assertive.
Yeah, the Estelle is looking so comfortable for Tempo Melon right now. Being able to find Tempo Melon is someone known for hitting people, usually to find kills, but Tempo is able to find such high value primaries, just kind of stunning whoever the core is near and making sure they can't strike it in time. And Tempo's just able to get so much value out of that, even if they're not finding the KOs to kind of take out these stacks. The Estelle is just looking so nice and comfortable for Tempo. And now going into this, Point is able to get the first point, and another flip into primary from Estelle. What a great outplay, almost as good as Centauro, but it is Coin able to get the point across, and Tempo is unable to find the secondary, and a beautiful dribble up the field from Zoe to Witch into the corner, and is able to find a top shot onto the net and secure a 2-2 set point for both sides. Everyone's stacked up except Assertive, but no one really cares about the goalie. So
I mean, this is I mean, having all the stacks, Mangoes are yummy. It must mean something, especially because you can just get onto Oni gates and just do a lot of damage. But oh, the both barriers going down on both teams so quickly. And Assertive was looking very lost, but Cyberswipe do find the double barriers, equalizing the count. And now with the glitch pop, this is looking like a really dangerous push for Cyberswipe. Unfortunately, one-on-one situation, Cyberswiping back was ExoChan who held Assertive out. And that might be just what they need. As Zoe coming through, gets the log out, gets the glitch pop, and gets the set. I mean, Cyberswipe, great team play on that last point.
yeah, both teams there were looking super scary, able to secure both double bears super fast. But is Expo able to a great glitch pop to secure a kill over Mangoes, and despite the recovery drone just not coming back up in time, and we're evening up the sets here. And now a little bit of size on Zoe. We already saw how she was kind of dribbling up the field, showing why the slick kicks stacks and single spark of Julie. Rasmus is so scary to deal with. And now with a little bit of size, that's all kind of Rasmus needs to kind of hit his big power spike and start finding some super duper scary plays with these primaries.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of strong awakenings, right? We have team player, we have prime time. I mean, at the end of the day, did any team come out ahead on this draft?
I want to say that Cyber is slightly ahead in the draft because this team, I think, will struggle a little bit in hitting assertive, mainly because Coin can't do it comfortably and it has to be tempo, and stopping this glass cannon and momentum boot stacks. However, team player on Mangoes. We've already seen how scary these debuff strikes are, and if we can get it out even faster, that might be all that Mangoes needs to start getting these defenses out and starting these offenses a lot quicker. But we'll see. I mean, of course, we'll see in overtime where team player is known for being a very awesome awakening.
Yeah, I mean, Assertive was looking really, really fast there until they got shot, and now they have to return to a paltry 540 speed. But the turret comes down from Expo Chan right before she dies, and a piercing shot trying to mess up Assertive. Unfortunately, wasn't tight enough, and Zoe tries to hold the core, but Coin is there. And 1-0 lead for Oncoming Traffic.
Yeah, great ult there. Kind of just hitting Assertive, just going to get these momentum boots glass stacks out early, forcing Assertive away. And it was kind of hit the core to where she wasn't. And what is a little thing notable here is that Expo did die last point. Coin popped the dash punch flip to get a kill onto Expo, which would have spelled disaster if we were further into the set. But luckily, only in point 1 means that Expo is only behind around 50 stacks compared to everyone else. But a great primary coming out from Expo. Stun Assertive there again. And a beautiful, beautiful shot down the middle around everyone in this game. And Tempo was able to secure that point from the other side of the field.
Yeah, what a shot from Tempo Melon. Great awareness. And they're leading 2-0, and Expo Chan not enough time to get her stacks back. It's still only 30 stacks. But this is a great pass play coming out with Assertive, and Expo Chan's going to get up some stacks and even gets through barriers, does Cyber Swipe. And now this is looking like a really scary push coming out from Cyber Swipe, as most of their members have core flip. Expo Chan does burn her evade there to make sure she doesn't get dash punched off the field by Coin once again. But here we go with the energy and with the stun from the pendulum swing, once again securing a coordinated point with Cyber Swipe.
Yeah, great timing there coming from both Assertive and Zoe, timing up their little flip and abilities here to kind of line up with each other and make it so that Mangoes didn't have much he could have done there, only possibly buffering a flip or secondary before he got stunned. But a fun little power play, or not power play, just one little flip play coming out from Zoe, which they're able to secure the first barrier. But Dubu don't care. He's got his top barrier still. He's got his strikes, and of course a flip in the back and a great primary coming out from Estelle there. And they, Oncoming Traffic, just steamrolled that last little point there, kind of lining up all their abilities there, getting the barrier, and then immediately scoring the point as the goal was opening up. And hey, a lot of scary things for both sides coming into the draft. I'm mainly looking up at the hot shot onto really anyone here, even on Drakkar would be super scary, and the Super Surge on Expo, of course.
Yeah, it looks like Tempo Melon, wise to the knowledge of Dropletto here, does pick up hot shot immediately. And the Super Surge does cascade down to the Aimee. Zoe gets another Size Awakening, though.
Yeah, another Size Awakening on Zoe. I believe, I want to say that this is where Rasmus kind of, you don't need any more size on Rasmus. You're set. You've got your 35%. You're the perfect size kind of take on anything here. But also, I will say, we got a little bit of stagger scaling going on Juliet over here. Bulk up plus peak. That is a lot of speed going on to Juliet. And once we get fully stacked, the Juliet is going to be by far, well, I want to say fastest person in the lobby, but it's a very fast lizard on the side of Assertive here. But hey, fast for the sides of the forwards. And as we can see, Coin is kind of just dribbling all over the front of the net right now. And the peak performance already giving an early advantage in this the speed game. It's just kind of showing how much value just a little bit of speed can give you.
Absolutely, and that piercing shot, but a great Molten Bolt from Assertive does clear, and the Rose Warp also cleared from Expo Chan. Cyber Swipe, great defense, but now it's Coin coming in with the speed, with the dash punch, does clear to open net. And with the Cyber Swipe, opens up the barrier, and a great awareness from Zoe, reads the Rose Warp, clears it up the top, and that was looking really scary, but Mangoes was there. And a nice sequence from Assertive here, clearing the core, making sure Zoe can also get some pressure on, but both teams doing amazing offense here. Coin coming in with the core flip as well, and using it. Expo Chan reads and blocks immediately. The lock goes through, though, And Zoe was pendulusing with the Cyber Swipe layered on. I mean, Expo-chan, huge point here from Cyber Swipe picked up.
Yeah, super duper scary offense coming out from the Cyber Swipe. I mean, Mango just got crossed up there, went further down a bit too early, and of course, that's a twin drive Super Surge Aimi. You never know when she's going to start cutting these cross clears, so Mango's just going to start being extremely careful going for them, especially when you're in front of the open net right there and the point is on the line.
Yeah, great first barrier take from Cyber Swipe again, and now both barriers are here. Expo-chan looking low, has to step away from the offense and sort of coming through, and Zoe great foreflip gets it around. Mango's just barely with the Crystal Thorns from Tempo Mill and also equalizing the barrier count once again, and the piercing shot not quite in time. I mean, this Tricar is super duper fast right now, and a nice clear through the middle, gets it to Coin, he wants to dash punch it in, and doesn't pick up the kill with Tempo, but once again a layered strikes onto Mango, just forcing the core in.
Yeah, I think Expo and Zoe picked up on the fact that Mango's just kind of like sit around and wait, which is very strong on dude, but you've got a lot of time to work with this giant strike box, but they're just immediately going for these primary plus secondary plays as Mango's is waiting and reacting, and it's just covering so much space with hitboxes, and when you're stunned, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't strike, you can't flip. You just kind of have to take that. So I like to see how they're going for these hit stun little plays here, even with sometimes assertive getting involved with their Dracar ultimates.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Coin kind of shark around Expo-chan trying to get a kill. Unfortunately, Expo-chan was aware of that, so he did go and pick up the orb instead. But Expo-chan still has no evade on their own, so those dash punches looking really, really scary for oncoming traffic here. Mangos does use a somersault, but Zoe still there, contests and wins, getting the barrier secured for Cyber Swipe. And Coin coming in with the Flame Flurry, unfortunately able to thread the needle there. The Law comes out, the Pendulum comes out as well, but Mangos does hold, and the dash punch just bursting it through, but Assertive was waiting there as Zoe's looking to pick up more energy. All people have full stacks, I believe, except for the goalies now. So this is really fast forward coming in. Assertive using the Bolt and Bolt, making sure Coin is kept a little bit of a manageable speed there. And finally, the dash punch comes in with the core speed, just sets up the set. And now we're going to another set 5 here.
Actually, great. It was such a great dash push for opting to fully kit dump Expo to get the sacks out, which I believe was worth it. But a beautiful, beautiful overtime play from Assertive, just setting the core across the map topside to where Dubu would have to be there so early and just roll like super preemptively to cover that. So really a great play coming out there. And now Expo has picked up double dash range with Twin Drive, remember? So it is going to be super hard to track where this Amy is going to appear at any time.
Yeah, we get Missile Pro Drek coming out as well, and Zoe gets a third Size Awakening here instead of the second Spark. But that does mean Coin has a Spark Strength, and it looks like it's gonna be a fully. This is the full build. Does anyone look outstandingly strong here, Dropletto?
I think it's kind of funny to look at Coin, and he just has a lot of stats. He's got 2 Stagger Awakenings, he's got a Speed one that just gives power, and 1-2 Punch. So this Juliet could just kind of start doing whatever she wants. She can walk over the map. She doesn't care about dying, but Zoe Expo's build is super duper scary. I mean, Twin Drive and 2 dash ranges on Amy. You never know where she's going to be because she can appear anywhere on the map anytime. And of course, the aerial is also giving Expo a little bit more flexibility on the glitch pops as well. So, I mean, I think it's already looking to start being such a menace this game, but Expo now has even more options to target these offenses.
Right, yeah, I mean, Expo-chan just pushing through the bottom side. Coin is lurking there, though, so they have to be careful about just pushing into the corner. Trying to find a nice dash pop onto Mangos, I believe, but Mangos was aware and did move back a little bit. And now they're finally starting to set up some corner offense here, running in with the hook, with the pop, with the dash. It wasn't able to find it, though, just a little bit off angle. And now Zoe is brought low. Does want to keep their stacks, but Coin is just making sure that it's not going to be easy surviving. And there we go, dash punch into the flip, but Zoe is aware, does use the evade there, and is low, but Coin has committed a lot, and Expo-chan securing the dash, even pops the recovery drone.
Yeah, I'll be honest, that point spells disaster for oncoming traffic. Unfortunately, not being able to find a kill early onto Zoe there, and then unfortunately later even missing the dash punch, thinking he would kill, and then being a bit late to the rip on the flip, and now Expo is the one to find a dash punch kill with the sorry, the adrenaline rush. And the Ubu is trying to defend this all. The power play unfortunately ends, but the strike shotgun from Assertive is able to secure the barrier on the lane. But that's not another kill coming out from the side of Oncoming Traffic. And it's now Zoe and Tempo who are down stacks, but the Brawler not having stacks, I believe, is a little bit less valuable than the midfield not having stacks. So this game could still be quite hard for Oncoming Traffic, even if they were able to secure an early kill or another kill during this set.
Look, Zoe running in with the Whiplash activated, but almost taken off the field by Coin. The crazy dash punch angle trying to be found here, and Assertive does lose a second barrier, and this is looking dire as the equalize, but a great redirect from Expo Chan off the back of her Cyber Swipe, making Cyber Swipe get on match point.
Yeah, she was like in their own net, by the way. You know, just defending it. Oh, the core got out and teleport across with aerial super surge, and boom, that's the point for Cyber Swipe. So, and now a kill onto Mangoes. Not someone I expected to ever see die this game. Things are just looking super. Like I said, things are not looking great for Oncoming Traffic. Both barriers down, forced to burn the flip, and now you're against the triple size Rasmus with double dash range Aimee in the net. Mangoes is back online. Might just be enough to start getting the core up to Coin. Let him get his barriers. The only person left on Oncoming Traffic that's fully stacked, but he is getting his barriers. He's forced to play against the turret, was able to get it through with a beautiful primary through the turret. And Flip is about to be online, doesn't die to the dash punch, but does force the evade. And Zoe looks for a hook play, is unable to flip it out, but it barely goes around. And Zoe decides to pop the flip to just get away from the net, which is a good play. But things are just looking so scary for both sides. Open net, and hey, this game's on the line.
Coin has core flip right now, and it's going to be here. He might tie it up. There we go, 2-2. We're going to a 0.5.
We have a beautiful set 5.5. Both teams super shaking in their boots. But everyone's stacks are beginning to come back online. Tempo is super close to being at 150, and Zoe is still like 75 stacks away. And with an early barrier take, and flips coming up soon for Tempo and Mangoes, and only... Actually, no, the flips are even. You know, I don't know what I'm talking about. But, hey, this game can go any person's way.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Cyberswipe does have a little bit of an advantage, although Zoe is looking mighty low. Coin does miss their primary now, and the piercing shot spent to make... but held from Assertive now. And so, the core falls through, and Tempo has core flip now, but is held. Expo Chan does fall now, has 12 seconds power play on the side of Oncoming Traffic. Assertive and Zoe splitting the goals, and they can hold a long time if they wish to. Assertive does have core flip running in with the Xeno Cloak. Mango's just waiting out, making sure Assertive comes back in sight before using it, and Expo Chan dashing in from downtown secures the win for Cyberswipe, or series tie up, I guess, because this is a best of 3. What a game.
I mean, unfortunately, Coin and Tempo just took too much time on the power play there, rushing it a little hard. Weren't taking any super strong plays then. The moment Expo came online, like I said, no matter where she is, even if she just came up from spotting, she's in scoring position and was able to take that secondary and just appear on the other side of the map, cutting the cross clear. I mean, that was a heater Oni game. Yeah, rare Oni game that was pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, amazing plays coming out from both teams, honestly. And Coin finding 4 kills, which isn't as impressive on paper, but every single one of those kills, I mean, 7 kills across the board, but each of those 7 kills meant so much to both teams as it was a stacks on stacks start. And that was crazy, but Cyberswipe just came out a little bit ahead. And yeah, real big props to Exo Chan, and also, we saw some great plays coming out from Zoe the Witch and Assertive as well, just making sure all of them played in sync with each other.
Yeah, but I mean, both teams played beautifully. I mean, only Cyberswipe only had 1 extra point up over Oncoming Traffic. Really, it could have been any team's way, but Cyberswipe all it does is able to keep themselves in this series. And going into Game 3, which I believe is a Night Market game. I mean, we've got a bone-chilling Atlab Oni Village Night Market draft. Some real interesting, unique maps we have at play here. But hey, if that's what you want to do, it's what you want to do. You're not trying to gimmick the other team on Inky's Splash Zone. You're just trying to play some honest, good core control games and just outplay them. You know, let them too deep.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely some really cool games coming out, and yeah, we're gonna take a quick break because after that heat of the game, we definitely need one. But we'll be right back.
All right, sounds good. I will see everyone back soon for the last game of the series. Hello, everyone, and we are back at the final game in the series Oncoming versus Cyberswipe, going on to this night market, and we've got some actually pretty different drafts coming up. Well, I guess not super different for some teams, but we've got a beautiful Era X game coming up from the side of Cyberswipe. And I couldn't tell you exactly where this Era could go, because in recent developments, Era has been really seen a bit more as a goalie than a midfielder, but hey, we've got Era and X on the same team. Yeah, I love kittens.
Yeah, and then Oncoming Traffic actually picks up Aimee, and I think that's a great pick. Like you said, Aimee's just great everywhere. Also denies Expo Chan, and so this is like kind of like modified Frostfire comp because we do see the Dubu Julie duo always locked in for Mangoes and Coins. So this was a team player and EE start. Are all teams going to be? How are Awakenings going to look here?
Definitely, of course, team player onto the goalies. Not that I'm getting too much value of explosive, but yeah, you can see a lot of explosive entrances coming out from all the forwards. And I think the most notable thing is that both brawlers have decided to take it. Both X and Juliet, not really known for really caring about dash range, but hey, I'm hoping to see that this game, that hopefully both these brawlers can show us that there's a lot of value to be found in having a little bit more dash range on these shoving brawlers.
Yeah, losing barrier on both teams, and Mango's losing the more critical second barrier here, and things are looking dicey for Oncoming Traffic as Zoe using EE to just reposition themselves from the other side of the map, but just beating them up with X Maximus here as Coin and Tempo didn't quite reach their level 2 spike yet, but they just did, and that tiny storm taken off the field was Temple Mill in there, and a nice dash, but Zoe the Witch was staggered, so Coin was able to buffet her away. And now just passing between, just trying to buy time. Just 2 more seconds for the Aimee to come up, and she does. And Zoe the Witch just in the goalie position, just bell ringer and making sure the transitions are smooth, which it was. And the Aimee turret push is deterred. The core slips past, and now it's overtime red core coming in. Koi misses the core flip, but does win the strike core against Assertive. So the barrier does equalize anyway. Both teams have an open net as Zoe X Maximus is through, and 1-0 lead for Cyberswipe.
Yeah, a great strike coming out from Zoe there, getting crossed despite being marked by both Coin and Tempo, getting away from both of them and above Mangoes. Like I said many times before, Dubu is just not a character that's super great at covering the cross like that. So if they can keep, while Era X aren't quite known for their ability to be covering the crosses like the treacherous Amy Rasmus games we've been watching, if they're still looking for them, they can still get a lot of value playing against Dubu's weak points.
Yeah, Mangoes does have core flip, trying to hold down great Summer Assault, very aware that he wasn't going to reach that in time, and the turret push coming out, the Storm putting a little halt to it with a great dash punch, and getting both players on Cyberswipe and getting both barriers down for Oncoming Traffic. Zoe looking to just push it through Mangoes, but unfortunately, it's going to be Coin who gets the point now, and it's Oncoming Traffic tying up the set.
Yeah, and unfortunately, awkward angle for Sir, not getting the corner clear close enough to the wall, and it just ends up in Coin's hands, just shooting him back in. I mean, when your strike's up, you've got an open shot, just let it rip. But we're going to this next point. Coin is still looking for these. I don't believe any dash punch has been found from either Zoe or Coin yet. I mean, maybe they're a little uncomfortable with the extra dash range. Or, hey, maybe it's just not that strong. You never know. But they are able to get the flip out of Zoe. And I believe the X Maximus is gone as well. So this X is looking kind of a bit like a strike bot right now. And still no kills being found for either side. But a barrier found from an unfortunate primary from Zoe. And they're looking just to kind of secure this with the flip, but which is unfortunately denied by Mangoes or Yummy.
Yeah, I mean, energy advantage heavily in favor of Oncoming Traffic as both forwards have core flip. And Tempo Mill immediately uses theirs, and a core flip combo trying to be used by Coin, but unfortunately a little bit thrown off maybe, and now that Era Storm is going to be really dangerous. Coin brought low, but Mangoes does have a great heal, but Zoe just jumping in there with the bull rush, with the bell ringer just taking off Coin, and now the X Maximus is going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting here, but Tempo Mill does clear, the core goes red, Mangoes also there to back it up, and the CK comes up, Assertive loses to the dash punch. And once again, both teams' nets are open, and the core is going so quickly, especially, I believe, is there team player involved? And Assertive, great clear onto Expo Chan. Zoe trying to slow down the core a bit, dribbling out the Toku Fortress. And a great angle. Assertive is there, though, with the Xeno Cloak. And, the dash punch coming out. Finally, some value from explosive entrance from Coin. Expo Chan taken off the field. And in the red core situation, this is looking really, really dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, the core is just going all over the place right now. Both goalies getting as much value out of team player as they can, and Zoe is forced to pop the flip, just keep the core away from Coin, who is making his way towards a flip of his own, but is being run down right now. And unfortunately, barely able to miss the dash punch with the explosive entrance. It actually goes down to the arrow beam, but it's not enough as Tempo has also built up a flip and shot it bot side before Assertive had enough time to react and cover the bottom. But, I mean, this team player value is looking a little bit scary in these overtime points.
Yeah, I mean, both teams trying to make sure they jockey for control, and especially in times like these with the Ivy turret push as well, Exo-Chan had to eat a lot of damage to just make sure that the core isn't going to get ricocheted off by that one. But 2-1 lead for Oncoming Traffic on this first set now. Tempo Melon looking low. Zoe didn't press the issue though, just happy with getting the barrier, and now Coin equalizes the barrier count. Exo-Chan and Assertive do clear, and Assertive just dodging the dash punch and clearing it now. And with a nice storm, it's looking like Cyberswipe can set up a push into lower corner. Mangos does have a flip, doesn't need to use it quite yet. Yeah, Log is going to be enough to hold it now. Exo-Chan trying to rotate the core through. Mango's trying to use it aggressively and does get it through, and that turret though, it's going to happen. The glitch pop slightly off angle, but it's such a hard. All three members of Oncoming Traffic just controlling the midfield here. Gate even won by Tempo Melon, but a glitch pop makes the core go astray, and back to Mango's it goes.
Tempo looking to pop the flips, get it into the ultimate range of Coin, but it's just not quite enough. And now we have reached overtime, which means these team players are gonna start getting value. But despite being shrunk, Coin is able to find a dash punch flip kill onto Assertive, and Expo was just not able to clear around the Julie yet. And we've got a very, very strong start to the game for Oncoming Traffic.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some huge awakenings here coming out. Adrenaline Rush, I think, and I guess Monumentalist for Era as well. I mean, these are looking pretty scary, but what are some things to look for, Dropleto?
Adrenaline Rush from Julie. That is a brand new win con, guys. If they ever get a kill, the point gets like 80% easier. Whoop-de-doo. But bulk up on X and Castellas on Arrow is actually probably doing a pretty good job at stopping Oncoming Traffic and these, because especially when we've decided to go hot shot on Imi instead of a Stinger and kind of just like choose to start hitting people until they die. I believe it could make the game for Oncoming Traffic a little bit harder, but that's only until they find kill. Once Coin is able to secure a dash punch, able to find it, or hey, maybe just find someone staggered and ult them, that's when Oncoming Traffic should be able to start snowballing these points.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe DeWitch just making sure her bell ringers are making a strong impact, and a great glitch pop from Tempo, but Assertive is there, and nice strike around Mangoes was Zoe DeWitch. Great find on the barrier. Now it's an open net situation, and even beats the Log. Just getting it through. Mangoes are yummy.
Yeah, beautiful little secondary there, going not going through the Log, but actually just barely around it, taking the core into the corner to get right around the Dubu, and then winning the strike ward right afterwards. Great little play. I'm glad the explosive entrance is getting so much, like, getting more value than you would have think. So I'm really happy for that for both brawlers this game. But it's actually Expo that is the one to go down staggered, which, what I was talking about, all it takes is Coin. Once he decides, I don't want to play this core anymore, you can just walk up and ult Expo, and well, that's our adren. But
Expo's alive. Expo's alive. Oh, barrier does go down though, and Expo's looking really low. Is going to get up to stagger standards, and Assertive does clear it. Glitch pop just barely not there, and Mango is just making sure that the offense stays oppressive. Unfortunately, the dash punch wasn't there quite enough in the great angle, but Coin just gets it through with a strike. I mean, great find for Coin.
Great little 1-2 from Mangoes and Coin there, able to find the top shot onto Assertive, and they were unable to get the Adrenaline Rush value at that point, but you just see how much respect that this awakening is forced. Like, once anyone's like stagger or even close to stagger, they just have to completely let Coin kind of take this whatever space he wants, because if he gets that Adrenaline Rush, the point just gets so much harder to win. But a great clear from Templeman, despite being shrunk, is able to get the clear out, and we're starting our own offense. Oncoming Traffic is getting passed around by Cyberswipe, and is looking to get a strong Maelstrom going, but the AB turret is just getting a little bit too much value. Coin popping the flip, and was actually killed from the other side of the map from the explosive entrance X, and is now starting a power play for the side of Cyberswipe.
Yeah, a huge awareness from Assertive, making sure Topher's Fortress is going to go down just as she rotates it to Zoe DeWitch. And now Cyberswipe do have a great timing on the top corner of the net. But Coin is back though, so the power play has ended. But it's still not stopping Zoe Wish from just hugging that top side, making sure that Cyber Swipe controls that entire zone. And Tempo Melon, only one evade, is low on stagger. Zoe wants to get the kill, but unfortunately not yet able to find it at a great angle. Unfortunately, nobody was there from Oncoming Trap to capitalize on it. And now Tempo Melon looking low. Assertive's going to shotgun them to the face. And that is that. Assertive trying to get 4 across to Exochan. I mean, this team player is finding so much value in the overtime situation and gets it around the Dubu. The Mangoes even uses a core flip, and this is looking really, really scary. It's a it might be a defining sequence for Cyber Swipe, and there it is, the Arrow Beam, getting a 2-1 lead for Cyber.
A great little spot there. Dubu, despite being so big, was unable to cover that shot into the top net. Possibly from the beam from the core, just keeping the core a little bit too small to be covered by the strike, but is now up to Zoe the Witch to kind of take this offense, but hit away by Tempo Melon. The Era X offense, I mean, it's looking real strong right now, guys. But it is Coin is looking to start their offense with a wall behind him, and turret is looking super scary, but the Cyber Swipes are able to get it away around these creations. And a long-range secondary coming off the point, but it doesn't matter because the core has reached Zoe. It's in the corner, and X has got flipped.
Yeah, every bell ringer is a point-threatening bell ringer here from Zoe the Witch, especially with the core flip there. Mango's almost just taken off the field just with the bull rush. And a great Cyber Swipe read from Assertive, just getting 4 out now. And it's Era X once again in that top corner with the core flip, with the X Maximus as well, I believe. Not used yet. Mango's is there, Tempo is also there. And now the core has stalled a little bit, making sure that Tempo is stalled. But now it's a 1v1 situation from Zoe the Witch. Finds it around Mango Yummy, and Cyber Swipe ties up this final game. 1-1 in set count.
Beautiful, beautiful teamwork coming out from both Zoe and X. But one of the more notable for duos in the league, of course, that with them always have been playing each other for a while now. And now Zoe is rewarded with this draft, opting to pick up the peak performance now with the peak plus bulk up on X, one of the highest stagger characters in the game. It's going to be so much power and so much speed on him that the Adrenaline Rush skill is going to be much harder to find for the side of Oncoming Traffic. But hey, that's still 1-2 punch on Juliet. So we might be able to kill him through stagger. Maybe we could just push him off the map regardless.
Yeah, can you explain to me the Spark of Leadership pick from Mangoes? Because this is I know this is a solo Spark, but...
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I can. That Awakening blows, but if Mangoes wants to play for next draft, so be it. It could provide a lot of value coming up later, but honestly, I just don't think his leadership is strong enough to even warrant being threatened in draft. Even if Mangoes somehow magically got another spark this draft or next draft, and then another spark the draft after, I would just let him have it. I'm gonna be honest. Three sparks with leadership, it's pretty whatever. And Zoe the Witch is showing us why you should draft to be strong now and not to be drafted to be strong later, with a beautiful secondary into the top side of the barrier.
Yeah, Zoe the Witch has a lot of stagger here with bulk up and peak performance, and the Cyber Swipe aren't letting out the pressure here. Great bounce from Exochan, and Zoe the Witch trying to make sure the Bell Ringer doesn't grief that push, and instead of using the Bolt and Bolt, get it across back again to the top side. Back they go is Cyber Swipe, and Zoe just X Maximusing onto Tempo Melon, onto Mangoes, anything that the X can kind of set its sights on. And Coin, great dribble with the Flame Flurry. Unfortunately, Assertive does clear it through. And this is looking really dangerous for Mangoes or Yummy, especially with the beam, especially with the core flip, but they hold. Oncoming Traffic do hold, and now the energy economy has turned, and Coin is the one with the core flip almost ready. Tempo Melon is the one with the core flip almost ready. It immediately has to spend it, but now it's Coin with the core flip, and all the way there. Oh, EE not generating value just yet. Oh, doesn't get the double barrier, unfortunately, with the core flip. Assertive does hold, gets it through. With the shotgun, the Glitch Pup provides Coin with a second chance. But Zoe the Witch is back now. And great Flame Flurry into punch. That was disturbing. Zoe the Witch takes off the field.
I cannot believe that ult into punch was enough to kill there. But I guess that's all. You have the 1-2 punch on Julie. It's basically her signature awakening. Maybe it's all you need to start finding these kills. But Zoe is not having it back online after being killed. Is already looking for these overtime plays with this team player core speed. Just punching the core in the net, looking to get it past him. Was not quite able to. But Mangoes and Tempo are in the back with their flips both coming up. And a barely missed dash punch from Coin. Unfortunately beamed for, I believe, the kick during that, missing the kill on Zoe because of it. But this little offense is looking very scary. Tempo Melon is starting to walk up the field with the flip. and is trying to get it in the. I want to say just try to flip in the face of Drakkar, but a beautiful explosive entrance kick from Juliet means that we're able to secure the barrier without actually spending the flip. And now, oh my goodness, Mango has missed a secondary.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have open nets. Exochan trying to rotate through Assertive, just bouncing it off, making sure Assertive can get there in time because core speed is so fast. And now Zoe the Witch X Maximus seeing it through Tempo and Mango. Cyber Swipe looking well poised to take set 3.
Yeah, I mean, so I want to say that Cyberswipe is getting a lot more value out of the team player during these overtime plays. They're just, Zoe just looks so comfortable, like managing this super fast core, despite being on X, a character who usually isn't quite a fan of the core being too fast, especially when it's much faster than him. So really great, well played from both the entire side of Cyberswipe, but Oncoming Traffic does not want to let up yet. Is trying to find this first barrier, but is unable to get through the 3 strikes of the side of Cyberswipe, and Mangos is barely able to defend these barriers, looking super scary. But hey, Dubu's always got strike up, but it might not be enough when X is moving in with the X Maximus. With the flip, it is able to secure the first barrier.
With the flip, with the storm, this is a lot of pressure coming out from Cyberswipe with the push. Tempo Melon wants to get in there, wants to use the turret, but Coin is now brought down low, and it's also they have to kind of solo attempt. They have to take turns kind of getting the barriers, and Tempo Melon does succeed, so this time it's a little bit of a better attempt at the raid, and the Imi turret comes down. The storm, though, clears it for Cyberswipe, and Coin capitalizes on the bull rush, a greedy bull rush from Zoe the Witch, and Coin immediately dash punches and punishes it, and the speed gates are up for Mango to take advantage if they so wish. They use it to get core speed instead, and now with the Flame Flurry, gets the kill onto Exochan and the goal, and some breathing room here for Oncoming Traffic.
Yeah, a great find to get a kill near the end there as well with that ultimate, meaning that Juliet's dash is most certainly back online now. Meaning that despite of kind of having dumped it, Juliet's entire kit in that last point, the dash punch is already back online. And we're starting to see the Adrenaline Rush is snowballing super hard, especially when compared to last set where Coin was not able to quite get that much value out of Adrenaline Rush as he would have liked.
Yeah, that was a super scary situation, but Assertive at least gets the rat out with it alive. And it could have gone so much worse for Cyberswipe, and they're trying to get some pressure on the midfield, but unfortunate ending. I mean, this set's going to a set 0.5.
Yeah, great recognition from Tempo there, using the secondary with the hot shot, just strike the core and send it up the field even faster, where Drakkar and Arrow don't really have any ways to like hook the core out from the back like that, so they have to be hitting the core forward because they don't really have a great way of sending it back. But another dash punch coming out from Coin. And Coin has just completely taken over this set with these great dash punches coming out, looking to get the second barriers, but not quite able to secure it, but still has a little bit more time with the pummeler speed. Expo is back online, manages to strike through the respawn invincibility to make sure that the second barrier stays up for the side of Cyberswipe.
Yeah, Cyberswipe putting a halt onto Oncoming Traffic's momentum here as Zoe the Witch coming through with the core flip. Mango's taken off the field despite having the pauldron, and a great awareness there, covering the outclear from Exochan, securing the barrier, open net situation for them, and this is the best chance they're going to have to secure this set. Dashing in, EE power activated, but Mangos is back though, but Exochan slips it in, and 2-1 lead for Cyberswipe, a great third set coming out from both teams.
Beautifully played from Zoe the Witch there, actually managing to find a kill onto the Pauldron's Dubu, using the power, the 150 power that just X happens to have right now, plus a good flip, just send Dubu over the edge, get an early kill. But now with the might on top of that, these X ultimates are going to be doing so much damage and so much knockback. I wouldn't be surprised. We're going to start seeing way more kills coming out of Zoe going to this next set.
Absolutely, and it's looking a little scary. We have stacks coming out from Coin, and I guess they are the ones doing the damage. But is this a little bit of a risky pick, or is this going to be is this like a really disturbing build from Coin coming out?
I think that Coin wants to kind of just snowball pretty hard going into this. I mean, he already tried to snowball the last set, which was almost successful. So possibly just more speed in these power plays, and should be able to play off the stacks, which can get you so much value if you're able to survive. It might be what Coin's going for. On top of the prize fire that Temple already has, they're looking to just kind of take snowball's the name of the game, basically.
Yeah, see a great storm push out from Exochan, making sure that they can get it out. And X Maximus and Zoe the Witch really secures it for getting the first barrier here in set 4. And now Assertive does lose a barrier, and a great rotate from Tempo Melon, but immediately gets jumped by the Era X duo here in the threatening bell ringer. But Mangos is cool, level-headed, and will get it to out clear. but Zoe the Witch dribbling, waiting for extra chance to come in, but that does let Tempo Melon set up with their own turret, and now it's double core flip duo here from Oncoming Traffic as they look to wreak some havoc here. And Tempo Melon coming in, Coin dash punching in, and that's going to be the open net here for Cyberswipe, as Zoe the Witch looking a little low, and the core slip through both players.
Yeah, I guess no player there, even Coin, who missed a strike as well. We're really expecting the core to be moving so fast, but that core it's quite a lot of power behind it, both heavy impact and explosive proc off it, and of course the hot shot with Prize Fighter as well, which maybe moving a bit more faster than anyone was expecting before overtime.
Absolutely, and Tempo Melon still has core flip here. Zoe was trying to beat the core flip out of her, but does get the Night Market Gate speed, does manage to get out of danger zone, and Exo-chan looking low now. And then running through, gets the orb just in time to save herself from the glitch pop, but now Mangoes Are Yummy has a core flip, and Exo-chan's looking mighty low. One kill is all it takes from Coin, but Zoe the Witch laying on a lot of pressure, making sure Exo-chan can retreat safely and get the stagger up. And now Zoe the Witch just dribbling, just doing a one-man X show here, and coming in assertive, just rotating out. Exo-chan has to run away once again, just can't catch a break, and now the Flame Flurry is going to confirm it. Adrenaline Rush props for Coin as they come in with the Imi turret, looking really scary, but assertive does hold with the shotgun as Zoe takes the turret out. And now we have enough time for Exo-chan to come in. 2 seconds, 1 second, there comes the arrow from the bottom side. Assertive rotates the core top. Exo-chan comes in, unable to react to the fast core, but the angle! Night Market angle bounces off the popsicle. 1-1 tying for Cyberswipe.
Heartbreaking point loss for Cyberswipe with the kill advantage. Unfortunately, the Night Market gods maybe they're upset with Tempo Melon and have unfortunately cursed that point and taken away their potential of scoring that. Now evening up this set, but Coin still has dash punch and flip, which means Juliet can always just, kill somebody. When you've got a Dren, it's just super scary to deal with, and it's something that Coin is probably looking to get value out of right now. And yeah, I don't know. It's some freaky ass Night Market angles going on right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Night Market angles don't smile as much onto Oncoming Traffic. Mango's great Summer Assault waits out Zoe the Witch's lasts out Zoe the Witch's X Maximus, but that's a huge X coming in with the Bewitching Beam. And oh no, the Dubu Fortress unfortunately also doesn't smile on Oncoming Traffic, and that's a core flip having to be burned by Mangoes Are Yummy, and the dashman coming in from Coin wins us out. And dangerous Bell Ringer coming out, and Zoe the Witch with the flip, with the storm. Imi turret though doing a lot of work here as Tempo Melon just kind of making sure that Mangoes Are Yummy can survive against this onslaught of Era X. Zoe the Witch coming in once again with the gates, with the speed, but Coin dash punching in. Assertive is down and Core is in.
That's the explosive entrance diff right there. Oh my god, Julia actually was able to reach that and actually secure the kill onto Assertive while invisible, set up perfectly by Tempo Melon. And despite the second point of this set being quite the heartbreak, it's looking like Oncoming Traffic don't even care. They're just looking to get their set win and get out.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe the Witch looking low, has to retreat. Exo-chan on the front lines now, has to respect Coin's dash punch area, letting Mangoes Are Yummy clear through the bottom. And now speed gates are up, and Zoe just dashing in for control, but Tempo Melon is the one that comes out ahead, especially with that Cyber Swipe, with the turret, with the glitch pop. Exo-chan is there though to answer. Tempo Melon does have energy now, has core flip. I mean, both forwards of Oncoming Traffic actually have energy, and Coin's gonna use the Flame Flurry, gets the punch, gets the pass to Tempo Melon, and successfully gets both barriers out. But now Exo-chan and Zoe suddenly have some pressure. The glitch pop works with Coin dash punching it in, and we're going to set 5 once again, guys. These games have been so close.
Okay, so I couldn't quite tell you what just happened there to secure that. We're gonna pretend that was intentional, and Tempo Melon and Coin are the best forward duo to ever touch this game. But beautifully played regardless. And Julia is now getting extra special, which I think is going to be super important here. Just to be able to click it on somebody early into the point and kind of maybe get invade, or maybe get an early dash punch kill. But whenever they're staggered, Julia is going to be having this ultimate up more often, which means, it makes it way easier to proc this Adrenaline Rush. And there are a lot of solid pickups here, like Primetime Dubu, or a little bit more size on X, but I think this extra special Julia is going to be the highlight of this draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Mangoes Are Yummy, unfortunately, won't be Spark Scaly today. Takes prime time instead. Very tragic. But, I mean, this huge Zoe the Witch coming out, running with the Bell Ringer. But now low energy on all members of Cyberswipe, getting bullied around now by Coin and Tempo Melon, and Exo-chan looking dangerously close to Ad Rush reset proc range here, and does concede the top barrier with that pressure, and Assertive kind of has to take over on the midfield line as the back line of Cyberswipe is looking really battered and bruised. Exochan does survive, but once again the Flame Flurry coming out from Coin and ensuring that Zoe the Witch kind of has to take a defensive line and proc for her, and there we go, there's Era down, but I don't think that proc Coin's ad rush there, so he has to kind of make do with the pump speed. And Zoe's doing a great job with Assertive, just making sure the defense holds strong for Cyberswipe. And Exochan comes in, power play is now over, and Exochan and Assertive even hold that, but Coin does win the strike war once again. Coin really wants to go home with this game one, and Zoe the Witch getting it through the Trophy Fortress once again. Mangos misses a strike, but a great flip from Tempo Melon kills Zoe the Witch. And now it's another power play from Oncoming Traffic. Assertive is doing great with avoiding these interactions with the Juliet, even stepping between Tempo Melon and Coin there. But Exochan in the back lines, the turret coming down is too much pressure. And Oncoming Traffic 1-0 lead in set 5.
Great kills coming out from Oncoming Traffic. It was to kind of push these power plays so far, and Tempo Melon is at 3 prizefighter stacks. Tempo Melon is at 4 prizefighter stacks. Things are looking extremely hard for Cyberswipe to kind of come back from this. Coins have not even fully stacked yet. Tempo Melon's got 170 power, and these kills should just be started rolling in even more than they already were. But a beautiful double barrier from Zoe.
Yeah, Zoe gets double barriers onto Tempo Melon, maybe a bit overzealous with the Cyberswipe, but that Bell Ringer is huge. Tempo Melon taking out the back to 3 stacks of prize fighter. I mean, that's still huge, but Zoe the Witch has flipped though, and getting around the Tofu Fortress. Getting around the log, and the storm comes in. Oh, the storm! Give a storm taken, but Zoe is there regardless.
And the storm hits the sword angle, but unfortunately, it was not enough for Mangoes Yummy to get a bailout on that defense. And we're now evened up 1-1. Tempo Melon now only at 3 prizefighter stacks. A little bit of a fluctuating number going on right now, but it can always change. Coin does have a flip revved up, and Zoe unfortunately misses hers. I mean, they don't get any super duper strong play here, but Coin is right. I could tell this guy's looking for a dash punch, but it's forced to flip nothing and is actually killed by the X with so much power from Might and Bulk Up. And they are able to just take away this point from Oncoming Traffic. This could spell disaster. Juliet, no more stacks, and Tempo Melon only had 3 prizefighter stacks, and Cyberswipe wants to win before any of this can come online again.
Yeah, I mean, Exochan's cast the last value there on that Era, just making sure Mangoes can't move an inch, and just getting the core pass that slows Zubu. Really, really scary to watch. But they do take first barrier, does Oncoming Traffic, and now with the Ivy turret, this is a scary push. Zoe has to use, Exochan has to use the flip now, but even then, it doesn't generate value of getting out. Great control of Zoe the Witch, getting the EE value, using the storm, clearing the log, and going it through. Unfortunately, the barrier still holds strong for Oncoming Traffic, and Zoe the Witch dodges Mangoes' dash. And Assertive is there, though. Exochan just playing backwards, just making sure that they can be kind of a fallback for Zoe the Witch, and that's working out for them quite a bit right now. And with the storm push, with the core flip, waits out the log, but does get it cleared. Oncoming Traffic trying to get a push with Coin, who does almost have a core flip now, and this Imi turret is very scary, and Exochan's gonna go out. Unfortunately, cannot dodge, and that Imi turret just blasting them off, and that Toku Fortress holding strong this time. Coin does miss that dash punch, but now with the core flip, and they might be tight. We might be going to a 0.5 if it works out, because Assertive just fell. Exochan strike warring, but the log is too strong. Zoe the Witch is playing goalie. Coin does use the Flame Flurry. Great elusive, but not quite there enough.
I mean, such a crazy point going down. So many kills coming out from Coin, but I think it's something of note there is that both Coin and X ulted at the very last second there, and now X has got his ult down, and Coin, with the extra special pickup, which was correct, by the way, is able to just secure the free ult for now, but Zoe doesn't care. Zoe is still able to find a double barrier despite not having the X ultimate, and now Oncoming Traffic has to come back from so far behind.
Yeah, this is at 5.5. This is a final series-defining, game-defining point, and Zoe the Witch gets the speed gates running in with the storm. It's a tiny storm, but it does enough. Great awareness from Exochan. Dodges the coin flip. Dodges the dash punch.
The coin flip.
The coin flip. And then Zoe the Witch low, but still putting out a lot of pressures. Had enough energy for one evade, and Coin really looking to take it off. Dodges the glitch pop as Zoe gets it out. Gets out of there with the EE value, and X Maximus just buffeting Coin away. And this is looking really, really scary still on the side of Oncoming Traffic, because Cyberswipe is holding on to their last gate. Assertive making core go red here with the team player as Expo Chan and Joey the Witch are dribbling between them.
Oh my god.
Both bears are down. Both bears are down. A great redirect from Zoe the Witch. Expo Chan coming in with a value. 2-1 Cyber Swap.
An incredible play near the end there. Both teams like clenching their teeth, wanting to win so bad, but it is a great setup from EXO to pass into Zoe, which is extra dash drains X dash, and is able to cross up Mangoes before Doom had time to cover any of that. I mean, that was a cinema series right there. Every single game felt so close, and it is ultimately Cyberswipe that was able to secure the entire series.
Props to Cyberswipe, congratulations. They'll be moving on and they'll be meeting Polar, I believe, on the winner's side of the bracket. But today we're going to continue on to the loser side, and it's going to be Oncoming Traffic versus Dragon Slayers 2 coming up next. And that was just great plays. Oncoming Traffic Flying Blavos, I'm sorry. So, I mean, that's just crazy plays. 14 kills on the side of Oncoming Traffic, but even so, Assertive, Zoe the Witch, Exo Chan hold strong and make the plays that they need to make happen.
Yeah, I mean, just both teams were able to find like all these kills and so many power plays, but it was ultimately the side of Cyberswipe who was kind of able to kind of push their leads just a little bit further than they had to. And I don't know, everyone just saw that clip again of the fourth set at match point. I mean, what even happened there? I mean, no idea, but well played to both teams regardless.
Yeah, and I think everyone kind of needs a break from that. I believe we're going to break, and then we'll be back.
I need to get out, bro. I've been casting for 3.5 hours.
Yeah, you're released, and Jet Seeker's going to join us next. But we'll be right back regardless. Welcome back, guys, to NASA Season 6 playoffs. We saw some winners. Now we're going to see some losers' quarters. And now this is Dragon Slayers 2 versus Heavy Metal Gundam. Dragon Slayers 2 lost to Polar Cortex 1-2 earlier today, and they're here back with a vengeance on Night Market. And I'm joined here with Jet Secret. And how are you
Hi.
doing, Jet? Yeah.
I'm great. I'm really excited for this game. I think we're going to see a lot of interesting plays. I know that Striker Kai really enjoys these sort of more core control, which is a little bit outside of the meta. So I'm excited to see what they can do on Night Market with some of the weird angles, but is playing that Luna. So it'll be really interesting to see what they can do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Luna with the Maxels as well, and immediately Josh just brought down. I mean, even though they're playing now, that's disgusting. That's disturbing. And hopefully this isn't the theme of the game, because Heavy Metal Gundam looks like they might be taking a lot of damage in this one, as both barriers are down, or barriers are down for both teams. And then we're going to see them try to hold on for dear life to the one remaining barrier as Tragic on the Era, trying to hold up against that Supernova. Was successful, and Kilius trying to rotate, trying to unlock his second form by hitting level 2. And Zay Forever dashing in with the EI Rush, putting that to a stop. And now Josh is back, and Tragic just making sure, playing aggressively forward so that pressure never stops for Heavy Metal Gundam. As Zay Forever does lose a strike core against Luke, and he rotates it out with that Thunderstruck.
Yeah, now Tragic passes up to Josh. Good dash back by Striker Kai to make sure the core doesn't get to the device. Secondary will stall it there. Josh taken real low again and trying to fight for their life right now. It's not looking super good for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Zay Forever brought down low. Josh also low. Kilius is low, but he is getting bullied around. Does get the speed gate window. Tries to pull it through. Tragic does unlock the second barrier, and now open net for Tragic. Has to not make any mistakes, but Luke also losing that second barrier now. So open net for both teams, as Kilius trying to make sure Josh doesn't live to see a core flip. And that Storm perfectly placed from Tragic. Josh has a core flip up, and now Kilius is brought down low as Josh trying to control the core around Luke, who hasn't core flipped, so not that scared just yet. And that Oni's Blade, unfortunately, doesn't get the kill onto Kilius now, and Josh just healing back up with the core flip, trying to make sure that Kilius isn't going to live. And there we go, Kilius taken off the field now. And Luke stalling out the point as long as possible, but power play on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, oh, that just almost slides right in. A good rocket from Striker Kai. Slips past Zay Forever, and a good dash from Striker Kai to seal it from Tragic, not using the flip there.
Yeah, that was a really good point. I wanted to ask Jet that Josh and Tragic both have Monumentalist, good creation characters, right? But on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, they don't really have strikers. Sorry, on the side of Dragon Slayers 2, they don't have anything that can really deny. Oh my gosh. That was a really fast 8-second point on Night Market. I mean, Josh.
Yeah, what happened?
But
I was like focusing on your question, and then suddenly it was over.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. Great plays, but I wanted to ask: does Dragon Slayers 2 do they have any way to deny like the creation awakenings that are going to be coming out in draft later?
You know, I'm a big believer that creation awakenings are Luna's best in slot. So I think, yeah, for sure, they'll definitely be doing that. No, there's nothing. Like, you just might have to bite the bullet in some cases, but, with the Monumentalist being gone, there isn't really anything that's too game-breaking necessarily that you want to worry about, whereas other things are just as good. On now, like the prime time.
I see. Thank you. Yeah, so we're seeing, again, both teams down to one barrier. Josh brought down low, with the Lunan Yu coming in, unfortunately. Wasn't able to get the kill onto Josh, and Striker Kai putting on a lot of pressure on this lower side, but Zay Forever making sure that is held with the Oni's Blade coming out, and wins the strike against Striker Kai as well. And now open barrier behind Dragon Slayers 2, and Kilius taken off the field. Power play on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, and Luke does get the power cord out, gets it around Josh, stunned by Striker Kai. And Tragic just trying to push it through the speak. It's getting it around Zay Forever here, trying to make the power play happen. Kilius is back though, and now power play is ended. And now Zay Forever is getting chunked down. Only has one evade because he has the core flip and wants to save it for some defining plays here. And potentially like that one gets it through, trying to lay on the pressure. Josh is there, but Kilius does hold for now as they try to scale on open form primary from the Kazan. Use Supernova, making sure Tragic can't get the strike cooldown back in time. Zay Forever using the slice and dice, unfortunately does not reach the core in time, rotating with Josh behind him to back him up. The pack passing to his midfielder, I mean, that was great. But energy flip used by Striker Kai to try to get it through there in time. Striker Kai low energy now, but Heavy Metal Gundam might have to do a little bit more surviving before being able to take advantage, and Luke, great primary, just speeds up the core. 2-1 lead now for Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, I mean, if you were hoping for a relaxed game, I don't think this is the one. I mean, these points are going for so long, and it's amazing that Heavy Metal Gundam is able to survive with all the damage and still take barriers. So even losing a point there, they look very good.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy Metal Gundam even getting kills back, because this is their power play. Tragic just making sure, even using core flip, making sure that they can keep up that pressure. But the core slides between both Josh and Tragic. And Dragon Slayers too, even though they're dying, they're actually getting a lot of value from the plays. But this might be the sequence that they secure. And there we go, Heavy Metal Gundam. Josh just core flipping it in.
Yeah, that was a really well-timed flip. These KOs are just coming out of nowhere, it seems, for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam when they do come. And you can just see all of the damage coming out by Dragon Slayers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, immediately chunked down. The Striker Kai also just very low. And you'll get to the orb, but things cannot be said for Josh, as Kilius just piling on the pressure. Josh now having to work with a staggered now. This is really dangerous, and Kilius almost killing Josh, even hooking, even power cording, even Luna nuking, but Josh is alive with all the abilities up. Even that missile isn't going to finish off that now, and Day Forever having that space to play around, but Dragon Slayers 2 have a nice triangle around the barrier of Heavy Metal Gundam, and they do get it down, and that Luna missile speeding up. Tragic is there in time. Unfortunately, Striker Kai gets the core that slips out in first set for Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, that's a very difficult situation to be in with an era goalie. I mean, you just have to clear down there and hope that you can, get it past them, but it doesn't look nice. We are seeing a missile prop, which I imagine you don't want the Luna to get here, so that might be a deny if the Vice doesn't first pick it here. Going for prime time makes total sense. That's a lot of damage on the Vice. Even with the damage reduction, that's super valuable. The missile prop does fall, which is a little scary. Luna doesn't really have much else in the draft that's really game-breaking, so I think that might actually lead to a bit of a terrorization of Heavy Metal Gundam here.
Yeah, this looks like a really rough draft for Heavy Metal Gundam. I mean, Day Forever got size onto Zentaro, but I don't think that was like Zentaro loves size as more as it was a deny on Kilius as well. And Josh really needs to survive to get that stacks value, but yeah, how do you feel, Jet, about the drafts on both teams?
I think Dragon Slayers kind of won that draft just on the monumentals or the missile prop alone, in my opinion. Though Orb's not really the a favorite in the draft, so you could argue that Kilius isn't super happy, but the rest of their team definitely is.
Sounds good. Yeah, Josh brought down low once again, still maintaining control of his stacks though, and trying to get around Striker Kai, who is also low. And Zay, great strike around Luke, and leading in the second set is Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, really good shot from Zay. I mean, that's sort of what I've always known Zay for, is these really well-placed strikes that are just impossible to deal with when you're playing something like a Vice that's small and not necessarily the most mobile in the goal box per se. So I think that's exactly what we should expect from Zay Forever.
Yeah, Zay just using the Oni's Blade and Zay to just wait out the Supernova from Luke. Kilius brought down low once again with combo of Now and Zentaro, I believe, and they're having a tough time holding on to the barriers, but they are holding as Dragon Slayers 2. In the backlines of Heavy Metal Gundam, both have flipped, so Tragic and Josh both have flipped, and Striker Kai flying dangerously close to the sun. Wasn't punished for it though, and retreats safely back, grabs their orb, and now Zay Forever and Josh trying to push through the front line of Dragon Slayers 2, and Luke just clears it back down to Tragic. Striker Kai misses the dash, unfortunately, collides with the wall there, and a great Oni's Blade from Zay Forever, putting Kilius on the back foot once again, and Josh with the core flip has a lot of kill pressure, but opts to use it for core control instead, and that Luna nuke is going to be enough to force out the core flip, but the second barrier does go down. Kilius also goes down, and Dragon Slayers 2 has to hold an open net with Striker Kai and Luke. They both have core flips though, and now Luke comes back, but teleports back, but not in time. The core goes in.
And then the diamond emote. You gotta love it. Unfortunate mistimed strike. That can often be a tricky thing with these eject button goalies, is you blink forward and you think about striking, and you just mistime things when you blink back, and it's just unfortunate when that happens. You don't like to see it. Zay Forever with the flip. Kilius taken low again, probably wanting to put that orb replicator to use, but there are no orbs to live with, but a good barrier take from Zay Forever. Luke still holding this flip, keeping abilities up, and it's looking like Kilius is about to go down there, but staying alive for now.
Yeah, great flip from Luke, does clear the goal, but Tragic with the core flip coming in. This might seal the deal here. Striker Kai, though, does react to it in time. Get the core out, and now energy low on both teams. Kilius brought down low once again, and that Oni's Blade is going to seal the deal. Zay Forever, Zentaro Passive coming in, and Slice and Dice stunning Luke. I mean, Heavy Metal Gundam really seemed on point that set.
Yeah, they really seem to be capitalizing and really, pumping out that damage. I think once Josh was able to get full stacks, the game sort of shifted a lot. It was very much like waiting for that opportunity. So maybe speed is the win con on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. We are seeing the extra special hover. Zentaro taking heavy impact, considered one of his best awakenings. And I think it's got to be cast to last on the era. Explosive entrance, that's fair too. That's also absolutely, totally fair. Stinger, the Kazan is looking like not long for this world if this keeps up. Opting for Prize Fighter there, possibly trying to deal out more damage and counter what Heavy Metal Gundam, this non-KO comp necessarily, has been doing. They've been pumping out a lot of damage, tons of counter damage. So we'll see if they're able to really get these kills on Kilius.
Yeah, Kilius just not really able to have a good time with this Arrow Beam, with this Now damage, and that Stinger. Oh, even then, Heavy Metal Gundam coming out ahead and 1-0 lead on the third set.
Yeah, they're turning around. I really thought that things were just going to snowball and get worse for them. And every time I look at this draft, I'm like, surely it's not going to work out. But they're making it work, really showing how strong of players they are.
Yeah, Striker Kai, great reaction to the Slice and Dice, getting the strike back up in time to defend the barrier. But no matter, the barrier does go down. Tragic, great rotate to the bottom side. And now Zay, great find around Luke. But Kilius, once again, brought down low, trying to contest the speed gate, unable to, and has to Kazan open form out of there, and losing. Striker Kai taking the speed gate too, and Kilius just has to run around back, and Luke does find the exit though, and now energy advantage in favor of Dragon Slayers 2, and Kilius just trying to make something happen for himself and really can't. And Striker Kai trying to kill Zay Forever with the core flip, unfortunately was not able to find it, and Tragic did not angle that storm to take advantage of that push. And Kilius is going to be back, so Heavy Metal Gundam does spin the power play here, but now this is Tragic with a core flip and not even needed. Great strike from Now and Zay Forever.
Yeah, a weird little bounce there, I think, mixed Luke up. Those, that little bit of the bumper can just be so tricky to play around as a goalie. And you think you have it, you don't need to flip, and then suddenly it's just gone.
Yeah, Luke playing aggressively, but Tragic already set up the storm there, teleports into Doom and Gloom, and Supernova coming out, but Kilius just unable to push through, and Josh is out brawling the Kazan so far, but there we go, Luke doing a lot of damage onto Josh, but even so, he's alive. That small bit of power not able to be there. Luke just gets out just in time before the storm reaches him, evacuates at the nick of time, and Josh now making sure Kilius can't really see orbs or see the core or really anything, and Josh has the core flip now, but not needed. Zay Forever is going to secure that kill. Striker Kai misses the dash, unfortunately, making Luke be in a 1v1 situation against Zay Forever, who does use the core flip now and gets it out, but unfortunately loses the second barrier. And now open net with a core flip now, and that's going to be second set. Heavy Metal Gundam really finds their footing.
I mean, what do you do there? This 3v2 with Vice Luna is just so difficult. They're not defensive characters. It's really difficult to play with. So it's sort of a question, I think, whether Dragon Slayers want to keep, looking for Deadeye. It looks like they do want to. And looking for this, damage output to try to scale as much as possible. The bulk up pick is going to give some survivability to Zay there, which is really, really good. Possibly unkillable at this point with Vambrace. And I find the team player deny kind of the pick interesting. To be totally honest, on the goalie, team player is obviously a great awakening on goalies, but Vice is not a mobile character, and so glass cannon, which gives you power and speed, is really quite beneficial to these damage goalies, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we see Kilius actually pick up Ad Rush, which has been the talk of the town, but it looks like, I guess Heavy Metal Gundam's thinking that Kilius isn't going to be that much of a threat, if they can just end it here and now. And here and now, they're trying to do it because Zay Forever, Tragic, and Josh all stack up on the top corner, pushing with the storm. And Luke has a supernova set up on the other side, but he needs to get the core out there to use it. The Luna Nuke coming out, Luke is wise to it and clears it. It just in time stops the core with the supernova, and the missile coming out, but Tragic, great reaction. Gets the core out after the missile hits, and Kilius looking low once again. Just trying to get some levels up and some stats going so that he can really use that prize fighter, but unable to do so just yet. Has to heal up a little more. Dashes for the orb and gets it. I mean, great play from Kilius using that speed to his advantage, but still, once again, Josh just healed himself back up, and Kilius is half health. And like, once again, a push to the top side from Heavy Metal Gundam, trying to get through. Luke does use his core flip, trying to get past Josh, who does react to it. And Kilius is doing really, really good here, using the speed burst to his advantage, and getting some things done without dying. And Zay Forever dashing in after the Oni's play. Kilius hooks, but does miss the second barrier coming in. Then now Dorito is set up in a dangerous spot from Josh. Does wait it out though, but now this is a core flip now, who only has one evade, and now he has low stagger. And Kilius really wants to take advantage of that. Unfortunately, a little too slow on the setup. He was being interrupted. But Heavy Metal Gundam does lose the second barrier in return for the Luna. Kilius is also looking really low. So this is a power play on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, but they do really want to get this barrier, equalize the count. Luke, great clears coming out, and even is going to get that, slightly slow under reaction after the Oni's blade. Does stop it with the supernova coming out, but Zay Forever uses the flip.
What a save.
Held, what a save! And Josh getting it through, but Luke's so close. Very nice clear, and now Kilius is back, and he does have cooldowns, even if he's low stagger. So we're going to see a lot of fast cores in overtime as Kilius tries to get around Tragic and Zay.
Yeah, Zay doing his best to keep the core up. Tragic does have that flip if need be, which does provide some security. A missed dash from Striker Kai is really going to not secure that point. The flip used by Tragic, and it's blocked away by the secondary. And a strike, I believe.
Yeah, Kilius just threads the needle, and this is the break that Dragon Slayers 2 need if they want to come back and win this.
Yeah, NASA player showing me what an idiot I am. There's the team player proc just absolutely securing that goal for Dragon Slayers.
Josh does have 150 stacks though. Josh has 648 power. This is wow. This is such a fast now. But they're doing a great job. Dragon Slayers 2 is doing a great job of getting it around this super fast now, and even gets it around Tragic here. The arrow boost not fast enough just yet. That speed keep's gonna do it, but Luke just pressuring up top. Has to run away though. The eject button timer is running out. And the core just slips through. The supernova there, unfortunately not in time. The Thunderstruck not in time, and Kilius just uses the core flip, gets around Tragic, mixes him up, and gets the second point now for Dragon Slayers 2. Really finding his footing now.
Let's pretend that was the greatest dribble ever. And say no more about it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about this game. It defies all logic, in my opinion. They're just both teams are playing really well. Controlling the core and dealing damage. It's a just expert game.
Absolutely, and Striker Kai brought down low in the backlines, but he is a Luna. He can dash forward if he needs be, and setting it up with the Thunderstruck with Luke. Unfortunately, a little bit of a mistiming there. Needs the missile won't make its mark, and stuns Tragic with the dash. Striker Kai has to evade, has to run away from Zay Forever. He was making sure Striker Kai can't run to the orb as easily as he would like. But does back up Striker Kai all the way. Luke and Kilius did hold the front lines with the supernova even, and Striker Kai reacts and gets it out. And Josh is looking really, really low with 64 stacks. He wants to get them back up to 150. Zay Forever also looking a little low, has to spend his core flip, does not get a barrier out of it either. And Dragon Slayers 2 very oppressive with the core flip. Luke even reacts to that core flip pass there, and Josh looking dangerously low. Kilius diving in, and Striker Kai boosting past the core past Tragic. And now we're going to a set 5.
Yeah, a really good amount of patience from Striker Kai there. Not to just, dash and strike. Now, obviously, NASA players, we're not going to expect them to just dash and strike all the time. But, yeah, really good play from Striker Kai. We are seeing 2 sparks for the era available. If they want to go for that, Spark of Focus makes sense. The specialized training, the super surge, and the peak performance, obviously, for survivability, and also to deny the Zentaro. All really good picks. The specialized training falling to Vice is a little scary. If she can land those ultimates, if the Vice can land those ultimates, then it's kind of game over for whoever on Heavy Metal Gundam. So I think everybody's pretty happy with that draft for the most part, especially with the era getting the third spark.
Absolutely, and a great missile from Striker Kai onto Tragic, who does hold onto the second barrier. Oh, immediately loses it. Kai's great boost. Kilius, great pickup on the recovery drone because he needed to use that one right there. And yeah, Luke holding onto the one barrier, which is really important in Night Market. Stay forever, though, immediately knocking that out of his hands. And Luna Nuke coming down, Zay Forever forced to use his energy as Kilius brought down low once again. Even though he is level 8 now, he's still low. He's still a Kazan, and you can't be too careful. Luke with the Strike 4 against Zay Forever, almost killing Josh with Kilius there. But a little bit too low in the power department. Striker Kai has a core flip, wants to get in a position to use it, uses the insta core flip. Unfortunately, the angle wasn't quite there. Luna Nuke coming down, making sure Josh is going to be killed, isolated, but Zay Forever picks up the trade and power play denied. I mean, Heavy Metal Gundam staying in this great storm from Tragic as well, but oh, the speed messed him up just a little bit. Striker Kai finds the goal.
Yeah, really good strike from Striker Kai. It's a difficult situation. Tragic just had to move into the center and expect that straight shot, but that's really hard to do. And was just a little bit late to it. Zay Forever taking a quick barrier, almost KO'd by the dash bug, which would have been unfortunate, but staying alive. And Josh with no stagger and no evades is looking very scary against this team.
Yeah, Luke just using the Supernova. Josh kicks it into it, knowing that there's no path. And oh, great heal coming out from Josh as well, but Kilius is making sure that now it's going to stay low. Does core control with Striker Kai on the midfield, trying to take advantage. Does Thunderstruck comes in for Luke, trying to get some picks onto Zay Forever with a vertical power core. Striker Kai using the core flip onto Josh and dashes in, making sure the barrier is secured so both teams have an open net to defend. And Kilius just on the hunt for Josh, but Josh does quite a bit of damage himself. And nice boost though from Striker Kai, speeding up the core 2-0. And all of a sudden it's match point for Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, it was looking very scary with how easily Heavy Metal Gundam was staying alive and managing to counter this kill comp, but they're managing to pull out a win. They just are 1 point away. That's all they need, and hopefully they can secure it here, or for them, hopefully.
Yeah, Josh healing out and getting himself nice and healthy again, winning the speed gate war as well as the Luke does corner clear through Kilius, and oh, the core just speeds up so quickly now, even though it's not overtime. And Josh looking dangerously low again. Kilius on the prowl. Luke does lose the barrier off of that weird Night Market angle though, just mixing up all the goalies in the world today. And Luke does secure his core flip now. An unfortunate boost from Striker Kai means that he will die. And we'll be back 8 seconds later. Zay Forever getting hit by the Supernova, just immediately drained half of his health. And Josh, a great down line, securing their first point here for Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, they're not out of it yet, but they need to keep, taking advantage of things. It's just an unfortunate situation to have your Luna dash into a Monumentalist era NATO like that, and that just kind of lost the point for them. I mean, Striker Kai is doing such a good job of, controlling everything and putting so much pressure on them that losing him is kind of a very difficult situation to be in.
Absolutely, Kilius controlling the midfield with the Kazan, hooking as well. Striker Kai almost taken off the field there. Wow, that was a lot of pushback from Zay Forever. Does live though to use the Luna ult. Josh has to run out of there and get some control of the midfield. Supernova forcing out abilities from both sides, from side of Heavy Metal Gundam, but a nice storm push from Tragic is going to ensure the core stays out of danger zone. And Josh and Zay both low, but aggressive plays coming out. Josh really trying to run away from Kilius after making that point now, as Zay is trying to keep the core up, but Striker Kai is really winning the battle in this bottom lane here. And Luke even trying to rotate the core up top just a little bit before going back, getting that value out of the eject button. But Josh has a flip and uses it through, and now we're at a set 5.5.
Super savable. I mean, yeah, that's sort of been the name of the game, is like, if Heavy Metal Gundam survives and they can capitalize on this sort of weakened defense on these characters, that's their whole game plan, right? And it seems to be working when it works. And if they just can stay alive, then it works, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see Zay just what a great sequence with the Oni blade after using in the Zentaro passive, just making sure everything's like nice and bundled up. And Luke, once again, the EI rush from Zentaro from Zay Forever, making a lot of value. Kilius does have flip though to stop any kind of pressure, but he is on the mid of the map, and Josh is going to win the speed. But even though Kazan hook comes out to crooked leverage, generating a lot of value from the Kazan, taking the first barrier for DRG2. And Striker Kai really wants to make sure the core goes through. Kilius brought low again. I mean, Zay Forever on the prowl with the Supernova trying to make some distance. But oh, what a great placement from Zay is going to secure the first game of the series. Heavy Metal Gundam lead 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, if you asked me at the start of draft who was going to win that in this meta, I don't think... I think I underestimated the power of Monumentalist now and Era. So I think that was a little bit surprising to me, but it makes sense. I mean, you know, when you think about now is obviously a survivability character, really good for that, especially with the Monumentalist. But Era, in a lot of ways, is as well, right? Like we saw in the previous series, Expo Chan doing this a lot on the Era, minimizing the brawler before your teammate gets killed, so the damage doesn't hit as hard, and it's harder to actually confirm those kills. So I think in hindsight, we're seeing like that this is a survivability comp, especially with the Zentaro Vambrace. And that, I think, made a huge difference in things like stacks on stacks, making it easier for Josh to survive. Made it super hard for them to get those kills that they wanted. Only 2 kills on the side of Dragon Slayers, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Kilius came online, but unfortunately it was too little too late. And yeah, Josh holding on to stacks was absolutely huge. So we're going to go to next map and see what kind of adjustments Dragon Slayers 2 have made. And I think next map is going to be their pick as well. So Heavy Metal Gundam, this was their map. Dragon Slayers 2, they're going to answer back on Atlas's lab.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of interested, because I had said, you know, early on that I was interested in seeing the core control coming up from Striker Kai. And that's definitely true, right? Like there's still a lot of this core control on the Luna that was taking place, but so we might see, you know, on AtLab, which is that map that, you know, is very versatile, we might see a lot more of the core control gameplay that we kind of know Striker Kai to do, which I'm really excited for. We might see Kai this game. We might see who knows, right? Like there's lots of good core control options. So I'm kind of excited to see if they're going to come into this with a totally different game plan instead of, you know, brute force murder.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Striker Kai had the highest redirects in the lobby, so he did see a lot of that core. I do want to point out though that despite it being a survivability comp, Red Team did more damage than the Vice Luna Kazan. I mean, that's they're surviving by throwing hands back. That's a crazy comp. And
I mean that's one way to do it, right? Like if the other team is dead, they can't kill you, and that just happened to be the case. I think they were just taking advantage of the Monumentalist in a lot of ways through the Aeronado and the just now hitting harder, being able to put out a lot of damage, but also Vambrace, right? When you're trying to survive, you have to hit things, right? So that I think helps. And Zentaro is no stranger to damage, right? So it's not surprising that we're seeing almost 50k from Zay. It's just looking at this comp, if I said that there was 11 KOs on one of these teams, and you look at this comp, you don't expect it to be Red Team here, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all right, so Atlas Lab, right? We have a Hotshot Fighter Flight Start, and HMG banned Juno, and DRG2, Dragon Slayers 2 banned Juliet.
Yeah,
So,
this is going to be, I think, a totally different game with these Awakenings, right? The Hotshot, the Fighter Flight, generally core speed and general speed. So it'll be interesting to see what gets taken and by who. We're seeing the Rasmus and the Estelle coming out for Dragon Slayers. Which, you know, the Rasmus is a really flexible pick. I'm not sure if Luke plays the Rasmus goalie. I don't think I've ever seen it, but very good goalie to be picking up on AtLab in general. And Hotshot is a great goalie awakening for goalie Rasmus. So I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case, if Luke does play it.
yeah.
But it could also be a brawler pick, right? Estelle Rasmus is always scary.
Yeah, I mean, this does mean that Vice Zen is unlocked and immediately, picking it up. Actually, not immediately, because I think they delivered it before picking up Zen. But I do think Zay Forever Zen and the Vice is going to be really scary damage for Heavy Metal Gundam. and we round off. I believe that's Tragic's rune, right? Or no, that's not. It's on the side of Dragon Slayer. So we have a rune pick. Is that Luke's rune? Is that a?
Yeah,
is that
I'm
a
not
Luke's rune?
sure. I don't think I've ever seen Luke. I mean, it's entirely possible. I don't remember ever seeing Luke play it. But you know, there's always opportunities to, you know, have a pocket pick.
Yeah, I'm too low elo to know to meet Luke on the regular. You know, he's rank 1, so I mean, it's
Hey, me too.
just looking at the comps now, right? Though, we see Aimee Vice Zen. That's definitely we get kills, we secure kills comp versus Rasmus Estelle Rune. I mean, what can Rasmus Estelle Rune do to like survive against this onslaught?
You know, honestly, I think it's just score quickly is one of the big game plans for survivability. And you know, if you pop the black hole in the middle, your survivability game gets a lot easier because you just play to the center instead of playing to the edges. And you know, you don't have to be afraid of these edge KOs like you do on something like Night Market, where it's sort of pushed down into these pockets, right? So, I mean, there's still going to be a lot of damage coming out from Heavy Metal Gundam for sure. With the Aimee, with the Vice, with the Zentaro.
Wait, Luke is on Flix?
Okay, so this is what I was thinking of when I almost said it. I've known Kilius as the Rune goalie player, so I'm not surprised to see that pick up there done like this.
All right, I mean, huge, a nice shakeup coming out from Dragon Slayers too. Yeah, but looking at the Awakenings, how do you feel? We have, you know, 4 hot shots, 2 fighter flights.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me on these characters. I think, yeah, I think that's just the way to do it. I think maybe you could take Fight or Flight on the midfield Vice, but I'm not sure exactly if that's the right call or not. I'm not a midfielder or a Vice player, so I really don't know. But taken very low Josh again, which has been the name of this series for Josh, and just trying to fight for his life. And the really good black hole kill from Luke is going to secure that. Good awareness to see that was popping up.
Yeah, that's like a 0.5 power play because they're both the forwards are so low on the side of HMG, on the side of Dragon Slayers 2, but they still make it work and they take the barrier of Tragic as they try to pendulum swing it through, and piercing shot's gonna do it.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation. It's hard to react when you're into a hotshot Estelle like that. Knowing exactly the timing, knowing exactly how fast the core is going to be going when you haven't really warmed up to it yet can be really tricky.
Yeah, Black Hole immediately getting popped. Josh didn't want that there. And Striker Kai being brought dangerously low. I mean, Aimee by Zen just doing what they do best, just doing damage and setting up the turret for pressure. And a great cyber swipe from Tragic, unfortunately, doesn't lead to the barrier being taken. And a nice room pillar from Kilius. Great placement there. And Striker Kai brought low once again. Luke and Striker Kai both brought low, kind of taking turns having to die here as Heavy Metal Gundam starts piling on the pressure once again. They want to end this 2-0. And they're going to get 1-1 on set 1. They're tying it up.
Yeah, where'd all my friends go? What do you do as a rune there? You know, your forwards are either dead or staggered. You have the flip, but honestly, saving it might not be the worst idea because it's kind of doomed at that point.
Yeah, energy economy in favor of Dragon Slayers 2 now, though. And Luke looking to score a quick point. Tragic holds once again, but Striker Kai diving in and gets a strike.
That's an unfortunate clear from Tragic. I mean, you're trusting your midfielder to maybe be there and strike the core, but and get it to safety. But I think a center clear is really what you need there. Hard to see in the moment though, with such mobility from the Estelle and the Rasmus.
Yeah, Striker Kai rose warp to the center, just cutting off all those moments. And yeah, it's a really tough call to make if you're Tragic. But Josh does have core flip almost taken off the field by Luke there, though. Great pendulum swing awareness. But he does survive though. Sets up the supernova. And Tragic just finding the angle that won't get his barrier taken. And very impressive. The black hole does come out again though, and Luke looking for a double barrier, but doesn't find it. Josh playing around, getting the core out, and meanwhile Luke is kind of brought low. Unfortunately, the skills, by the time they came back, Luke was back on stagger, and now he's going to take the second barrier. Dragon Slayers 2 looking strong this set. Josh and Zaper kind of stacking together a little close. I think they want to kill Luke here with the Oni Blade. They do get it, and the Rose War tanked by Josh. And there we go, Luke almost dying, but he's gonna find an orb, and Kilius saves it. Unfortunately, Striker Kai's piercing shot grief the barrier, but Josh has a nice setup with a supernova. Oh, proportionate angle, but lives. Tragic holds with the glitch pop, and the death touch is circumvented. And now it's Josh with a core flip and Zay with a Zentaro passive. 2-2, tying it up. I mean, both teams making this really close.
Yeah, I mean, there's that back shot from the back primary from Striker Kai there is a little unfortunate. Not really what you want to be seeing. But you know, Heavy Metal Gundam still had to capitalize, and they just did that very well.
Absolutely, and now barrier down for Heavy Metal Gundam, and this is the point. This is the point. You don't have any more chances. This is the set, and it's going to be a really nice first set draft for whoever wins this. And we're seeing Luke just buying some time, making sure Striker Kai can get into position and Kilius get into position. And they're using the black hole to kind of play it around, but Josh was wise to it and uses a great power chord. And now Zay Forever rotating the core down. Doesn't get the barrier though, and Luke forcing Tragic to use his own flip. And the cyber swipe there, but Kilius just walking all the way up and core flipping the barrier open. And Dragon Slayers 2 are in a great position to take this ever important first set. Zay using the core flip, but unfortunately unable to find value as all three members of Dragon Slayers 2 are on full defense. But that one glitch pop is going to make things happen. And the supernova, really scary. Striker Kai couldn't run away from it in time. And now has to face the full wrath of the Vice then, Aimi. And the core, oh, Kilius is there in time though. Crystal Thorns being used, Rose Warp being used, but Kilius is going to has to step up and play midfielder because Striker Kai had to give his life for that. And Josh, great primary, but Kilius was aware, gets it around. Luke buying enough time for Kilius to come back. Double goalie, power play ended. A great usage of the black hole to keep Josh out of the play for a little bit more. He's coming back though just in time to clear Striker Kai's offense, and the Crystal Thorns coming out. Tragic getting it back into the corner though, and the supernova very threatening on the middle of the map. Unfortunately, all members of Dragon Slayers 2 navigated around it, and Striker Kai looking really low, but all it needs is just 1 point on both sides, and that's gonna find it, and Luke's gonna find it. Dragon Slayers 2 take the first set.
Really good shot from Luke there. I mean, what are we watching? I can't tell what's happening with the core speed, which is, you know, amazing that these players are able to, you know, keep up with it. I'm always thoroughly impressed. We are seeing a Deadeye or Prime Time for the Estelle, whatever really she wants here. And she goes for Stinger, denying. I think that's probably a decent call. Kind of one of Zentaro's favorite awakenings when you're looking for damage. But it does mean she has to give up the Prime Time. Rasmus taking the Deadeye. I'm not the biggest fan of this pick, but I know a lot of people swear by it on Rasmus, so it's fine. It's not like it's a bad pick or anything. The Vice getting Prime Time. That's the second time Vice has gotten Prime Time in these two games, and that's really interesting. Survivability on Kilius, survivability on Zay Forever, all of these things kind of big factors. So a good draft all around for both teams, I think.
All right, yeah, Zay Forever getting hooked by the Rasmus. You can really see that Deadeye value, just dragging him half map, but and they take the first. They still take the first barrier. Does Dragon Slayers 2 as Zay and Josh kind of slow down the core with the Thunderstruck and try to rotate to the bottom. The Kilius' pillar is there, but the second attempt makes it through, and Tragic unfortunately hooked back, but Josh is there, and Luke unable to get there quite in time. The Whiplash comes out, but still Tragic is going to find some great pillar from Kilius though, so they lose both barriers. Does Heavy Metal Gundam as Dragon Slayers 2 look to pile on the pressure as Kilius is continuing to pressure with his pillars. Josh having to use the Supernova and finds a nice sweet spot. Thankfully, Tragic was able to get the court around in time so the Supernova didn't grief. And now Zay Forever just trying to buy some time for Josh to come up, and they do, but Kilius just rotates it down now as Striker Kai forced to use their flip, and the core goes into overtime.
Yeah, it seems like most teams are looking to play for overtime. Like both teams, like the core speed is just the name of the game here, and it seems to be how these games are going for even the last one as well.
Oh, good great awareness from Josh, yeah, and Zay following up too.
Yeah, really good reaction from Josh to see that that's if you don't grab that with the flip, that's probably going in. So really good awareness, and wasted 2 flips to get that goal, but I mean, you're not unhappy getting goals in this game.
Yeah, you got the goal at least. It's worth. Great double banish from Kilius, really showing why he picked the rune. swapping out positions with Luke, and unfortunately does lose the second barrier there though. So Heavy Metal Gundam have a great chance to go up in this set. But Kilius does have a flip though, and using pillars just to stymie the offense of Josh and Zay forever here. It's Tragic just eject buttoning up, but has to return back to answer the piercing shot, and an unopportune Atlas Black Hole, making Josh go dangerously low. Has to use the Supernova to survive here. Oh, but a great angle regardless. Striker Kai has to answer back. The EI rush coming out. Tragic preemptively using the turret, but Josh not back in time to save the goal. Oh! And the flip from Tragic. Oh, trying to get it through Luke, but Luke just finds it. Luke reacted to it.
Yeah, I mean, it was Luke's point right there, between the hook to take the barrier and then the good read to see that Tragic would go for that center clear. Just making sure that goal goes in through and through. So really good job on Luke there, who's taken immediately low and walking back for that orb now. Miss Banish from Kilius is going to kind of lose some value there, and Luke just needs to survive, fighting for his life, and he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully no prize fighter stacks to worry about yet, but Kilius, great reaction with the slicing dice, and the glitch pop actually reefs Tragic here, unfortunately, and Kilius, it's all him. 2-1 lead for Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, good on Kilius, making use of that secondary and the flip together. Really nullifying that kill, which is exactly what you want to see if you're a Dragon Slayers fan.
Absolutely, and Striker Kai making sure the top lane is held as Luke just fights in the middle. Luke having to burn his core flip though immediately, and now Kilius just kind of pillars himself in. And this is low energy Luke against accomplished a lot of damage, and Zay even pressuring the second barrier with Zentaro passive there. Ami turret comes down from Tragic, and Luke's gonna just fall once again. Oni's blade coming out to secure just in case Josh doesn't do it. And the pillar comes out half formed, I think saved by a member of HMG here as they look to take the top barrier. Kilius and Striker Kai are holding. The power play is held. Striker Kai brought down low. Piercing shot coming out to do some damage to Zay. Zay rotating up top to make sure the core is secured. Rotated back to Striker Kai, who rotates it down, and now Heavy Metal Gundam set up a slow offense of their own. I think they're just waiting for an Ami turret, waiting for a Supernova or anything to pressure, but Luke does use it, and Tragic is forced to use his turret defensively. And a great Thunderstruck coming out, but unfortunately, it griefs Tragic core flip push. And Striker Kai brought down low. Zay forever. Oni's blade kills Striker Kai, takes him out the field for another 10 seconds. And Josh having to core flip around, and Zay forever slicing and dicing, and even evades. But this is looking like a really scary moment here as they have to hold another power play from Heavy Metal Gundam.
Dragon Slayers are doing a great job of holding these power plays, though. That's sort of one of the things about Kilius Rune that I know, which is that it's just so hard to score on. The character, even without Awakenings, can be just such a pain on this map because the pillars are basically the size of the barrier, right? So it makes it hard to sort of be able to score. Kilius is walking right up into the middle, taking away those clearing lanes, and Luke is down again, almost off the map. And, survives there! I thought for sure that Luke was gone. They take the barrier with Striker Kai, confirming that. But if Luke can survive here, it's going to be very scary for Heavy Metal Gundam to, be able to take this point.
Yeah, scary banish from Kilius coming out, but unfortunately didn't lead to a goal. And Zay forever does win a nice strike for placement. And Luke is alive and he's back. He has energy once again, so he can try another assault onto the positions of Heavy Metal Gundam. And great double barrier, great double pillar from Kilius, ensuring that the core stays in offensive positions for Dragon Slayers 2. Just passing around Josh's Supernova, trying to get around the Ami turret. Great Rose Warp and gets it through Josh. I mean, Dragon Slayers 2, they're looking to equalize the series.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's their game. I've said multiple times, if they can just survive, that seems to be their win con, and they're doing it really, really well. They're really keeping it together. However, not much survivability in this draft available. And I don't know what you take as, deny the adrenaline rush. That makes total sense. I was going to say, I don't know what you take as the Estelle here, but that's definitely the pick. 1-2 punch, Spark of Strength, a lot of damage on Heavy Metal Gundam. Size on Rasmus, you can't be unhappy, but this is a pretty straightforward draft. This isn't a hard one to do, I think, but denying the adrenaline rush is really, I think, the standout thing that's happened.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing Dragon Slayers 2 lead 2-1. A great pass from Striker Kai to Kilius to ensure that that first barrier is going to go down, and an Aimi turret used defensively once again. But no, takes the first barrier for Heavy Metal Gundam as well. And Oni's Blade holding the core in place for Tragic to get back and use that glitch pop. And now full defense on Dragon Slayers 2 as they're looking to set up a slow push on the top side. Luke just walking over or having to walk around the black hole to get into position. But now Striker Kai is brought down low, having to give up on the offense. And Josh almost takes Striker Kai off the field. They Forever's here to kill though. Rose Warp though is going to help Striker Kai stay alive. And now it's a power play for Dragon Slayers 2. Tragic, nice read onto the pass between Luke and Striker Kai. And Kilius does use that pillar, but the Aimi turret is going to be enough to push the core out. And now we have Atlas Lab. The core is being held onto the black hole. Luke brought down low, and the Supernova, he has no energy. Oh, but he lives. Luke lives and has a death touch. Zay's going to... Oh, he even survives Zay's and Tragic's attack. And he can generate more value, even dodging the power core from Josh. And Luke is looking to heal up here. And scary moment. But Kilius was covering the angle, I guess that would have led to the immediate goal. So the core just bounces off the top side, coming back. Striker Kai, great flip after the Rose Warp, making sure the play stays away. And Kilius, great pillar right on top of Zay Forever, so that his dreams of scoring the goal there was ruined. Oni's Blade does come out with the passive. Striker Kai looking really low. Supernova coming out. The black hole comes out, though, right in time for Luke to fall into it and get taken off the field. Striker Kai almost close, trying to get some cooldowns up. Josh is looking really low, so it's not a power play, but Kilius, unfortunately, the core slips through him.
Just not enough speed to grab that. Like I've said many times, survivability matters, and I think dribbling on a black hole that's about to spawn might not be the play. Luke dying there really changed the game for the worse for Dragon Slayers.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Slayer is still in a good lead. Gets a great double barrier from Luke, and nice passing with Kilius. I mean, both of them have goalie experience, so the back line is solid. Striker Kai getting it through with a piercing shot, and Ignite Spanish ensures that Josh is brought down low and has to retreat into power chord.
The chain lightning, unfortunate.
Unfortunate situation for Heavy Metal Gundam, but Dragon Slayers 2 are back in this set.
Yeah, that's the curse of Vice, especially with prime time. You have a lot of chain lightnings to screw yourself over with.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a great pillar placement from Kilius, making sure the top barrier is down. And now the second barrier is down, and they're looking to lead the set 2-1 here. But Zay Forever does get a great center clear through. And Josh does have core flip, though. He can use this to get some tempo back for themselves, and a great wait out of the piercing shot. And Zay Forever passes to Josh so he can set up himself. Oh, unfortunate glitch pop timing. Does get it to Luke, but wasn't able to make stuff happen. And now, great find from Luke. Threads the needle.
I mean, Luke is just
playing
moly. Like dead 90% of the time, and kind of carrying 80% of the time. Like just absolutely amazing plays from Luke here when he's on the map. When he's not on the map, it's a little scary for Dragon Slayers, but getting one good barrier and putting a lot of damage onto the Vice, who's just gone now from a rune pillar, with flip as well, which is a really unfortunate situation for Heavy Metal Gundam, and hopefully Dragon Slayers are really hoping to see if they can secure that here. The Vice comes back up. Zay is low though, so another opportunity to kill on the side of Dragon Slayers. A flip used by Zay Forever. Not going to get any value. Not just yet, but a lot of pressure is still being applied.
Yeah, that looked really scary for both teams, and in the span of 2 seconds, the momentum just shifts so quickly. But Luke is coming back from the back lines, and Zay Forever is the one looking low as of this moment. And Luke, a great pendulum swing find onto Zay Forever, even has the whiplash. But Zay is going to just EI rush out of there, and a great hook coming out from Luke to make sure that they take the barrier. And now both teams have an open net to defend. And Zay Forever is still low. And Josh gets the core just swung around him by Luke.
Yeah, now did Deadeye proc there? It must have, with the built different. Maybe it's just built different core speed, but no strike reset on Josh makes that very hard to save. So really well played by Dragon Slayers. The first game was really close, and this just felt so dominant from them, despite all of the damage potential coming out from Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, is nature healing? Is core control making a comeback? I don't
in this
I mean,
meta.
I don't
Who
know.
knows? Who knows? I don't know. I'm not good enough to say for sure. So
It's I mean, great plays coming out, even using a roster, not a roster swap, right, but a position swap between Luke and Kilius, and they really made it work. They really showed why they chose Atlas Labs. So both teams gotta get some feedback, and they're gonna come back with under Decider, which I believe is on Gates of Obscura. So that's gonna be a really
Yeah.
cool map.
I love this map. This is probably one of my favorite maps in the pool, and people are probably going to hate me for that. It's a controversial map. Like, some people really like it, some people really hate it. I've always loved Gates, even the original one. It's such a fun and interesting map with like a lot of dynamics that really favor being able to pass and work with your teammates. So I think I'm hoping, I said this last game, but I'm hoping that maybe we'll see a small shift from damage. But in this meta, anything is possible. We could just also see 4 siphoning wands and some high damage eject button goalies or cauldrons goalies. So who really knows?
Yeah, I mean, that was huge, and I think going to the third set, right? It's I think Dragon Slayers 2 really showed their mental, like how strong it was, because it's hard to swap off of your main position if you're Luke, right? And be like, yeah, I'll be brawler. This is this might be the one that sets them, because this is losers. If you lose this, your playoff run is over. So that was a really strong showing for them to come back and swing and say, yeah, we're comfortable with doing this with our tournament life on the line. So yeah, great plays coming out. I don't want to understate Heavy Metal Gundam's performance though. They showed a lot of strength here. They weren't able to secure kills, but that was impressive damage coming out from Zay and Josh and Tragic. And they did get 6 kills, which is respectable. And unfortunately, they did fall short here. They're going to be going to their decider match.
Yeah, I mean, the 6 kills, it felt like so much more. Just with how Luke was staggered the whole time, it really felt like they had way more than 6 kills. But not confirming them, I guess, is sort of the issue. I mean, being fully staggered is pretty close to having a kill anyways. It just doesn't tick up a number. But it really felt like it was a lot more and that they were just surviving. But I guess Luke playing the game while staggered was really a deciding factor in that.
Yeah,
and we are seeing draft happening now on Gates. So we are seeing Dragon 2 with the Juliet ban on a 1-2 punch and orb start. I'm interested to see if anyone is going to go with the orb replicator here. I'm sure someone will, definitely, like the goalies probably, depending on what you pick. But I'm wondering if there's going to be anyone else, or if we're just going to see another bloodbath of sorts.
Yeah, for sure. Heavy Metal Gundam once again banning Juno, really putting respect on Striker Kai's Juno here. And Dragon Slayers 2 banning Zay Forever is, of course, the Juliet. Really going to be threatening on maps like Gates. But I mean, what kind of comps do you think we can see with 1-2 punch and orb replicator?
I don't know. From what I've seen, like, is it going to be just damage again? Like, that seems to be how it's going. I've said, like, 2 times I've said I'm excited to see core control from really either team, and it's just been damage through the roof. So who really knows at this point what's going to happen? We are seeing the Estelle picked up by Dragon Slayers, and the Kazan first picked by HMG, which is interesting. Kazan on this map is good. I mean, Kazan's a great character, but with the 1-2 punch, that can be very, very hard to deal with on a map like Gates of Obscura.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that's going to be Josh's now as well. So we have the Kazan now, drafting a little bit of survivability in there. Of course, that relies on Josh just dodging everything, being a now. But I mean, 1-2 on Estelle, right? Does that mean Estelle can kind of function as like a dash punching brawler with the Quangles?
Yeah, I mean, if you know how to do the combo, it's not as easy as the dash punch combo to land those Quangles, but definitely it can be a little scary. Now, on a map like Gates of Obscura, it's really hit or miss in my opinion, but I do think the 1-2 punch might be the pickup for the Estelle here. We're seeing the Rasmus and the Rune coming out again, so we're seeing the same comp. Yeah, the same comp. Well, I mean, if it ain't broke, so that's probably a Kilius goalie again, which makes sense. The 1-2 punch on the Rune is an option. You can also go orbs and play for that. There's an angle where your whole team takes orbs, depending on how you draft your comp, and you just play for energy advantage. That's certainly a viable game plan, but I do think that it will probably be a lot of 1-2 punches, looking at the Vice and the Kazan, and Rasmus's style can go either way, but I think it's probably Rasmus 1-2 punch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the on Heavy Metal Gundam, they also drafted the same pick, except for I think the Aimi is replaced with now. But yeah, I mean, both teams kind of like thinking that the core piece of their game plan isn't too broken, I believe, and that Vice is just always going to be looking threatening. And I actually don't know if this is going to be a goalie now from Tragic, or if this is going to be a midfield now from Josh now.
I guess that's a good question. That's a good point. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess we'll find out in like a split second here.
Yeah,
it is the goalie now. You're totally correct. That's absolutely correct. But you know, I'm not surprised. The only one taking orbs there, which is it makes sense. You know, I'm not surprised. Which will lend some survivability to Zay Forever, the cardboard box character who folds like rice cakes. So not a bad decision there for sure. And I don't think 1-2 punch is really the pick on now goalie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're also seeing a total of 0 wands here. Again, nature is healing, but we're still gonna see some damage, plenty of damage. I mean, Luke just pulled Zay Forever, and Zay Forever has like half health again. But that Van Brace value just coming out, and it's gonna be Heavy Metal Gundam that take both barriers on Gates of Obscura, and barriers are really, really important in Gates of Obscura. It feels like if you take the gates first, you kind of win the point.
Yeah, I mean, with both these goalies who are pretty high mobility, it's perhaps less of a problem than say like an Atlas or a Dubu. And wow, what a strike from Luke! Just getting the hook and then centering it right between Josh. It's hard to deal with that core speed. So really well done from Luke. Yeah, when you have these more mobile goalies, losing both barriers is never it's always bad, but it's not as bad as say an Atlas or a Dubu. So, which are both pretty popular picks on this map for goalies. So, it's not nearly as bad as those cases to lose both your barriers.
Yeah, I also just wanted to highlight Striker Kai, great Rose Warp, just making sure Tragic's core flip through the portal wasn't gonna just take a barrier for free, and Kilius just double barriering Zay Forever. Not killed quite yet, but Striker Kai Rose Warp just threatening Zay Forever, making sure he has to use his energy to survive. But the Supernova from Josh buys a lot of space for Zay, and Kilius isn't able to follow up with those cooldowns, having to just kind of hold off Josh's onslaught. And now both barriers are down for Heavy Metal Gundam. They have to hold an open net, and Luke just trying to rotate up. The speed not quite there yet in a portal play, unfortunately, but almost leading to a barrier. But nice whiplash from Luke, threatening a goal onto Tragic, but he does clear. Josh uses the core flip to continue the pressure on, and then now Dorito unfortunately disappears right before the core gets there. Still though, a portal-less side push from Heavy Metal Gundam is going to be threatening, but Kilius and Luke both walking up with a core flip, just passing it to Luke through the portal, but Tragic answering right back with a flip of their own. But Striker Kai almost has a flip now, and Josh Supernova, unfortunate reaction, and 2-0, looking to secure set 1.
Yeah. One thing I'm noticing is that Kilius, Striker Kai, and Luke are really playing the portals super well. Like I said, this is one of my favorite maps. It's all about the portals, and they're making these passing plays to each other. And I think that's a lot of the difference maker, where they're able to get barriers or just apply pressure by doing these quick rotations through the portal. Just like that. A great read from Striker Kai to flip right through the portal, seeing that Tragic was a little out of position.
Yeah, absolutely. Striker Kai brought down low, almost just a half stagger, and now has to deal with the Supernova with no energy. And Striker Kai trying to use a piercing shot, trying to make some relevance happen, and Josh does opt for the core control over killing Striker Kai. And it is rewarded with the second barrier now, though, for Heavy Metal Gundam. And Zay Forever has a flip, and he's walking, trying to pass through Josh. Unfortunately, wasn't in sync quite there. The core's pass through portal. Kilius is right there, but held with the Thunderstruck from Josh. And now they're trying to wage offense on the portal side. And nice core flip from Zay means that Kilius needed to block there. And now coming back is the Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell. It did seem like if that pillar had formed in time, it might have been able to save it, but that's such a tricky angle. Really difficult to save when you're just a lone rune, not taking up that much space. So really good shot from Zay.
Yeah, for sure. Great push from Heavy Metal Gundam. Make sure that they have to deal with Josh's Supernova, and now both barriers down on the side of Dragon Slayers 2. Both barriers up for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, and Tragic and Josh both have core flip, and Kilius just has to deal with the net, and Josh just wants to walk up, even gets a power play as Heavy Metal Gundam. They're looking to come back, to looking to go to a 0.5. Striker Kai does have core flip though, and he's just holding strike coring Zay, who just wants to force the issue into corner, but Josh has a core flip. He's coming out with a Thunderstruck. Kilius is aware of that and uses the pillar, and now Striker Kai is looking to pile on some offense, but even so, the core slips through, and Kilius just finding a lot of these center clears with the Supernova. Every time it comes up, Luke falling to half health, and Josh with the core flip still, with the Thunderstruck just coming in, but still they hold Dragon Slayers too. I mean, Tragic is going to wait and make sure that Josh can get into position, and they do get it around, and Luke now in a dangerous position. He has one evade though, does dodge the Thunderstruck, but Josh is going to shark around with the core flip in hand.
Yeah, I mean, this point might be... Yeah, there it goes. Really good shot from Tragic. I was going to say this point is probably over for Dragon Slayers. Just because, I mean, the amount of flips that were coming up. The Orb Replicator difference might actually be making a huge difference here for Heavy Metal Gundam in these longer points where you do get to have more orbs. A really good banish from Kilius there, keeping pressure up. The unfortunate ultimate from Josh almost takes an own barrier, but it doesn't. Really good pillar from Kilius to keep that core up. And Tragic dribbling. Zay Forever still with that flip, choosing not to use it here. Oh, and just like that, taking the barrier as I speak too soon.
Yeah, I mean, Caster's Curse is a real thing. You're cursing them in real time, Jet, but a great piercing shot from Striker Kai does take the second result in the second barrier being taken now, and Zay Forever dashing in with the crooked leverage. But that's an open net. Josh, great power core, saves the core, actually gets it to Tragic just in time. And Striker Kai uses his core flip, unfortunately wasn't able to link it to anything, and now has to kind of retreat back because Zay Forever is pounding on the damage. Is going to be able to get the core though, and uses the piercing shot for defense as well. And Kilius finding a lot of value with these rune ultimates. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite there with the core speed. The Tragic does get the clear. Kilius just making sure that both that Heavy Metal Gundam can't get a point in for free. And now the offense is on the portal side, and Kilius tried to rotate it down to the portal less one, but Striker Kai just getting damage piled on time and time again, and even there the crooked leverage almost hitting him as well. It's looking to be a lot of damage on the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Yeah,
what felt like a really, dominant...
Oh, Zay!
I can't get any words out. Zay, stop.
Yeah,
the flip coming in, right? Like, a lot of points and a lot of barriers have been taken by these flips, and I think... the Orb Replicator is really working its magic, pulling the strings in the back. We have a lot of interesting picks here. Kazan, lots of things, Twin Drive, Size, Heavy Impact. We have, Glass Cannon, all of these characters, especially for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Really like a lot of these awakenings. So we'll see the Heavy Impact, one of Vice's best, picked away, but she does just get extra special, and Rune doesn't. Though definitely not unhappy with Timeless Creator. Kilius will be able to really hold down these barriers a lot more with the 1-2 punch and the Timeless. So happy drafts, I think, for everybody. No one's too upset.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to say, if Dragon Slayers win this and they go on, they have to play three. That's three best of threes in one day, I believe. Wait, no, they don't. I'm lying. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna start play by playing. It's gonna be great. And Kilius, Striker Kai brought down low. Kilius does lose a barrier, but Striker Kai is there to help. And Tragic, unfortunately, has to deal with an open barrier on their side. And he is very mobile, like you said. This now is very mobile, so it's not as bad looking as the Atlas and the Dubu, and having to deal with it. And it even gets a kill onto Striker Kai. And Zay Forever using the flip is going to... Oh, but Kilius comes back in time to pillar off the second one, but Zay still wins the strike core. And now this is Josh with the flip. Unfortunately, uses it before Kilius strikes the core back. And Striker Kai's back, though, so power play held, but at what cost, right? So Tragic just making sure, just mind gaming, making sure that Zay can get into an advantageous position before he decides where to clear the core too. Josh Supernova, a perfect link to Zay, who finds that lower corner of the barrier.
Unfortunate pass by Luke there, right into the Supernova. You want that just like a few centimeters back, so that it can go straight to Striker Kai and not to the Supernova. But it's a game of inches, right?
Yeah.
And just like that, Josh has the Supernova back up again because of the extra special. A flip out from Tragic, trying to secure a barrier, not getting anywhere, and another kill from Tragic is now a kill character.
Yeah, that extra special value, just seeing time and time again, Striker Kai immediately taken off the field, Luke being brought down low. He's going to heal up though, so that's good. And the power play has been held with only one barrier. Kilius has to use the flip. Oh, Striker Kai barely saves the core just in time. Zay waiting for that orb in the top right corner, but the core was unable to find the way to him. The crooked leverage held by Luke as well, and there's a lot of pressure coming out. Kilius has to rotate back though to save the core. But Luke just finds the core and threads the needle. Almost time for a goal here for Dragon Slayers 2, but Heavy Metal Gundam do hold, and Tragic is playing so far up. He's going to find his way back though, and Josh is there. Luke read the hook, but the pendulum swing, that was a great point for Dragon Slayers 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kilius is really doing everything to hold these barriers, and it feels like a lot of the pressure is on Heavy Metal Gundam defensively, which is interesting because they've won the set, and that was true last set as well. Like, it's all a lot of the time on the back foot of Heavy Metal Gundam, and they're just taking advantage of every opportunity really well. So I think if, this Rasmus Estelle combo can start securing barriers faster, it'll be a lot harder for them to lose the game and lose barriers.
Great waiting by Luke. Great waiting by Tragic. Does win the strike war against Luke after the core flip. Now the core goes through. I mean, Tragic touched that core right before it went into the portal with the secondary, ensuring that it came out on the right side of things. And Josh and Zay both have a core flip. Zay has to use it to alleviate this pressure though. And now Josh is collapsing onto Kilius and Striker Kai, and Josh has a core flip, unfortunately misses, and the Dorito doesn't come out. Doesn't kill Luke either. So Luke is alive, but barely breathing, as he has to tread in treacherous waters to touch the core or anything, honestly. But second barrier taken for Heavy Metal Gundam, and now Luke just being bullied around, making sure Zay Forever secures the kill. Tries to hook the core back and mess up Kilius, but unfortunately the core was a little too fast because of overtime. Banish coming out from Kilius onto Zay, stopping the pressure. Just buying some time for Luke to come back in 2 seconds, 1 second, then he's back. And Striker Kai and Kilius do hold successfully, and the hook comes in, but Striker Kai already on it, just making sure his brawler can get the core. A nice pendulum swing, unfortunately misses the core, and now Kilius has to leak it with Striker Kai, who has no energy, and Josh is going to come out with that Supernova, just taking so much damage. Kilius aware, pillars it up, but Zay crooked leverage into the strike.
Yeah, Zay, I might be a little good on this character. I've known Zay to play this character a lot. I think a lot of people know him too. It's no surprise that he would just masterfully take that point with no issues.
Yeah, Striker Kai brought down low once again with Josh. Just so much damage coming out of the device. Great Rose Warp though, away from the crooked leverage, and he's going to live and take the orb. And now Dragon Slayers 2 have both barriers down, and they're looking to tie up the set. Tragic is there though, doesn't get hit by the pendulum swing, so is able to save it, and the core just barely there. Zay, good crooked lever trying to get around. Kilius is there though, then Josh has to use his core flip. But Striker Kai also there, using the portals to just abuse the rotations, and Tragic has to move around, can't get the orb, but Josh is going to get the orb now. So Kilius has the core flip soon. He's coming up. One energy, one pillar should do it, and let him get the secure. Oh, there's a pillar, there's a strike. He has a core flip, but that's an unfortunate spot in the Thunderstruck. Great rotate into Whiplash, but oh, the clear to right back to Luke. Gonna answer.
That was so well held by Heavy Metal Gundam. It's sad to see them lose on this, but after such great strike layering and ability usage, but Kilius is walking so far up that once you can do that with a rune and you have abilities up, the game becomes a lot harder on Gates of Obscura because you can just place these portals in really bad spots.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Slayers 2, Heavy Metal Gundam has seen a lot of value on that early Supernova, but they haven't been able to translate it into gold after the first two. But this might be it. This might be a barrier there because Striker Kai looking really low, has to run away, dodges now Dorito though, and that's gonna be a game-defining moment potentially. But oh, Roseworth into the orb unfortunately dies, and now Tragic gets both barriers. Josh with the Supernova, and the core goes so fast.
Yep, the 1-2 punch kind of coming online there for Josh. That's a hard situation to save. Like, not quite a checkmate, I don't think. If you VOD that, you might be able to find a way out, but that's not an easy situation. Looking at draft, we see 3 sparks, so Zay could pick one up here, but opts for the prime time, which I think is honestly one of Kazan's best, probably one of best awakenings, especially with the 1-2 punch. It can be so scary to deal with that character. The stacks on the Rasmus, if Luke can keep those up, that will be really interesting, and make it really hard for them to, if he can max out those stacks, then it'll just be like surviving and taking barriers as much as possible. So that's definitely going to be a game plan for Luke here.
Yeah, that looked really scary there for a second, but Luke does evade in time. Zay Forever really evading the close rune ultimate. That's really cool. And Luke, Striker Kai brought down low, even if Luke wasn't, and has to kind of survive, and Kazan's open form primary is going to do it. And Achilles just trying to hold, puts the pillar down, unfortunately loses to Crooked Leverage though, and that's first barrier down on this power play. Still has 3 seconds to go, and the second barrier goes down, and still we have to wait for Striker Kai. He comes back, power play ends with 2 barriers down. And Striker Kai though, making a difference. Yeah, great primary from the Estelle, making sure the barrier count is equalized here, and Zay Forever having to do a 3v1 in the middle here, so Achilles is going to get the clear.
Striker Kai walking back with the core, trying to wait out the Kazan abilities. Using the energy burst there, 2 energy bursts out from Heavy Metal Gundam, but no value whatsoever from them. A wasted supernova, doesn't really connect with anything. It's hard to keep up with all of what's happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Striker Kai just playing around the portal, just dodging everything, dodging the quick leverage, just going back into the portal, dodging this. Oh, the Thunderstruck with the core speed on Tragic!
The hot shot in overtime with Glass Cannon might make that core move a little fast. Yeah, it's not like it's a crazy now build, but situationally it's really favoring Tragic and holding these barriers as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Striker Kai brought down low once again with no energy, but still making the strikes happen, dodging the power core, getting 2 barriers. I mean, Dragon Slayers 2. Showing a lot of life in these games, even if the set score is 0-2. And then we're seeing Striker Kai just Rose Warp in just boldly, even with all the health down, and Achilles just playing so far up, making sure that Striker Kai can find piercing shots like these. And great play, and 1-1.
Really good from Striker Kai. Just perfectly placed, and then the primary, strike primary. Not the hardest thing to do, but it's having the awareness to know that that's a hard one for any of the characters to reach, just to place that strike there. Oh, really good hook. I thought that was for sure a barrier. Really good hook from Luke to save it.
Great patience. I think he was waiting for Achilles to potentially have a primary, but when he confirmed it wasn't happening, he did use his hook. But now, on the back of that, Dragon Slayers 2, they're in a great position to take this point. And, oh yeah, it slips in!
An unfortunate supernova. I'm not sure if there was an issue with strike not being up, or maybe it's a ping issue. It's really hard to say, but that's a very unfortunate primary from Josh.
Yeah, Josh laughing it off. They're trying to get their mentals up, and yeah, because this is a match set for Heavy Metal Gundam, right? They can move on to the next stage if they do win this. And Zay Forever and Josh have full energy right now, and one of them might spend it for some pressure. Not needed, and Zay just bouncing it off. Oh, unfortunate bounce off the corners, and all that rotations that they did to get the pressure off of themselves it's back just like that. The now Dorito coming back into Supernova layered on is going to make sure that the barrier doesn't stay down, and Josh having to use his defensive flip there. Striker Kai, great piercing shot, doesn't find the tip of the barrier, and a great Thunderstruck from Josh, making sure Luke misses his strike twice. Zay Forever dashing in, Crooked Leverage, top spin coming out, ensuring that the core stays in. Tragic using the flip, rotating around, but Luke is there, Achilles is there. Dragon Slayers 2 is locked in on the top of their games, and they take the second barrier on Heavy Metal Gundam. And now it's 2 barriers to none for Dragon Slayers, and they really want to secure this set to get some life into them. And Tragic, great hold with the secondary, and a great now Dorito, but Achilles once again holds. Josh is low, Striker Kai is low, and is secured by Tragic, and once again corner pressure coming out, but the pillar just stymies it, and Luke, great redirect. Tragic is there to the Glass Cannon Mom Boost value, coming out, and now power play has ended with only one barrier taken on DRG. And that core did not go into the portal, and Tragic making a lot of space for Josh to come back defensively. Great awareness of the Crystal Thorn. Striker Kai wasn't able to sneak that one in. Zay Forever dashing in, crooked leveraging, but the core flip misses. Josh still has one more in his pocket though, and he's going to use it. Get around Tragic! And wow, they're coming back, Dragon Slayers 2.
Dragon Slayers 100% have the power to reverse this. They're showing just exactly how well they can play these portals. I mean, if you pay attention to the goalies, which as a goalie player I always do, wow, Monumentalist now might be scary here. We'll see if the Estelle denies it, but you really want the rune ahead of the Now as the only character who can deny it. And it does fall. Unfortunate. And we have a lot of really good Vice Awakenings here. They're all kind of being picked up, but, Stinger obviously not unhappy with that. The spec training Rasmus is going to be really interesting. The hooks are going to knock back so much further, especially with the 1-2 punch. So it'll be interesting to see how Luke, takes advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at least it wasn't spec training extra special Vice, right? But
yeah, I mean, it's definitely a deny, but, two quick barriers just like that off the Supernova, putting Dragon Slayers in a bit of an unfortunate situation, but they're putting enough pressure to possibly get their own, and that's a second barrier fall for Heavy Metal Gundam.
Oh, Killia saves the crooked leverage redirect from Zay Forever, that was a wonderful play from both sides, but the defense won out. Striker Kai with a great Rose Warp that's reacted to by Tragic, but he's on the back foot. He's running away from Zay Forever. Does get the orb in time. Oh, the power cord reacted, but unfortunately locked into place. Oh, Killia saves even that with a great room pillar. Luke saving the core away from Josh's Supernova. And the pillar coming out. They just need to wait 4 seconds, but not in time. Zay Forever securing the goal for Heavy Metal Gundam on the power play.
Yeah. When you're in a corner like that, I mean, Kazan can just do so much with all of these abilities to just make your life miserable in the goal box. So it's not surprising that Zay Forever, pretty good Kazan player, was able to secure that. A good pendulum swing from Luke, and then a hook, and we see just that specialized training hook taking off so much damage from Tragic. Both barriers gone now. One flip, on the side of Josh. Might have to use it defensively here. And not even that. No flips traded. Luke saving his, Josh saving theirs. And Striker Kai gets that point.
Yeah, I mean, huge plays from Striker Kai just coming in from the back lines. After being staggered, battered, and bruised, he still showed how relevant he was, and that piercing shot's going to rotate it through. Luke pulling Tragic with that extra special powered hook, or not the extra spec training powered hook, and that Supernova from Josh, very threatening, but all members of DRG2 are able to get out in time, and now it's barrier down for Heavy Metal Gundam. Unfortunate sink on the Thunderstruck as well, but flips on 2 forwards, and Killia, 2 forwards and a goalie, and Josh reacts to it just in time, getting the core out of there. Zay also has a flip to follow through, has to burn it on that Rune Ultimate though. And now energy advantage on the side of Dragon Slayers 2, who have Killius, who have shown that he just walks up and takes those, and Luke just retreating just in time for Killius to swap places with him offensively. Josh, great control using that Supernova, and Luke unfortunately wasn't able to stop that offense with his hook, but still one barrier up for Dragon Slayers 2, meaning that they have a heavy advantage so far, and Zay does take that advantage away from them because that caster cursed them. But Luke, great pendulum swing. Yeah, it is, it really is. I shouldn't say anything. But Killius getting it through to Luke, and Zay Forever gets it through, but Killius, unfortunately, the pillar's slightly too forward.
Killius might be the greatest forward on Heavy Metal Gundam. That's an unfortunate pillar. It's tricky. Placing those pillars can be really difficult to get them right, and we see it not working out in Killius' favor there. Killius does have the flip, though, and actually both goalies do. Josh now has a flip as well off the Orb Replicator, I believe. Good primary from now to secure one barrier, but they really need this second one to seal out the game. But with your forward gone, might be a little difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, core flip from Josh continuing the offense, buying time for Zay Forever to come back, even especially with that power cord Chain Lightning, too, just slowing down the core tremendously. And now Tragic and Zay Forever just working. Oh, Zay slips into the portal, unfortunately, and that leaves the lower side wide open for Luke and Striker Kai. Does get it out somehow, though, those Heavy Metal Gundam. And now Luke and Striker Kai looking really low. And there's only one orb in the backline that's going to be a stealth. They coming in with the crooked leverage. But Luke does use his one evade to dodge it. And core flip into piercing shot was blocked by Tragic and Josh. But Striker Kai still putting a lot of pressure on, even though he's looking really low. So Kilius is taking the place. But Kilius immediately goes out by the Supernova double KO. And Zay Forever gets the double KO. And we're looking like a Heavy Metal Gundam victory potentially because they're bouncing between and Luke can't hold them all.
Almost gets the hook. I mean, last game I had said I wonder if Luke, plays the Rasmus goalie, and we had the opportunity to see it there. But with no teammates, it's a little hard. Not exactly your usual gameplay. So Heavy Metal Gundam taking it in just a series of crazy games. I don't know how either of these teams are going to stay awake after that. Like, that just has to knock you out to play in, hot shot 1-2 punch games, just, back to back. So really well played by both teams. I really thought Dragon Slayers had the chance to come back, and just that kill on Kilius, followed by the kill on Striker Kai, just sealed the deal. And it's really unfortunate to lose that way.
Yeah, it all ended so quickly. It really looked like that Dragon Slayers 2 had a strong offense going on, and that's what Kilius probably thought too, right before, they got taken off the field. And that's all Heavy Metal Gundam needed. And wow, like these have been some series of upsets, because Dragon Slayers 2 have looked nigh unstoppable in the regular season, but anything can happen in playoffs. And hey, we were here to see it. We were here to see Heavy Metal Gundam take down Dragon Slayers 2-1 and move on.
Yeah, I mean, Seed 1 falling like that in 2 games is always a little bit of an upset. One of the I think, maybe the best record. I think there were 2 7-1s, right? So it's really unfortunate to see them fall like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, props to both teams. Like this has been a lot of 2-1s, but I mean, Heavy Metal Gundam just comes out slightly ahead of Dragon Slayers 2. And yeah, what a play, what a masterclass by Zay Forever, Josh, and Tragic, just making sure their offense stayed. And even when their defense is falling, they make sure that they can secure those KOs and get the power play back and stay in the game. Yeah,
I mean, and I don't say this a lot. I think it's considered one of the worst awakenings in the game right now, because there's so much good stuff. But Orb Replicator, I think, had this impact of, getting all of these flips on Josh and Zay, which, a flip is great on its own, right? Like, you get to have control of the core speed, and, take barriers and score goals really easily. But the other fact about, core flips is that the goalie has to kind of play, and the midfielder have to kind of play around it. Even the forward, right? You see on kill maps where, Juliet has core flip and you just can't play remotely close to the edge at all. So having all of those extra core flips up from Tragic, which Dragon Slayers didn't have to contest that, definitely made things very, very difficult for a myriad of reasons. And that small difference might have been, the deciding factor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have seen some crazy games today. All of them have been 2-1s, and we have 2 more series, guys. We have 2 more series, and they're going to be coming after a break, though, for sure.
Yeah.
So we'll be.
I was
right
hoping
back.
to go to bed at some point, but I think.
What's up, everybody? We're here in North American Strikers Academy. We've got ourselves a little deep into playoffs today here as we enter our second losers quarterfinals. Got Oncoming Traffic, who got taken out on their first series, and they're going to be going up against the Flying Blobos. And honestly, if you told me at the beginning of the season this is how a losers corners would go, I'd be a little surprised. Honestly, I think a lot of people were kind of like week 1, 2, 3 were really expecting this to be kind of like a grand finals matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, things can get wild very quickly in Strikers Academy. So while I agree that I'm surprised, I am also excited. I mean, we've got two really good teams already fighting it out. One of these going on, trying to save their life. Other one goes home.
Yeah, it's a bit scary too. And after losing your first series, you definitely don't want to go out on it. And I think the character, kind of the player to watch here for that is going to be Tempo Melon. Obviously, I think has been playing so well so far this season. And I think that she's kind of come up as the star player on her team. So I think that a lot of hopes are going to be riding on her and her performance here. But on the flip side of that, Mangoes Are Yummy, I think another player who I'm very curious to see how they end up playing this series, because it really does feel like Mangoes has the capability, has kind of that lock-in capability to be by far and away the best goalie in the league. But as of right now, I haven't seen that just quite yet, and I'm hoping to see that sometime this series.
Nope, this is the opening gambit. Overtime has been going on for a hot minute as they are trying to fight over that core. That banish came out, stopped everything for just a little bit, but we've got full meters, but that one just got slotted in. Fire Madden knocked that one right in the top corner for the first goal. Hopefully, Flying Blobos can keep that up if they want to move on.
Notably as well, right, this is J-Man and Fire Madden, sort of the legendary duos that sent us into the era of Magnetized Souls. So they're going to work incredibly well together, and I think that they are one of the duos, even here in the North American Strikers Academy, that you really cannot fall asleep against. They have one of the best synergies of any forward duo, I think, the NAS just generally. So they're going to be looking to play very clever to get around your defenses, and it's going to be up to Tempo and Mangoes to prevent any sort of shenanigans from happening. We already saw that there in the first point, Rune catching out Mangoes Are Yummy, and there we see it again, the kind of the raw Scyther 12 hook to come out against Mangoes here. And even though it's nerfed, the fact that J-Man's going to be pulling it off means it spells that I think Flying Blobos are here to play.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Flying Blobos here to play, but so are Oncoming Traffic. They have the power play. They have the aggression. Power play is over with Fire Madden coming back, trying to answer back, and they do. Beautiful barrier take, trying to push that advantage. There is the banish, gets deflected, however. Flying Blobos definitely trying to make something happen here. Tempo Melon looking low on life, nearly staggered, trying to get everybody off of her. But that Oni's blade coming out, deflected, denied. Beautiful stuff, beautiful defense. But it only lasts for so long. Flipped in their face, sent them to the back of the net, and following is the core. Tied up 1-1.
Yeah, that was a bit of a cinematic play there from Coin getting the KO and the gold right there. And I think I didn't talk about it much because I was talking about my expectations for the series, but this is a fairly damage-heavy game. The specialized training 1-2 punch can lead to a lot of doom and destruction. And I want to talk about this 1-2 punch on the Era, right? Mainly not known for damage, the Era goalie, but what 1-2 punch allows Era to do is now she has something that she could use for speed. She beams the core and then strikes it. It activates that 1-2 punch, which allows her to potentially red core in overtime situations to get kind of that discount team player. On the converse side, it does also allow the Tornado to actually do a significant amount of damage because it immediately procs off of that first tick, but still not going to be, it's not like it's Vice or anything, but it is something to think about as well, especially because Mango's forwards are the Vice and the Centauro, two characters that are very good at getting a lot of damage out very quickly.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see like a lot of damage coming out in general. Coin letting that blade fly. Banish comes out to tell them to cut that out. Fire Madden lowest as possible on life, staggered, but health is a resource, knocks it in bottom corner, not prepared for it are Mangoes. They do manage to take the lead with that one, 2-1 for Flying Blobos as we kick this one off.
Yeah, already we're seeing some of that damage already. J-Man gonna be sent from one side of the map to the other and off that damage. And as of right now, it really feels like Fireman and then J-Man, they are finding these clever goals. They are finding these kind of interesting passing plays or 1-2s in front of Mango's net. And I mean, the Era just doesn't have any buttons to really react to that sort of thing. So Mango's is going to have to be very heads up. He's going to have to be on top of things in order to prevent this from happening. And right now, Banish comes through. Good flip from Coin defensively, but there are just no resources on the side of oncoming traffic right now.
No, there aren't, but they are still managing to make things happen. There's still a lot of damage that's coming out. Pensando not looking too healthy. There they go. Core goes a little bit flying, freewheeling as this power play for oncoming traffic continues. J-Man trying to do something with it, trying to take advantage, but looking low. There it goes, double KO. The passing play begins. Up, down, all around. Where is it going? Bottom corner. Oncoming traffic with the tie-up.
Yeah, just textbook performance there. Textbook passing play on a power play between Coin and Tempo Melon. They've got that synergy locked. They've got their studying done. They've done what they needed to do to get that offense going. And we've got a tied up set here for set number 1 already. What has been a very back and forth NASA playoffs continues to do so, as right now J-Man and Fireman in a potential opportunity to close out the set.
Yeah, they do very nearly. Coin has been swinging, so has J-Man, and right now it is open barrier for oncoming traffic. One barrier does get taken for the side of Flying Blobos. They have to watch out, protect that second barrier as best as they can as this core continues going. Flip goes out, stuck by Fireman. Coin, on the other hand, across the world, taking bodies, stacking them and racking them, but power play is on the side of oncoming traffic. It is one woman against the world. Coin doing their best to try and get that barrier. They do manage to make it as J-Man does come back, but that is still a power play. Not for very much longer. They do manage to recover, but all of a sudden they all like lost all half of their stagger. J-Man is down nearly again. Pensando doing their best to try and stop this onslaught, but no dice, nothing doing. And that is point 3 and the set for oncoming traffic, certainly hitting like a truck.
Absolutely. They are the ones to make the first blow here, and they're going to be the ones rewarded for it as well. This is a phenomenal draft. Tempo Melon, pick of the litter, to go that extra special, which guarantees that Zentaro gets that explosive entrance or heavy impact. So now it's going to be rough. On top of that, Pensando loses out on the Monumentals. It does go over to the Rune, which is not nothing, but overall it feels like everyone on the side of oncoming traffic got something that they wanted, and it really feels like Pensando and J-Man have to just work with what they're given. Obviously, the aerials still going to be useful. A Dash Awakening on now is no joke, but it's certainly much more stronger on the midfield iteration of the character rather than the goalie. So good KO coming out, though, to start it off. And, I mean, this is just a really strong draft for oncoming traffic, but as of right now, it's a power play for Flying Blobos.
Yeah, Flying Blobos are the ones looking to take advantage, looking like they're the ones who got all the pain. And right now, it is 1-0 as they are trying to work back and tie this up in sets very quickly. Let's see how they manage to make it work.
Something to keep in mind as well is going to be those evade meters for everyone on the side of Flying Blobos. With this specialized training to start the Vice off, that means that a fully charged Supernova really can threaten to KO you from 2/3, 3/4 even health. If you're not careful and you don't manage that energy well, Tempo Melon will take advantage of it as one of the most killing midfielders here in the North American Strikers Academy.
Yeah, they will as that banish goes out. J-Man looking a little bit low at first, but Pensando got their back. Now says, I can heal you. It's fine. Barrier gets taken on the side of Flying Blobos. 1-1 for both teams. Tempo Melon looking dangerously low, bleeding, trying to stay in the party. So is J-Man. J-Man hovering around, gets that bit of energy, recovers that life a little bit of an extra lease on life, but not so much for the side of Tempo Melon gets snagged, dragged, and tossed off the pitch.
And still power play now for Flying Blavas again. Ooh, amazing stop by Coin there, using the slice and dice. Assisting Mangoes Are Yummy with a clear as well. Tempo Melon going to be back up. The power play now coming to an end, but the offensive play from Flying Blava is not totally out yet. Pensando sends it up to his brawler, not going to get the goalie barrier. Now Tempo Melon going to be looking to clap back there, is able to do so, gets the final goalie barrier. Coin now, no evade to his name, half HP, now 3/4 to work with. The Rune Pillar mixes oncoming traffic up a little bit, and they're still trying to get the clear through. Another Rune Pillar as well does the same. Tempo Melon now passes up to Mangoes Are Yummy. Coin desperately trying to get a hold of the core, but it's just really not coming to him. And now J-Man, a point blank flip here, gets it through off of the pillar that Fire Madden gets down. And this is the most synergistic forward duo in the NAS, ladies and gentlemen. That was insane. That looked intentional, and that looked practiced. That was a crazy offensive play coming out from Flying Ball.
That was a pinball shot, perfectly timed, perfectly executed, and right now it is 2-0 for the side of Flying Blavos as they do take that second barrier. There it goes, open goal. One barrier gets taken in recompense, but I don't think Flying Blavos are looking too fussed about that one as they continue the offense. Pensando moving up, all three members of Flying Blavos doing their best to try and push this one, end this set real fast. Flip goes out, nearly countered by the arrow, but it does get cleared for a bit of a moment. The black hole doing its best to send it where it will, but not so much, not happening. Side of oncoming traffic does manage to clear it out. Pensando doing their best to make that a short-lived situation. Mangoes Are Yummy has a full stick of butter to keep that core safe and contained so long as it doesn't go flying, which it's about to in 5, 4, 3, 2, and there we go. Overtime, and that core is about to go flying. There's the red. There's the life on the side of Coin doing their best to try and get something, some sort of offense going, and that will help. There goes the flip, and there was a sick attempt at trying to go across the country, but wow, that was a demon angle, and that was a demonic snatch.
Now it's going to be a power play again for Flying Blavas. This time on set point, flip comes out for J-Man. Oh, the pendulum sweep doesn't hit it, but Fireman there to make up for it in the end. And that, I don't know what to say. That was just clean play coming out from Flying Blavas. Really feels like J-Man and Fire Madden, they're the ones to be looking at in this series. They want the attention, even though I gave Tempo and Mangoes the analysis at the beginning of the series. And they're going to be sort of rewarded for this. I think the Mighty Colossus is going to be very big for this Rasmus here. But on the flip side, Castellas 4 Rune team player as well, going to be picked up by the Era, which means that core speed is going to be coming out very quickly, especially with that 1-2 punch. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of red cores even before overtime coming out from Mangoes Are Yummy.
Yeah, what kind of surprised me, though, is the Rasmus took the Spark of Strength, not so much the Might of the Colossus. I think it's very clear now at that point. J-Man kind of feeling the sparks. Maybe want to try like a Mayor Sparktown build. I forget what you call that, but whatever. Yeah. We are going into third set. Coin looking very low. Coin been trying to be a bit of a daredevil this whole game, just operating on low life pretty much half the time, if not most of the time. And it's been helping. It's been doing good, but there's only so long you can get away with that.
And I think what's interesting too is I think opting into that Spark build. Sorry, just going back to Awakenings. I'm a bit old, you see, and it is guaranteed or near guaranteed if he gets anywhere high on the pick order here. That because there still are 2 Sparks left in the draft and still at least 2 sets to play out here in the game. So going to be interesting to see what happens with that. A lot of size still left in the pool regardless. So even if J-Man didn't want to scale with size, he still could pick it up should he not get the Sparks himself. But going back to the game here, a good hook almost sends the core right in, but for now it is oncoming traffic's power play.
Yeah, wow, just dashed it straight through him. Red core, Pensando just caught sleeping at the batter's box, could not get that one, and early lead on the side of oncoming traffic, trying to bulldoze their way through as they had been attempting earlier. We need to see if that's going to be effective for them now. First barrier goes down. Coin trying to do something to get it forward. But nope, that pillar is causing a lot of problems for oncoming traffic. They got to swerve, and they're not quite able to do that. Fire Madden has been on a tear this whole game.
J-Man now going to be the one taking punishment. Oni's Blade's going to secure that kill as well as the Banish comes through onto 2 members of oncoming traffic. As, oh no, it looked like Pensando saved it there with the Dorito mine. Coin's going to be trying to get this corner offense going. Temomelon playing interference with this Supernova. Not going to find anything, though. The defense comes through for the Flying Blob as a 3-man offense now coming forward for them as well. Rune Pillar makes this essentially a 4v3 right now, but the Strike Force just aren't there. Finally, though, the barrier's going to go down. J-Man, though, paying for that with his life yet again. The impact is made, but not without its sacrifices. Oni's Blade comes through. Coin very close to flip as we enter overtime here. Oh, but mangoes are yummy. Caught on the reaction check by Fire Madden. That's going to be a point stolen here by the midfielder of Flying Blobos, and that's how we're going to enter in this 3rd point in the set.
Yeah, Flying Blobos that, like I said, Fire Madden has been playing like a monster this whole game. Beautiful pillar placement and timing. There's another one that gets that barrier, that snatch out of that red cord, gets that 2nd barrier. Open goal on the side of oncoming traffic. They got to be very careful not to crash here. Coin looks like they are about to go flying, nearly hits the wall. No dice, manages to save themselves again. Meanwhile, there is a sick offense being heralded by J-Man and Fire Madden, doing their best to try and get something happening, but they do manage to take back control due oncoming traffic. Oh, for a moment, mangoes are yummy, misses the clear, and that's 2 points. Flying Blobos on the cusp of taking this set. Not what you want to see from oncoming traffic.
I mean, that's just, it feels like it's just 2 goals have been stolen right under Mango's nose right now, and that's just so unfortunate to see for the side of oncoming traffic. Mango's needs to lock in. He needs to figure out how to not get mixed up by Fireman. He needs to figure out how to play against this rune, because he was doing it a little bit earlier in the set. It really felt like he was playing into those potential pillars on earlier really well, but now he's just not, and it's a little bit scary now because of that fact.
Yeah, mangoes are yummy, kind of got caught lacking more than once, and it's becoming a concerning chink in the armor of oncoming traffic. J-Man doing their best. There they go. 2nd pillar down. Open goal on the side of oncoming traffic yet again. Coin trying to do something to keep that core on the opposite side. J-Man having to kind of like stay back as they get into like a bit of a strike war. They do manage to clear it out. J-Man takes a shot on goal, not quite hitting it, tries to hook him out of position. Oni's Blade comes out, red core going a bunch of miles a minute, going crazy. They are doing their absolute best to clear this core out. Coin clears out J-Man, and this is their opportunity. Power play on the side of oncoming traffic. They need to get this. They need to get this barrier. And mangoes are yummy. Misses it again. Misses the bewitching beam to try and clear it out. Mangoes are yummy. Mangoes ain't looking yummy. Mangoes are looking a little bit rotten. Gotta step it up, my dude.
Yeah, it's a bit rough seeing those mistakes come out. We'll see if Draft has anything for him to potentially make up for him. Looking at things like the fight or flight, the twin drive, the size even as well, but this is a spark that might have to be denied here as we are entering in the 3rd spark range. Who's going to be the one to deny it, though? I'm actually a little bit curious. It is going to be Mangoes Are Yummy. It makes the most sense. Super Surge now going up to Tempo Melon, but I don't think J-Man's too upset over that. Gets the fight or flight 1st place participation award, essentially. And this is still Erasmus that is going to be threatening 3rd spark, even if you win this set. So this is still a very good drafting situation for the side of Flying Blobos. And if it continues, oncoming traffic may find themselves in checkmate very soon.
Yeah, very concerning. Coin looking like they're about to get checkmated themselves, getting bounced around like a pinball, a little bit more than the core even. And J-Man not looking too healthy either, but they're the ones on the attack are the Flying Blobos. It is oncoming traffic that have to swerve out the way. There goes one, there goes Coin, and I was about to say there goes the barrier, but no, they do manage to clear it out. but they do not get anything in recompense. Power play continues for Flying Blobos for a little bit.
Yeah, and power play ends, but a new power play might just start. I don't know which team it's for, though. J-Man has the heal burned by Pensando. Gonna come back up, but not gonna have any evade, notably coming into this overtime here. We'll see. The Supernova does come through, which buys a little bit of time here for the health bars of Flying Blobos to recuperate, but it's looking scary right now. But oh my gosh, J-Man almost an absurd play. It's gonna be Fire Madden though to close that one out. Now it's gonna be an open net for the side of oncoming traffic here. Black hole gonna be popped before Tempo Melon can come to the net. Ooh, barely gonna survive here. This Vanish has to go and get her orb in order to return to the play. This flip is looking dangerous, but also valuable, even more so now that Coin doesn't have it. Flip gonna have to be used defensively though, and Coin cannot hold on to this core for very long. The Supernova comes through, but it's gonna go right into the hands of Pensando. Now J-Man fully rotated back on the defense. Fire Madden with the pillar tries to catch Mangoes or Yummy sleeping again, but this time it's not gonna happen. One more opportunity here for oncoming traffic to potentially save this game. The team player 1-2 is there, but the core is going dangerously wide in front of the net. The pendulum swing not quite big enough, but Fire Madden's gonna win the interaction against Tempo Melon. They're gonna be grabbing the first point here on set number 4, and they're gonna be 1 point closer to taking game number 1.
Yeah, rough situation on the side of oncoming traffic. They've got to try and find a way to lock in. That point was contested a whole lot better than before, and got the quick double barrier. Beautiful Supernova timing. This may be exactly what oncoming traffic needs as Tempo Melon tries their best to take advantage. They do manage to get it cleared out, though, do Flying Blobos. No barriers taken. Coin intercepts the attempted clear. So does Tempo Melon. They are holding that and they make it work. Coin with the dash through, cutting up a little bit and causing that tie.
Yeah, that's a play that's got to feel good for oncoming traffic, and they're going to be needing to ride that momentum here and do a set win if they want to set themselves up to win this series. Right now, the offense is coming through. The Supernovas here actually forcing Pensando to give up one of his barriers here. Another one might come soon as well, but one from oncoming traffic is going to go down. Good reaction here to avoid the Vanish, and now it's going to be -1 goalie for the side of Flying Blobos, but J-Man and Fire Madden play so much interference, the core is not even leaving the side of oncoming traffic. Going to get through eventually, though, and that's oncoming traffic now opening up the net here for Flying Blobos.
Yep, Bewitching Beam comes out for a little bit, but a better pillar to counter that clear, gets that second one open, and open goes on both sides. Supernova comes out, Flip comes out, Pensando can't catch it! Little bit too slow on the side of Pensando, and that core squeaks through, screaming at like 1,000,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, that felt good. Again, you got to ride the momentum even farther. It doesn't just stop after 2 points. You got to secure that third one as well. 1 KO going to be found, though, a power play, but J-Man and Pensando on the breakaway. It's going to be a double barrier. Tempo Melon has Flip, but J-Man has the 1v1 against Arrow, loses possession of the core, though. That means this power play might come through. The flip there is there for J-Man. The power play is going to be over. This is looking really bad for the side of oncoming traffic now if they don't get this KO. J-Man, though, he has it, though. The Banish is there as well. The KO going to be found, but the core is going to be saved. The mix-up is there as well. And the point found. J-Man absolutely tearing through oncoming traffic right now. Flying Blobos do not want to lose this game, and they want to take their advantage here for the series.
Beautiful, beautiful offense on the side of Flying Blobos, firing on all cylinders. Coin doing their best to remove J-Man. Tempo Melon with the cleanup. Power play immediately on the side of oncoming traffic. One of their barriers get taken on the offense. This core is already flying. Bad boys! Unfortunate for oncoming traffic. They do clean it up with that flip. Core going wild for a moment. Fire Madden looking low on life. They are very in scary position. Excuse me. This is a high tense situation.
Yeah, I mean, all your marbles on the lines. Oh, and Tempo Melon, a raw Supernova KO going to be found. The power play here on the potential final point of the game. Mangoes or Yami gonna send it up to the midfielder, but it's going to be up to Coin. The 1v1's here. The Oni's blade as well comes through. The pull from J-Man, though, as he comes back up. And now they have to deal with this flip from Fireman, and there it goes. Oh my god! Barely makes it out alive in that situation. The pillar just not quite perfect enough. As we enter overtime here, the Supernova sends it to Coin. The core speed going to be used to score the point. and oncoming traffic. They are driving at Mach 50. They're barely holding on, but they will keep charging along here. Coin gonna be MVP.
Yeah, Coin has been doing some great stuff here, and they do have a number of options here. I'll be honest, I was kind of looking at the prize fighter just because of the KOs they've been getting, but Primetime also excellent. Keep up that offense, keep up those scoring opportunities. Prize fighter going to the Vice, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, really, really, really scary. But on the flip side, I'd even say that the bottom half of this draft is more impactful than the top half. That prize fighter, like you mentioned, can be very scary on tempo. But let's look at some of the other stuff. The hot shot on the Rude. Sorry, the stacks on stacks on Pensando. This core speed is going to be scary, and this is Era's nightmare scenario, right? The situations where the core is going to go right up into her face, where she's not allowed to play a slower game and play that secondary midfield opportunity. And even though it leads to a bit of an awkward own barrier from Fireman, and I expect that the core speed is going to be a huge problem for Mangoes Are Yummy coming into this. And even though that glass cannon is nice, it does enable that secondary midfielder playstyle. It might not mean anything, though, if you're just going to get your goal sniped away.
Maybe, but so far they are making it work. Supernova comes out, and there's a KO. Coin kind of like stood there for a little bit, but they did manage to clear it, and they did manage to defend the, well, never mind. I was about to say they did manage to defend the power play, but not quite so much. First point in this last set going to oncoming traffic. Coin with a full stick of butter, got that flip ready to go. Tempo Melon, not exactly far behind. First barrier gets taken. Immediate supernova sends Fire Madden flying. Flip goes out to try and get that second place. And pop goes the black hole, and bodies are flying all of a sudden. There they go again. Another one. Another one. Barrier being defended desperately. Sad Boys actually allows it to happen, but Wild Angle does not get any barriers in recompense for flying Blobos, and everybody's back. Things, I'm not even gonna say things are calm because things are far from calm, but things are a little bit more expected, shall we say, in terms of chaos happening in this game.
Right now, what I am seeing expected, though, is this ramping up offense coming out from oncoming traffic. That being said, I might be stopped dead here. This KO on tempo comes through. Yeah, it does. That's one prize fighter stacked down. The flip burn from Mango snipes away the barrier, though, and Coin with a little bit of a breakaway. No, loses the opportunity. Now, that's just what to expect from an Era in the 1v2 situation. Bit of a scary thing for Mangoes Are Yummy to defend. I don't even blame him for that one. And all of a sudden, yeah, like you mentioned, we're back to expectancy again. Tempo Melon needs to get that one prize fighter stacked, but we saw kind of a glimpse there of the chaos that oncoming traffic could bring to the table. All of that damage, all of that pressure all of a sudden came through for them, and we need to see that one more time this game, or else it might be the victory for Flying Blobos here in this losers qualifier.
Yep, and that banish comes out, and Flying Blobos trying to set up. They do take the barrier. They do take a life. Do they take the goal? Not quite.
Oh!
He missed. He missed the flip. It was going at like 2 miles an hour. They still managed to clean it up. It's a match point for Flying Blobos. I don't know if they deserve that, but I will take it. I'll accept it.
A little bit goofy,
I'll allow it.
Goofy, but we got it. And you know what allowed them to do it? Off of an amazing passing play by Fireman and no ego on this brawler who, by the way, plays midfielder like a third of the time for this team anyways. So is going to be taken out of the pitch for now. Mangoes Are Yummy, really good clear against that pillar. I like that angle. But going back into it, this is a power play here for oncoming traffic. They're going to need to find more KOs right now because Fire Madden with this hot shot rune is so deadly, so scary. The banish comes through. The pull going to give them one more opportunity here. The offense looks honestly beatable, I guess, as oncoming traffic are able to find their way through it, but it's going to be up to Pensando here to now defend this goal. Coin going to march his way up here with the Odie's Blade. The strike war going to be won by tempo, but it's not going to be enough to score the goal. Now Mangoes Are Yummy, 2v1 situation in the Era, finds the miraculous clear in between the two forwards of Flying Blobos. The pull's going to be there. The core speed's too much, and this is potentially game here for the Flying Blobos. Pensando with a flip looks so dangerous. The pendulum swings there, but Coin is able to catch it here as we enter overtime. No! No, it's just not enough. The supernova unfortunately comes out a fraction of a second too late, and it's going to be flying Blobos here, taking game number 1, and what I'm sure is going to be an incredible series here in the losers qualifiers.
Bit of a heartbreaker on the side of oncoming traffic, but for that first game, it was the flying Blobos who managed to fly right into the windshield, but they did not splat. No, they caused the big rig to crash. Just that one, though. They do have another shot at it. This is best of 3, and we know oncoming traffic is not gonna let that fly for very long.
Yeah, and I so incredibly rarely look at Twitch chat, but I had to look because, guys, if you are not in the know about the Potat stat, you guys got to know this. So Potat is going to be your referee for this game here, and if there is one rule that statistics has told us here this season is that you do not want to lose game 1 when Potat is your ref. His current streak for reffing games is 16-0. He has never reffed in 16 series a single game 3 in the NAS. So if you are flying Blobos, I mean, chance is just on your side. The winds of Potat are on your side, and you've got to be feeling good. If you're on oncoming traffic, you better bring out the crucifix because you've got a curse to break right now. Again, just I don't think I've seen a more interesting statistic in the NAS. I think that's so funny, but On need to lock in if they want to overcome this because, well, I mean, Potat has not missed so far this season.
Concerning, but hey, for the side of oncoming traffic, that just means you could be the first. Mm-hmm. Don't let that shake you. Don't let that panic you. That just means you have a rare opportunity here to make history. So They need to lock in. They need to calm down. Say like, we nearly had it. There were a couple of mistakes here and there. It's fine. We know how they work. We know how they work now. Let's do this. So.
Yeah, and there are some learning opportunities there, right? I think that, again, the forward duo, I think, let me just clarify, Petsando, a mechanically amazing player. He's done a lot of work. I think coming into this series, I know that one of the big talking points was his character pool, right? How does he look off of Juno and now? And I think that is something that he's worked to expand on in the series. So he's got a bit of a champion pool now that I think looks good, is competitive, can play to Flying Blobo's strengths. So I want to acknowledge what Pensando has worked on this season. And in that context, I want to talk about the forward duo of Flying Blobos again. They are the stars of the show. They are why you watch this team. They are why you are a fan of this team. You want to see some amazing synergy between these two forward duos that really look like they could read each other's minds sometimes. So they're awesome to play. And I think the big question is, what can Mangoes Are Yummy and Temple Melon do to counteract that? And I think we had some answers, and it's to take J-Man out of the equation. If you cannot have synergy, if one of you can't strike, and I think we saw some of that early. And when that happened, a lot of the other game plans that Flying Blobos had started to crumple, started to fall away, and we really saw a lot of gaps in the armor. And honestly, you know, how strong is this team against damage pressure? Because as of right now, it looked like a vulnerability in that previous game. It really did. It really felt like Tempo Melon, even by herself, was able to take advantage of that, notwithstanding what Coin was able to put out as well. So going into game number 2, I'm really hoping, or if you are an oncoming traffic fan, you are really hoping for a damage start, because I think that's their way. But if it's going to be survivability, if it's a peak performance, spark a strength start, bit scarier of a situation, I think.
Bit scary. Gonna have to kind of, no pun intended, flip the coin there, I think, if you want to try and focus on that damage. Get somebody designated on that spark and kind of like play your hearts out. And here's the thing. On the side of oncoming traffic, I'm not trying to like dog on anyone. Mangoes Are Yummy. When locked in, great defender. But there were a couple moments I felt where Mangoes kind of got caught sleeping at the wheel, so to speak. And it happens to everybody. It's fine. Just, you know what happened, and just like be ready for those high pressure shots. Be ready for those very, very fast shots. And easier said than done. I'm aware of that. Easier said than done. But with how this team of Flying Blobos has been operating, it's one of those things where just play like every. And this may sound stupid, so I don't know, like experienced people. It feels to me like you got to kind of play like every core coming at you is going to be like a red core. You got to be like, as soon as it gets across that halfway field, you got to be ready for it.
Yeah. And I want to build off of your point as well, right? Just being ready for things. If there is one character in the net that is just not ready for that sort of things, it is Era. Right? You have to be using that beam proactively. You have to be playing from the midfield line to set up those tornadoes, to play slower, to get the corner offenses going. If the core is going just so fast that you feel pressured to stay by your net, this pick sucks. This pick is terrible. So even though I think Mango's did have some mechanical errors to look at, I think so many of those situations as well that made him look bad was the fact that he was on this Era against Erasmus Rune with core speed. It really felt like it really did feel like Mango's Were Yummy was set up for failure in some regards. I mean, even if you look at the stat line, right? Most redirects on his team, 2 down from those redirects in the game, matching Pensando's 286. But on top of that, more saves, right? And if you're playing Era goalie and you have more saves than the enemy goalie, a game plan did not go the way that you wanted at some point. So you really want to be the ones you really want to be hitting things from the midfield line that won't count for that statistic. So I think that tells a little bit of a story in and of itself. So I'm interested to see coming into this. We see the rune ban from oncoming traffic, completely understandable. It looked really hard to deal with. Fireman and piloted it very, very greatly. So looking into this, I think that's going to be, my guess is that it's going to be Pensando on the Juno, but really Firemadden or J-Man could pilot it as well. We see Rasmus now going to be picked up. I think that's going to be Mango's on the now this time, which is a little bit not as powerful potentially in the midfield, but a little bit more stable of a pick here. So I'm interested to see how that comes out.
Yeah, one of those moments where half the team gets like picked for the other, squad. Half the characters get picked for the other squad. You know what I mean? Feels almost trying to like to throw off the team, saying like, we're just going to take your team away from you.
Mm-hmm.
And they are like, they're kind of making do, and I think they kind of call that bluff. They're like, okay, you want to swap teams? Cool.
Oh, interesting here. We've got an Era pickup. Era Zentaro Juno here coming out for Flying Blobos. And I'm interested to see what happens here. I'm not quite, I'll just come out and say it. I'm not quite sure what this composition wants to do. You've got Zentaro for a mobile brawler and damage, but on top of that, you've got a Juno for mobility and core speed, and then you've got an Era for mobility and corner pressure. So the big question is, how are you going to score? I think that's something that I'm thinking of. So I'm going to ask that question. How is Flying Blobos prepared to score? And maybe they could deal with something, right? They did ban out the Dubu, who is kind of, I think, the sole melee defender goalie that's still kind of good in the meta. So Mango's Are Yummy, I think, going to opt into that now. And if not, then now the Kai. So we'll see what happens. And those are a little bit easier goalies to get through. But if it's the Kai, I think the Kai can also hold out pretty well against that team. So I posed a question. Sorry.
No, it's fine. And I do feel like what I'm seeing like for Flying Blobos team is outspeed, outmaneuver, and basically cause so much confusion the other team doesn't know what to do. At the very least, that's my guess on it. That's what I feel like Flying Blobos game plan might be, just because of what these members can do. Whereas on the side of oncoming traffic, I'm gonna be real, I don't know. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying I'm not sure how this squadron evens out. I'm not sure what the equation here is. But it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I think we both said what we were thinking. It's gonna be interesting. I have not seen Temple Ballad on the Kai in what feels like an eternity. It was something that I know that they can play. I do not know if it matches their current iteration of play style. So I'm curious. I think I see the theory behind it. You pick it to deal with the Juno. I think obviously if you do your homework, you're gonna know that Flying Blobos, they're gonna want to pick the Juno goalie whenever Pensando has, and even though Pensando has countermeasures, of course he's gonna want to pick the character that he's best known for, that he's most comfortable on, right? He's going to want to do that. And I think that Kai, which has traditionally been used to counterpick Juno midfield, is going to be quite good at scoring against her because of how easily the barrage negates the slimes. So that is, I think, the game plan here, and a good score coming out from Coin here. We'll see how that works, though, because I was talking about the previous game of how some gaps were found with damage. There is just no damage. There is no damage coming out from oncoming traffic. You're going to have to play the Flying Blobos at their own game, and I'm a little bit worried when you play Flying Blobos with their own game. So it's really going to be coming down to core control fundamentals and who just plays the game better. And as of right now, that could really go either way.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is just gonna come out to some good old-fashioned Omega strikers. Whoever's the better team at the end of the day is gonna take this one, as we see a lot of flips prepped and ready. So the question is, who's gonna pop first, and who is going to try and get this party started?
As of right now, the party's not going too crazy just yet. We're still getting our groove here as this corner offense just feels like it's been there for a million years. Finally gonna get broken here. Flip comes out from Pensando, but he's gonna whip the strike. Seems like game 2 nerves coming in a little bit here. Mangoes are yummy. Ooh, a well-timed clear though against J-Man. A good clear to start out the game as well. Now Flip from Fire Madden gonna be intercepted by both Coin and Tempo here as we get into overtime. Now another flip comes through. What is happening? Not sure what Tempo None was in there.
As the core overtime comes, core starting to go flying. Nice little snatch attempt by Coin, not quite doing though, but Pensando very nice in the net, not quite nice enough. Tempo Melon right there to keep that core up, pushes it into the net, and that is a 2-0 lead for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, a good way to start out the game in favor of oncoming traffic here. And just thinking about as well how these corner offenses are going to go here. 2 ranged goalies means that you're not going to have that same staying power that something like an Atlas, like a Dubu, like an Asher would have. Rest in peace, that pick. But if you don't have that, then some of these corner offenses, especially when you don't have the portal clear, can get really scary. And so far we've seen that against both of these teams. It's right now the open net has come out so quickly, right? Sub 30 seconds for oncoming traffic, and I think that means that these points can potentially get very, very swingy. It might be up, might be actually kickoff dependent how some of these points might go. So I'm curious to see how that strategy is going to evolve as we get farther along into this game.
I agree. Try to do it clear on the bottom end at Tempo Melon. Slight miss as J-Man tries to push that one up. Bit of a dipsy doodle attempt there. Didn't quite go as desired, but they are continuing this big time aggression. They do manage to clear it out though. Tornado and Bewitching Beam on the side of Fire Madden, on the other hand, does secure the point, and that is 1 for Flying Blobos.
Yeah, good point there. Well played by Fire Madden. A little bit of a checkmate NATO, I think, with no evade on Mangoes there to avoid the hit stun. And that's going to be a nice point for them to kick off their game number 2. So right now, this corner offense, I mean, this is just brutal. Yeah, these offenses are going to be very lopsided, just especially with that cooldown. Juno is absolutely not going to have the tools to get the core out. She's not going to have that strike speed like Dubu has, or strike size like Dubu has, or other melee goalies have. So it's a little bit scary to watch these situations. Now oncoming traffic, they're going to have to deal with it themselves, but a little bit of finesse with the portal play at least stalls it out, but they're not out of the woods yet.
No, that barrier gets taken. J-Man looking low, but does not matter. Just insta shot between Tempo Melon. Mangoes are yummy. They do manage to tie it up fairly quick.
And that, I feel like, is the song and tune of core speed versus core speed. Just very long, prolonged corner offenses where you're not really too worried about getting knocked off the edge of the map. And when that happens, you're allowed to position very, very well against the opponent. And as we enter our set number 5 here, look at both of these teams, right? They're prioritizing dumping into the non-portal corner as much as possible because you don't want to give any of those angles out that allow the players to kind of bail themselves out of these scenarios. As of right now, the flip from Fireman is going to be defended away, and I think our first KO of the game finally coming through there on the flip. Again, right? The core is going to be dumped into this corner. Again, a long corner offense is going to be found, but Fire Madden, a good strike war, is finally able to end it.
Yeah, they do manage to get that one barrier down, but it's still open goal on the other side. Oni's blade comes out to secure that goal, just a little bit too much to handle for Mangoes, and it is Flying Blobos that take the set, 3-2. Not what Oncoming Traffic wanted to start off with. Era as MVP, and I see a good couple of things ready and waiting for this little witch.
Yeah, extra special already going to be hovered and taken immediately by Fire Madden. Sets you up so well for monumentalist scaling, for timeless scaling, just for spamming the NATO in general, right?
Yeah.
Era's Tornado, one of the lowest cooldowns in the game, and already, and it's going to be added on by this extra special. It essentially has a cooldown of a secondary. Some characters' secondaries will have a longer cooldown than its NATO now, so a lot of scaling, a lot of potential here, even without the sides on the NATO right now. So obviously going to be a good pickup as well. Something to look at as well that I think is going to be very good is the Deadeye on the Juno. Not only does this mean that she can actually pressure some corner KOs when she's playing goalie, right? She could throw that blob at you. It's going to give her core speed on some of these farther blobs to potentially catch Mangoes Are Yummy off guard. So I think that's potentially a very economical pickup from the side of Pensando, and we'll see if we do get to see a lot of use out of that though coming into the set.
Yeah, definitely something to be concerned about if you are Oncoming Traffic. That and that recovery drone quickly getting popped. J-Man getting sent straight through the portal on a bit of a trip as Oncoming Traffic do their best to keep this offense up. Not quite happening for very long. Mangoes Are Yummy having to kind of like retreat, try and save the barrier. No dice there. Bewitching Beam goes out, Flip goes out to try and clear it out, but Pensando playing an aggressive goalie Juno as kind of expected. Second Flip goes out, but that does get defended away, and there is Oncoming Traffic doing their best to try and get this second barrier down. There it goes. There the Flip goes. Tries to get a cheeky quick goal before the barriers are completely open, but hey, Coin does manage to clean that up. Pendulum strike to the top corner, and there it is, 1-0 for this second set.
Yeah, good on Coin. Picks up for Primary to recover some of the antics that Tempo Melon was up to. Good attempt from her, but as of right now, ooh, that Nada is going to find its first victim. A good dribble from Tempo Melon, though, gives Flying Blobos a little bit of pause here, as now they're going to be down a Flip coming into this offensive play. But again, these corner offenses are going to be prolonged. They're going to be deadly, but at least with that KO found, they're going to get the bailout that Oncoming Traffic want. They're going to get one pendulum swing, open goal now, almost going to be a quick end, but no, the clear's going to be found here by Pensando and Fire Madden, but they're not out of the woods just quite yet. Yeah, Strike War from Coin going to come through, and this is a quick 2 points coming out for Oncoming Traffic in the set.
Yeah, something I did want to mention a little bit earlier is that the adrenaline rush on the side of Coin, a bit of a swing, but can be a very, very strong swing if they do manage to get KOs. So I can imagine Coin is definitely going to be looking for a little bit more of those, going to be hunting for bodies if at all possible. Meanwhile, Tempo Melon got full stacks, got all them flapjacks ready, and that is a very, very fast little boy right there. But it is one barrier apiece for each team. It is a missed flip, excuse me, for Coin, but it is Flying Blobos trying their best to get that offense, and bit of an anti-power play. They do manage to get the barrier, even as one of their own falls.
Oh! Sorry, I saw Tempo Melon. That was not a good strike from Tempo. Sorry, I got really absorbed watching him.
You scared me for a second there. I was like, ah. But what isn't scary is that goal, that third point for Oncoming Traffic, much needed. Coin as MVP, I can imagine very happy about that. Might of the Colossus, ready and raring to go if they want that.
Yeah, Might of Colossus, I think, right? But so far, I was actually thinking that it was going to be Hot Shot because we saw in that previous game that J-Man has deprioritized giving himself size in favor of other utility options, and I think that Hot Shot is exactly the pick that he was looking for. Again, core speed, potentially get through Mangoes Are Yummy, catch them sleeping, and catch them in a lot of these situations. So it makes sense of why he do it. Do I agree with it? I'm not quite sure. We'll see how this plays out. But obviously, but he does have a cohesive thought process, and I get why he would want to do it too. So I think that's going to be interesting. Again, to see, saying a lot of interesting drafts. I think there's a lot of things at play going on here in these final few games of one of these two teams runs for the season. So a lot of consideration to be given as well. On the flip side, I think a spark pickup for Tempo Melon here, putting her at 2 sparks with 1 more potentially coming. I believe there was already one passed up earlier in the game, if I remember correctly, but we'll see how that plays out. We'll absolutely see how that plays out.
Yeah, I actually completely forgot Spark of Focus was a early pickup, so hey, it was a starter. But at the moment, what is also open is the goal, and this power play on the side of Oncoming Traffic, looking very good as Tempo Melon and Mangoes Are Yummy begin the passing play. Mangoes Are Yummy trying to feed it to Tempo Melon trying to force it through, not quite. Coin was waiting up in the upper wings, got the feed, got the shot, got the goal. That is a very nice first point for this third set for the side of Oncoming Traffic. Looking a little bit better now that they got that draft done and done with. Oh, bit of a bit of a connection issue.
Yeah, it seems like we're gonna have to put the game in a brief pause. Pensando, it seems like I actually saw my own ping spike up.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming there was a ping spike right there, and one of the players was like, I ain't playing like this, and waited there for a second. So good recognition actually of what went on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
something
cool.
hiccup. That was a bit of a hiccup on everybody. So good, good recognition on their point. Good barrier takes on the side of Flying Blobos as they do their best to try and wrap this point up. Death Touch goes out, trying to cut that offensive play out for a little while longer. But Flip goes out, prevents the clear for a moment. Coin doing their best to keep that core up, trying to feed it, force it through. Nothing doing. This defense is fantastic on the side of Flying Blobos.
100% agree, but again, when you have core control versus core control, you're gonna have a lot of corner offense to deal with. Oh, the NATO! Almost perfect, but Mangoes Are Yummy, such a precarious situation to navigate. Had to time everything just so perfectly, but yet that was hard. I think I absolutely
that was a showdown, and you know, I'm not gonna blame him for losing that one, as this next point gets started off. Flip goes up, does get a little bit stuck, but they are doing their best to try and force that one through. No dice, and that core goes a little bit wild. Mangoes Are Yummy, very commonly playing up. They do manage to get that barrier. Coin managing to get past the double defenders. Goes through the portal, and Mangoes Are Yummy trying to clear it out. Does so successfully. They are trying to push again. That arrow was ready and waiting. Not quite happening, though. Flip comes out from Fire Madden, gets a barrier for their troubles. Only the one, though, as Flying Blobos do their best to try and make that double. Tempo Melon trying to move into position. Got a Flip ready and waiting. Coin as well. Giga Blast goes out. Fire Madden is staggered. Watch your head. It could be lost in a moment.
Right now, Tempo Melon playing a lot of interference right now, buying some time for Coin to maybe catch up a little bit. So right now, Giga Blast comes through just to find damage here onto J-Man. Overtime gonna be here. Mangoes Are Yummy defending though, and Tempo Melon on a breakaway. No, gonna have the core taken right from her hands there by Pensando. KO gonna be found though by Coin. Rare Adrenaline Rush proc now coming through for this game here. Flip comes out from Pensando. Oh, the beam is there as well. The defense is through. A little bit crazy angle coming through. Good recognition on Coin to catch Pensando and Fire Madden off guard here. Aero Beam buys a little bit of time, but Tempo Melon with the flip gets it through. Second point for Oncoming Traffic, and hey, if you want to break the curse of Patat, this is looking good. This is gonna be how you do it.
Yeah, very nice on the side of Tempo Melon. Was very patient with that flip and used it at exactly the right time. But got another one to go for this set, and then a whole other set, after that. So don't lighten up on the gas just yet. That barrier gets taken. They do try and get a little bit of recompense for that. No sale. All 3 members of Flying Blobos quick to the defense. They do manage to get a barrier, though. Coin trading most of their life for that. Another barrier, however. Take that deal any day, twice on Sundays, like today. They are doing their absolute best to try and finish this one off. J-Man nearly with the stuff, but not quite. Coin, however, staggered, still trying to lead by example, trying to push this one through. Tempo Melon with the barrage. Does it get its stuff? Fire Madden moving up, got the flip, used it, and kind of like sent it straight to the south. Mangoes Are Yummy can only save so far, and on 0 life, J-Man pushes it through for the tie-up.
Wow, that was really crazy. I'll be real, I did not know what Fire Madden was cooking with that flip, but I shouldn't be questioning them because they figured it out. That looked good at the end, and starting off, Fire Madden, a quick loss of his recovery drone, but hey, you're on 0.5, use it or lose it, and right now they've got an offense churning away here at Oncoming Traffic. Gonna be an open net here now.
Yep, 1 barrier, 2 barriers. They are trying to finish this one off very fast. Oncoming Traffic doing their best to try and stem the tide. They do get that red core going, but no dice. J-Man loses their life, but even in death, I score, so to speak. Pensando being the one to actually knock that one in for the set. But hey, it looked cool.
Yeah, it absolutely did. It makes you think, wait a second. The curse might be rearing its head as the Monumentalist is here, but Air is going to be last in pick, which is super duper unfortunate for that extra special synergy. On the flip side, some mobility now coming out for Coin, actually again electing to go for something other than size here, which I think is very interesting. It's actually going to be J-Man picking up to bolster his Might of the Colossus, and something to look at as well. Twin Drive Super Surge Pensando. This is a Juno that can now play very aggressively, very quickly. So I'm very curious to see. Pensando, I think, is in his element here, and he is going to be able to do a lot of work should Oncoming Traffic even slip up for a moment.
Yeah, and you can already see it kind of like coming out, all 3 very aggressive, trying to push this one. They do get a barrier for their troubles. J-Man very low on life. Tempo Melon with basically mag dumped on J-Man and got nothing for it.
Yeah, right now we see that Super Surge Judo come through. Just so much distance covered in just a second there. Coin and Tempo Melon now trying to march their way, but they've got to get through the swamp of Blobos here. So now the clear is going to be made, and it's going to be Fire Madden able to get to the core first. And now Mine, though, able to buy a little bit of time here, but the Blob, oh, not the Blob, actually taking down the barrier here. The flip comes through just in time now. J-Man again very low, gonna be shot dead here by the Giga Blast as we enter overtime. Finally, one barrier goes down. The offense still not ending though here. Second barrier gonna go down. Tempo Melon with a flip, but it's Fire Madden looking to take this one-on-one. Oh, the pass gonna be intercepted here by Fire Madden. Now J-Man gonna be back up, wins the interaction here against Coin. Mangoes Are Yummy now gonna be tasked with defense against 3 members of Flying Blobos, but the Giga Blast is going to be sending Pensando out, and that might be it. No, the Era Beam is perfect to defend. Coin, though, doesn't even need to use his flip. Tempo Melon strikes at just the perfect time to put an end to that defense.
That was beautiful. Tempo Melon with the SWAT just said, no, you're not clearing that out. What do you think you're doing trying to send that straight to me? Do you know who I am? But that is still a long road to go for Oncoming Traffic. They are behind in a set, so they've still got a bit of a hill to climb, but they are inflicting a lot of damage on this Flying Blobos team. So who knows? Maybe that could be a bit of a score there. While a clear attempt, it seemed like from Pensando, gets the barrier, and Oncoming Traffic doing their best to take advantage. There goes the second one, and it is open net for Flying Blobos, and it just goes in.
Yeah,
okay.
That's an oracle right there. You threaten the goalie because you know that it's going your way, so you don't have to strike, and the goalie realizes that too, and they just play a little bit too patient. That's Aura. That's Tempo getting their Aura points in, and they're going to be looking to take this set and bring us to a set number 5 here, which, hey, if you're Pataz, things are looking up. You might get to ref a game 3 at this rate.
Yeah. We are going to see, because neither of these teams are letting go for a second. Barrier comes out. Flip gets a little bit burnt, but it is still Flying Blobos on the offense. Tempo Melon looking low, but unloads the mag again. Shoot him up, shoot him out, and it is a power play on the side of Oncoming Traffic. Yeah.
Right now, though, it's going to get stalled out a little bit awkward portal play, I think. Yeah, Pensando going to be able to intercept that. The core speed's going to be there, the Oni Blade as well. J-Man actually keeps the core going, and now it's going to be up to Fireman, but he has to build time to set up the NATO here, and he actually does, but the clear's still going to be made regardless. Pensando here with Flip now has to deal with Coin's Flip, which seems to be dealt with pretty nicely. The Dorito going to come through as well now as we enter overtime. Again, this Juno, very scary, can be right in front of your net at a moment's notice, and that's something that Manigos has to respect. The Flip's going to be here, but the Dorito's going to match it. The angle, a little bit too ambitious, though, from the forward duo of Flying Blobos. Oh, but J-Man gets it through. Tempo Melon frame killed here by Pensando, and J-Man, just no window at all presented for her to strike out. Now, that's 1 point on the board here for the Flying Blobos.
Much needed, much welcomed for the side of Flying Blobos. Kill a little bit of that momentum that Oncoming Traffic has been having, but that is still a point to go. They are working on that very fast. The one barrier goes out, Flip comes out, does manage to get stuffed, and body goes flying in exchange. One barrier for each team now. J-Man looking a little bit low, so they have to be very careful now and hope that this power play does not get reversed.
Beautiful defense there from Mangoes Are Yummy as well. Put in a bad situation, but oh, I just had to go and Caster's Curse it. Now going to be an open net here for the side of Oncoming Traffic. Fireman and trying to play interference here on the on the power play. The Pensando with the bounce is able to keep it going as well. J-Man now fully back up. Nothing for the side of Oncoming Traffic will be taken now. J-Man dashes forward with the dash, is not able to find the core. Pensando now in a precarious spot against Coin. The clear's going to be made with the assistance of Fireman. Oh, and J-Man finds a little bit of a magic shot there against Mangoes. Gets that 50-50, sends it into the bottom side of the map. And now we are on series point here. Flying Blobos have clawed their way back this set, and they are now 1 point away from taking the whole thing.
Yeah, J-Man with a little bit of the shake, rattle, and roll to get that point, and they are looking to wrap this one up. Oncoming Traffic not looking to go out quite that easily, but they may not have a choice in the matter. Both barriers done, flat in their face, pushes it through, and that is Flying Blobos sending the course of Oncoming Traffic off course. Truck crashed. That is ball game for Oncoming Traffic. Flying Blobos move on.
17-0.
Yeah.
17
Okay.
series has Patat reft, and 17 game 3 is not meant to be. And I think that's gotta suck. That has gotta suck. And you know what? We got another series where Patat's reffing right after this as well, so we'll see if we can continue. But looking at that series proper, I think J-Man and Fireman obviously played so incredibly well. And I was talking about them at the beginning of the game, right? They're the star duo, but Pensando, that forward pressure that he had in the final few sets, right, with a Super Surge twin drive was killer. Played interference on so many power plays, was able to set his forwards up for so many barriers, was able to have core speed pressure as well. And even though I don't think he played by the books in his own corner defenses, the pressure that he had, I think, was phenomenal in that regard. So absolutely well played, obviously showing us another textbook Juno goalie game out of him, and why you have to really, really respect that pick. And on the flip side, unfortunately, Oncoming Traffic, which I think, again, was expected to make it to Grands or top 3, are going to find themselves, unfortunately, ending the ride here in top 6. So farewell to them. I think they had an amazing series. All three of them, I think, played all three of them played phenomenally well and had their own moments, but unfortunately that is going to be the end of the line for that team. But we've got one more series again ahead of us, the final series for the evening to represent our top 3 here in the North American Strikers Academy. We'll be right back, and we'll see if we could see an 18-0 tonight. We'll see you in just a moment. Hi, I'm back. I'm here with Gret. I'm sorry. Condolences out to Sethman01. Gret22 is going to be on the cast tonight. And he's going to be casting our loser semifinals here in the North American Strikers Academy playoffs here. We've got Heavy Metal Gundam and I believe Flying Blobos. They have just come off of a pretty solid victory against Oncoming Traffic here.
Yeah, both teams actually winning their loser side match, seeds 5 and 4 going into this loser semis here. And honestly, coming over the two favorites to win all of NASA, seeds 1 and 2. So very impressive teams to get here in this match right here. Going into it, it will be an Atlas Lab Game 1. And something I'm finding a little notable is the way Heavy Metal Gundam drafted is to pinch Pensando's goalie pool. They banned Juno and first picked them now, and that forced them on the era here.
Mm-hmm. And I was literally just talking about it earlier about how Pensando has been working to expand his character pool because it was seen as Flying Blobbo's biggest weakness coming into this season here. And obviously in playoffs against Heavy Metal Gundam, who have been looking phenomenal themselves, I think it's going to be put to the ultimate test, right? I think this is a pretty good indicative game of whether or not Pensando's efforts have come to fruition this season.
Yeah, and we've seen in the last series the efficacy of this forward duo from Flying Blobos here. The character picks too, the Rune and the Rasmus, have been working very well in tandem. Fire Madden just covering so much space and J-Man capitalizing off of that. It's been working very well for them, and it looks like it's working very well in this series already. Getting both barriers, scoring the first goal, and forcing out Tragic's flip here very notably.
Looking into this right now, J-Man going to be staggered, sent off the map of power play here in favor of Oncoming Traffic. Oh no, with strike from Pensando means that the goalie barrier is going to go down. A rare mechanical misplay here. Josh with every cooldown though to work with, unfortunately, going to have it blocked away from him as the power play finally comes to an end. Zay Forever though almost gets it, but no, Fireman and Pensando are able to clear it out. Josh here with a flip if it's needed. The banish comes through. Good elusive here from Tragic though. KOs are soon to maybe be exchanged between the two teams here as we enter overtime. Arenado now being formed, but Zay Forever going to be able to win the topside strike war, going to be able to send it away and heal up with a vicious fan brace. Firemat now with flip as well, has to use it, and J-Man and takes that pass and rolls with it, sends it into the top side of the map. Tragic, fortunately caught a little bit off guard there.
Yeah, part of Fire Madden's pathing as he was staggered there was prioritizing that orb first for the HP, but second, that orb gave him enough for that flip, forcing it out. And because of that flip, he was able to get that open shot on the net there. Fire Madden playing for his life and, importantly, surviving versus the forward duo of Estelle and Kazan. Two characters very good at confirming that kill. So him being alive to get that flip off in the first place was very good for him here. Going to this next point, that said double barrier is honestly looking very possible. However, J-Man is taken out here. In terms of health bar, the kill confirm might come in too, but Zay seems more focused on scoring right now.
Let's see, one goalie barrier going to go down, now an open net for the side of Heavy Metal Gun, and the piercing shot's going to be there. J-Man, though, looking to get his hands on the core, exchanging positions with his midfield for just a moment. Good pillar, though, from Fire Madden. Be able to find that clear through. Pensano going to have a little bit of damage threatened onto him, but the orb is going to come back up. In the meantime, though, his midfielder is going to go down, and the arrow, ooh, an excellent strike. Buys them a little bit more time, but it's not going to be enough here to save the goalie barrier. It might not be enough time to even get the midfielder back up here as we get in overtime. J-Man now forced to actually play a little bit of goalie here as Fire Madden going to take that role of leading the charge. Finally, the core does go out, but it goes right back in the hands of Pensando. Core going back and forth here as we enter overtime. The banish now coming out, going to be very dangerous. Flip comes through for Tragic. The pull not going to find its mark, and oh no, Zay Forever now is sniped away. But Fire Madden, no way, almost takes the goal out of nowhere with a pillar, but it's not going to be that, not going to happen. And right now, the power play going to be stalled out a little bit. The flip comes out from Josh, though, sends right up, but it's going to be defended away. This Flying Blobbo's defense is absolutely phenomenal. Pensando almost taken out again, but is going to stay alive for now. The 50-50 shot from Zay, not going to find a purchase. He is going to try to find one more opportunity, but J-Man now with the with the strike takes that away, and Flying Blobbo's an absolutely heroic defense to take that set.
Yeah, and the name of the game really was that defense there. It felt like, honestly, many times Heavy Metal Gundam had strong scoring attempts, but every single time it was batted away, defended by not just Pensando, but his two teammates too in the net. And because of that, they were able to keep the points alive. Drafting first a spark of leadership for J-Man here. who has that starting Awakening, Spark of Strength here. It will go into a strong scaling game, as the other two are remaining in draft here. Rune is picking up a team player instead of some core speed. It could prove its value here, especially as these points go longer into overtime, and Era opts for Stacks and Stacks. Heavy Metal Gundam does have a size awakening on Kazan, which is very important. That character is very good with size. And also Josh has 1-2 punch Estelle. The core speed and the damage knockback is very strong for Estelle. It's a good pickup for both teams, honestly. Both teams had a very strong draft going in here. I think Flying Blobos is a little favored, though, due to J-Man's potential spark scaling.
And you know, something that I've seen, this has happened twice now. Wow, good play from Fireman right there. Just takes it right under Josh's nose. What I've seen with Rasmus drafting is we've seen a lot more utility picked up in lieu of size. We saw it in the previous game, Coin opting into Hot Shot over size when presented to him. And then the game before that, J-Man does exactly what he just did here, where he rejected taking size, right, built different in this situation, even when it was a good deny away from the Kazan. Opted to just go for spark scaling instead. Is there some sort of change here going on with Rasmus and size?
No, Rasmus size is as good as it's always been. I think really what they're looking for is going for that future-proof kind of drafting, because taking that second spark, taking the first spark in draft, is more valuable when you win a set, because the game will have to go longer for you to lose, so you'll always end up seeing those later picks. That's what makes that spark pickup more valuable. It's very likely we see all 4 sparks in this draft, and that provides a lot of draft threat later on.
That makes sense, and that scaling will have to come into fruition. For now, though, unfortunately, we've seen J-Man not on the field very often, basically taken out by Zay immediately, with no assistance in some of these situations, and that has led to Flying Blobos losing a little bit of steam here. 2 flips, though, coming out for this defense for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. 1 flip for a barrier to come through, but not much more from it. It's tragic now. Looking to defend. Pensando going to be caught a little bit off guard by the core speed given by the Dorito. The flip's there from Josh, but though the angle's just going to be off by a second there, or just by a pixel there. So now some trick shots coming through from Fireman, not going to find anything, though. A little bit of an overcook. Pensando now trying to defend against Zay, who is a little worse for wear, but has a vicious Bam Brace to heal himself back up. Can't be said for J-Man, who almost finds a goal in and of its own right there. Demon Angle does come through here. It's Fireman now looking to get it cleared. Zay Forever doesn't use that flip, wants to use it here to knock out J-Man to confirm this KO here, but it's not confirmed at all if Fireman has anything to say about it, but the core fortunately sails right past him, goes into Josh's hands, and Zay Forever is going to be the one to close out the point.
Yeah, and Zay is playing a pretty patient game on offense, I'm noticing. Whenever he gets the ball, he's allowing Flying Blobos to play resources into him and then responding accordingly, which is exactly what you need when you're playing into a character as reactive as Rune can be, especially on defense. He's playing this matchup very properly, I would say, and it's working out very well for Heavy Metal Gundam this set.
Yeah, and already looking to take another barrier to his name as well. Josh almost taken out by the pendulum swings by the Rat. Gets full head in that situation. Now a little bit of a scary situation. Fireman in here. Oh, the Strike Wars come through for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, and Zay Forever looking to take it away from the Era. Now coming to find some of that controlled aggression when given the opportunity, but oof. J-Man able to take it with the hook. Josh not able to respond in time with his strike, and we've got a dead even set here.
Yeah, the Rune Pillar and the Rasmus hook provide such an offensive presence onto that corner there. It's really hard for Tragic to find a clear out there without using his flip, as he didn't end up doing. But that does mean he has it for this point 5, which could be very crucial. However, a lot of damage comes into Heavy Metal Gundam because of that banish. Now it does have ult to work with, so it might not be very effective damage, as they are healing it all up anyway.
Yeah. Now flip from Tragic to defend his bottom side barrier right now. J-Man, again, looking to maybe do something a little bit finessed here. Again, the pendulum swing just picks us away from finding the KO, but not going to be found. Josh here with a flip as well. Zay Forever is going to be marching up. Josh actually going to be blocked out by the play from the pillar, but oh no! Oh, Pitsando barely able to save it. Josh, though, able to find the KO. The flip's going to be there as well. Fireman tries to call it out with the teleport pillar, but it's not going to be found. Josh going to sink that right into the top side of the net, and a close set ends here with an Arrow HMG victory.
Yeah, a very notable power spike from that size awakening on Kazan. He has a lot to choose from here. However, one thing that is notable is Rasmus is last in this draft with a spark. He doesn't want that at all. He wants to be early because that stops Zay Forever from picking up this size awakening comfortably. And we can see Josh hovering that Spark of Focus, already denying it. The 4-Spark Dream is completely dead, and now J-Man can only hope to settle for 3. And really that's the highlight of this draft. Nothing else comes in very quickly. The Psy is denying, Razma gets specialized training instead. The big notable thing in this draft is the Spark is denied, and the Psy's Awakening is given to Zay Forever. That is very strong for Heavy Metal Gundam. They're very well posed to win the game off of that draft.
Yeah, I mean, just look at him, right? That strike hitbox is just so big right now. And against someone like the Era, that could be taken advantage of it very, very quickly. So we'll see if Zay Forever, who's been playing so patiently, so well into this rune now, has an opportunity to really run away with this game. But as of right now, who's running away with the game is Flying Blobos. What a crazy bounce off of that pillar to take it to the bottom side. Fireman properly accredited with that goal. That was a very interesting first point.
Galen was looking good on the offense there, going through completely 3 people on his own with no support from the rune in that moment, taking the barrier. The rune really, with the lingering pillar, got the goal, but J-Man could not be downplayed in his efforts on that offense there. Very well played to him.
Yeah, he's been playing so phenomenally all night so far, and he's looking to continue that, but right now the core has to get into his hands when he's not being pressured with the threat of a KO. So right now he's able to pick up the orb in order to recuperate some of his lost HP, but this buys some time maybe for Heavy Metal Gundam to rally their forces a little bit as well. As the pillar comes out, flip comes through for Tragic, unfortunately not going to be timed correctly. J-Man though going to be sent off the map. Now a flip from Fireman and going to call Tragic out in the reaction check. Tragic does not respond in kind. Now going to be a power play though for Heavy Metal Gundam. Good strike from Pensando though, keeps that goalie barrier alive. The piercing shot just tragically mistimed. The flip now from Zay Forever is going to secure it though, and now the offense is going to be here. No, actually, flip from Josh going to be taken away. J-Man with an opportunity here. The pendulum swing snipes it away. Tragic not able to get that strike out in time. 2-0 lead in this set here for the Flying Blobos.
Yeah, and a point that looks so bad for them, really, Flying Blobos are showing that they have miracles on their side. Look at the energy on Heavy Metal Gundam. They're all completely no flips. They spent all 3 flips, and Flying Blobos still defended all of it. And because of that, they're looking so well posed in this last potential point, on set point here. And if they can find some clean possession on the no-energy team of Heavy Metal Gundam, they can find a very good double barrier. However, a very slow and coordinated game is being played for HMG right now. And they're stalling them out pretty much as these cooldowns are coming back and offense is being set up. HMG is playing this very slowly and patiently. I'm noticing that from them a lot, and it's working out for them so well every time they find it going.
100% agree. It looks like it is the game plan to execute right now. One bully bear is going to go down, but on the flip side, double barrier now found here against the Flying Blobos. Some hopes here for HMG in the set. J-Man though, flip. That's going to be the first obstacle to get there, as Josh, again, playing very slowly in order to find the best possible opportunity. Tragic as well, so patient here. The flip comes out from J-Man, not going to lose his life, but is going to lose his flip here as overtime strikes. The team player coming through, but it's not going to happen. Zay Forever now looking to hunt that KO, but the specialized trading reversal by J-Man hits him, hits Zay Forever, going to be knocking him out cold. The flip comes through for Tragic, the flip and wait is going to be here. Josh now is tasked with the defense. The black hole spawns just at the worst time for HMG. And now the rune pillar from Fireman and snipes it away. What great plays coming out from both teams, but it's going to be Fireman and walking away with that one.
Another miracle coming right in. I was going to mention HMG has incredible KO power here, especially with that kill confirm. Every time they find a stagger on a Flying Blobos, there's not much evading going on. So closing out the kill is very easy, but there it is proving me wrong, J-Man. Reversing a kill completely, picking up this bulk up, that's a very good awakening to have on Erasmus here. It still does get hotshot to deny from Rune and to pick up for herself. However, Primetime Rune is a great pickup. It's going to give Fire Madden a lot of presence over this game, and Era has only cast slots to choose from for herself. That does leave Kazan with Prize Fighter, and depending on how the set starts out, he might be stacking that very frequently. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, Zay Forever does have that one spark of strength, so he isn't hitting with nothing, so to speak, so he's able to find that, and there you go! Right there, top spin immediately finds the KO here. That's going to be an extra stack here to start out the game, which is going to be looking really good for HMG. And there's that size you mentioned, though. We didn't talk about it after he got it too much, but Zay Forever is absolutely poised with an amazing build right now, almost finding another KO as well, were it not for the energy that Fire Madden had for himself. And this Kazan still has had and still has a potential to take over this game.
Yeah, good save from Fire Madden there, making sure the the behind the angle barrier there, Sad Boy's angle, is not full clear, and because of that they have the open net to work with here. Very good for Primetime Rune and Rasmus. They want that open net. Taking the barrier is a lot harder than taking that open goal here. However, their net is open now too, and Estelle Kazan are both good at that too. J-Man is completely running away with the ball though, with a secondary, and he just gets the ball once, he flies with it.
This J-Man guy, he's pretty good. He's pretty good at this game,
so.
isn't he? He is absolutely tearing HMG apart, is looking so phenomenally good on this Rasmus, and he's doing that with a 2-spark build, right? We saw so many stellar plays coming out, and already a double barrier now happening for Heavy Metal Gundam. Flying Blobos are looking good, not to mention, right, J-Man supported by one of the crazier runes in this league and finds another goal out of nowhere with his hook core speed. I mean, this is just such a phenomenal performance, textbook performance here from J-Man.
176 power and specialized training. The hook was played into, and because of that, the core went way too fast to punish Tragic for walking up. Anything can punish him for that, really. It's so dangerous for Tragic to play the kind of game he wants to this game, because that core speed, the punishing element of Rune especially, is really hard for him to work around here. It's looking like he's completely suffocated, pretty much. Though he is defending away that flip, he's not out of the game just yet.
Yeah, Flying Blobos, though, the triangle is angled perfect there. Finds that final goalie barrier here in the potential final point. Fireman wins that strike war. J-Man, though, going to be knocked down very low. Has to go and recover this orb before he gets knocked out of the stage yet again. Save forever now, looking to march forward the core. Josh with a piercing shot through Fireman and tries to set up his midfielder maybe for a KO, but the opportunity might not present itself. The double bandage is there, but the flip comes through for Tragic, but no! Fireman calls him out, reads Tragic's mind, spits in his face, takes game number 1, and that's Flying Blobos here. Again, the team coming into this barely scraping in a playoffs that everyone thought was going to be the ones to take it all. And here they are looking to reclaim some of that early season glory here in game number 1.
Yeah, Fire Madden just choosing the exact perfect time to score that last goal, and really it's symptomatic of every other goal they've been scoring. Every single goal they're scoring is flashy, it's cinematic. It feels like they're not the kind of team that chooses their win con and plays towards it like a machine. It feels like they're fast and loose, and they can turn anything into a goal at any moment, really. It just must be very scary to play into them for Heavy Metal Gundam here. They'll have to make some adaptations into this game too.
Yeah, and what do you do to adapt against what is essentially, well, you know, from what you described, chaos, right? Just chaos and core speed and J-Man 1v3ing your team with a really scary amount of consistency coming into that. I mean, what do you do? Because it really does feel like Fireman and all members of the side of Flying Blobos are playing to their potential. And remember, going into that game number 1, you talked about they were playing to pinch Pensando's character pool, and that did not work. So what do you think Heavy Metal Gundam has as their second line of defense here coming into game number 2?
Yeah, I think Pensando is not very pinchable, especially now that they're not on blue side anymore. And he was looking completely comfortable in that era. He did not look out of his element at all. So I think going into the next draft, Heavy Metal Gundam will have to change their goals here. Because what they want is to make sure they can shut down Flying Blobos. They don't need to out-magic them, they just need to make sure that Flying Blobos can't turn anything into a goal, and the way you can do that effectively is with damage. You can do that with damage depending on the enemy team. However, if Fire Madden gets that rune, if J-Man gets the Rasmus, then there is still that fear factor, especially because if you're committing into damage, you're playing a goalie who's not as good at defending. What I think Heavy Metal Gundam might have to do in this draft is ban away one of those miracle characters, and then lock in something like a Vice goalie. I know Tragic has that, a Luna goalie. And then with that, they play around the double wand, they get a kill confirm, and they can turn themselves into a very consistent machine. And by doing that, it kind of takes away the chances that Flying Blobos are finding.
And hey, that's part of the name, right? Heavy Metal Gundam, you got to play like a machine if you want to go far. And we did see in the earlier series, Oncoming Traffic, even though they did eventually lose to Flying Blobos, did find a lot of success with that damage, right? Of course, Tempo Melon being one of the most killingest midfielders in the North American Strikers Academy. And even though she did eventually fall, she did single-handedly in some cases really show some of the gaps in Flying Blobbo's armor. And like you mentioned, if Heavy Metal Gundam is able to efficiently kill around that, if they are able to play kind of like that well-oiled machine to make sure that no miracles can happen, we haven't seen Flying Blobbos in that situation yet. So we'll see how we'll see if that adaptation is actually going to be made. Right now, I do see that we're currently in side select. I believe that Pensando has elected into blue side for the Flying Blobbos, which, per what you said, right, makes sense. They want to be able to not get pinched out, and even though it didn't even work, that might as well avoid something that the enemy has found.
Yeah, and it does put that pressure on them this time because there is still a universe where Heavy Metal Gundam bans one of Pensando's characters, and then if they don't first side blue pick it, then they can R1, R2 it. That would be pretty funny outcome of the draft. However, honestly, I think that should not be Heavy Metal Gundam's goal, especially on something so valuable as a ban in this game too. It absolutely going into this draft. Red side is not weak. It's a very strong draft for Heavy Metal Gundam on the red side because you can R1, R2 two very strong picks, and it could be pretty hard to respond to. You can only pick one character on the blue side before the whole wave, the majority of the enemy team is picked.
And we are in Night Market here. This is HMG's map pick. This is what they want to. This is a perfect map for them to fight for their season lives on. And we have got an Aerials extra special start. And while extra special, I think, obviously contributes to the ability for Heavy Metal Gundam to find these KOs, what I'm thinking of is that dash range on potentially what is Pensando's Juno, right? And I'm wondering if Flying Blobbos are going to elect to ban one of those Miracle characters, like you said, or default back into that Juno respect ban into Pensando, because there seems to be potentially another Miracle worker here on Flying Blobbos.
I would not be surprised at all to see a Juno ban coming in, especially because of the dash range start. It would be playing exactly what I was talking about too, to eliminate the autonomy that Flying Blobbos has over the game. Because if you leave open that eject Juno from Pensando, then he can be the third Miracle worker on that team. You have three people to keep track of while you're trying to play a slow and condensed game, which is a little difficult to work with. So a Juno ban would probably be very good here, especially for Heavy Metal Gundam. So going into this draft, I think the extra special is good for their damage. It can be very strong for them, though I would probably like to see Josh on now as a deny from Pensando, assuming the Juno ban, assuming it's not first pick for Pensando here. Because of the extra special, you can both deny their healing, and also you can lock down the game, because that's what Now's best at. You can lock down your game and stop them from running you over. You can play damage with Now too. I think the extra special is something they should lean into. There's a real universe where it's 3 extra special versus 3 extra special, assuming a Juno ban. Though,
which did get banned. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there? There it is.
Yeah. So we do have a rune first pick here for Flying Blobbos. Aimi Luna picked by Heavy Metal Gundam on the red side, which, hey, that's damage with extra special. That is exactly what you predicted. And not only that, right, that Aimi can build 2 different ways with that extra special, right? Not only can she get damage, the Deadeye, the Super Surge, and things like that, but even if needed, she can pivot into things like the Timeless Creator, the Monumentalist, right, to get a damage just through the core control pressure, right? You're forced to walk into those turret shots, and that is a potential way to get a lot of consistent damage in corner offenses, which can shut Heavy Metal Gundam down. On the flip side, unfortunately, it does seem like Now it's going to be picked up by Pensando, which does throw a wrench into that KO planning with all the healing that Now can do.
Yeah, Flying Blobbo is getting access to their infamous forward duo again by this point, the Rune Rasmus. It's been looking so good fairly consistently. Yeah. And the Amy Luna is strong, but they do have to look out for the extra special rune. That pick is very strong. It's one of his best awakenings of all time. Having higher uptime on Banish is so dangerous, especially if you get something like a cast to last. You can do it on someone in the goal net to banish them for so long the ball can just fly in. So the Flying Blobbos are looking very strong in the series. However, if there's any brawler that can punish a Now goalie without a backline to that, it would be Juliet. If Juliet finds this open space ball, she will get some strong scoring attempts going, especially with the backing of that damage from Amy and Luna. The Juliet ultimate, especially the extra special, is a strong piece of kill confirm too. We might see a very strong damage game coming in from Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got it. They've got the damage, they've got the kill confirm, they've got the cooldown reduction, and they've got the consistency to play like a well-oiled machine. We'll see, though. I do see ours for games coming out. We'll be getting the game very, very soon, and we'll be able to see here if the Flying Blobos can, again, perform another miracle for us here, and it will absolutely be it'll be interesting because it'll be a miracle to continue the curse, because we've talked about all the analysis of this draft, all the strategies, all of that, and now we got to talk about the superstition. Patat stands 17-0, and he's going to be the one presiding over this game. This will potentially be the final opportunity here to stop what would be probably the defining statistic of the season in an 18-0 Patat reffing game 2. So not only, right, does Heavy Metal Gundam have to avoid miracles, they're going to have to perform a miracle themselves to get over this one.
Yeah, they have the universe against them, but you know the saying, fate of the universe on the line, I won't say forever. If anyone's able to do it, it would be him.
Absolutely. And we'll see here, right, this is a team that is veterans. They are a team that has played with their backs against the wall. This is a team that do have deep pockets of tricks to pull out in clutch moments like these. So Heavy Metal Gundam, they're going to be on the back foot, but they're absolutely not out of the count yet. And we have entered what may very well be the final final game of this evening. Heavy Metal Gundam versus the Flying Blobos, with top 3 of the North American Strikers Academy on the line.
That's right. And really one thing to highlight is the damage isn't exactly lacking for Flying Blobos here, especially with Extra Special Rune. If they can find a certain few awakenings, like Deadeye 1-2 Punch for Rune, a single banish can go into a stagger, and Extra Special Rasmus will have the kill confirm to punish that. So it's not like it's damage versus core control, right? Both teams, going into a remake here, both teams have very strong access to damage, and it's up to them to really take control of the match, because both teams are really going to be wrestling for it here. Every single possession could be a goal, right? Anything can convert into more damage, into barriers taken, into anything happening at any moment, especially with a character like Rune in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the remake, we do have to just repick characters. I think Zentaro was accidentally selected instead of Juliet. We'll be getting back in the game just shortly, which, yeah, we already are. And yeah, we'll see if that damage comes into fruition here. I'm a little bit scared to think about some of this corner offense that'll come through here for Flying Blobos. I feel like that Luna, if she does play for some of those dash punch KOs, that could assist the Julie as well in a lot of these situations. So we'll see coming into this. Flying Blobos do have the Achilles heel, right? They do have to play into this damage comp. It's going to be up to Heavy Metal Gundam to actually execute it, or else we might have another Flying Blobos game on our hands. But we're finally here in game. Coming to this set, it does seem like the prediction that you had about the Awakenings have come to pass. 6 extra special starts. Ariel's now going to be pushed back into the pool, and 1 Awakening that we do not know about is not going to show for this. So we'll pray that it isn't what you need for your Exodia build, and we'll see what happens here coming into this series.
Yeah, and one thing that's worth pointing out is that even if the damage for Heavy Metal Gundam, their win condition, essentially, does find its place, Flying Blobos have drafted characters that are still good in those reverse power play scenarios. Rune is infamous for some miracle goals on just him. He just needs to guess right versus the goal he wants, right? And Rasmus is one of the best 1v1 brawlers in the game, so as long as they have their resources up, then they can make anything happen even when they're down a person.
Yeah, there was this really interesting play that I saw, that flip from Fire Madden came through. Ooh, a KO actually going to be found here. The goal soon after, kind of out of nowhere, it feels like. Just 1 KO immediate goal. But what I wanted to talk about was, I think Josh had a really interesting heads-up play, because it really felt like he predicted that Fire Madden was going to flip pass up to J-Man instead of trying to go for like a field goal shot. And because they were able to defend that barrier, obviously did not help them very much in the end. But it really does feel like Josh is thinking a little bit and thinking about how the forward duo, Fireman and J-Man, do like passing. They do like playing the triangle as strong as possible, and if you are aware of that, that could potentially be exploited here.
Yeah, it's a good sign for them for the rest of the game here, having Gundam trying to adapt to what Flying Blobos do best here. And if they can do it successfully, they might be able to take over the series. J-Man looking very low here, but now does have her ultimate, and J-Man will get the orb. He's being pestered for it, but there's no immediate concern on his life here. Pensando ejecting forward with his ult, not quite finding the barriers, trying to match it away.
J-Man now going to be staggering, no evade, but is able to position himself to survive the Crater Maker. We now need to see some of that kill confirm come through, and there it is. Tragic with a glitch plop, able to find 1 KO, the first, I'm sure, of many with this extra special start we have. But right now, Fire Madden playing that miracle interference that you were just talking about. 1 barrier going to be almost taken, the flip from Tragic going to be down, but as of right now, the power play ends, and they're only up 1 barrier for it. Still an uphill battle here for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Josh trying to snipe away that final barrier, but it's not going to be found here. The Rune Pillar comes through, but isn't able to catch Josh off guard this time. Now a flip for Zay Forever, trades that KO for his flip, a big one as well, as now it's going to give them an energy advantage here in this play. But no, Pensando's mine actually takes away the final blow. The reverse power play. J-Man's on a breakaway, and a miracle has happened. The first, I'm sure, of many for Flying Blobos here, as J-Man again finds a goal out of nowhere.
Yeah, Pensando clearing out the ball, taking the barrier for it, and then again, hitting it around Josh's Luna Dash. As soon as that ability was spent, the round was as good as done as J-Man got the ball in open space. And that's exactly what you want to deny from Flying Blobos, that open space, the opportunities. But it feels impossible as they keep getting access to it over and over again, even if you're taking out members of their team. However, Josh has a good offense going on. It's batted away immediately though. Pensando looking so good at the defense. However, Zay Forever is able to find the second barrier. This could be a good first point for them on the board.
Josh with that flip looking so menacing. On top of that, the Luna, right, able to cover the cross clear, which means you're forced to punch into the Julia a bit. The banish comes through. Oh. No, the flip from Josh going to be found and caught away. J-Man now with a flip of his own is able to intercept, and Flying Blobos now on the forward foot. They're going to be looking to take this final goalie barrier here, but it's not yet come to pass. The pillar makes the core bounce in mysterious ways, but it is going to eventually be cleared out by Tragic. Pendulum Swing not able to find it. All 3 members of Heavy Metal Gundam are now going to be here. Oh, and Josh, the boost! The trick shot comes through. That is a point on the board here for Heavy Metal Gundam.
Yeah, there's the Luna Dash. An ever-looming threat here at any moment, as long as it's off cooldown. Josh can threaten a goal on the net here. J-Man looking with no evade as Heavy Metal Gundam does see that. He does get healed, but he's not fully recovered from Stagger just yet as they can keep the regen timer up, but they cannot as they spend every single ability on it on the kickoff. J-Man is looking alive, and he will get his evade back quite soon. J-Man will not fall just today.
Now it's going to be Flying Blobo's opportunity here to take it through, but the triangle here from Heavy Metal Gundam out. 1 goalie barrier down, a second almost certain to follow here. The flip from Zay Forever means that this might be a goal as well. Josh looking to go forward with a boost. Oh, the core barely saved out by J-Man, but the turrets here, things are looking grim. Zay Forever though doesn't win the strike war, and now Fire Madden has a flip here in this power play to potentially steal something away. Josh, though, not able to get the core past Fire Madden. The Crater Maker is going to be there. Zay Forever now going to be staggered there. And a reverse power play for the Flying Blobos. The prophecy, again, comes true. Zay Forever looking to march the core forward, but he's looking worse for wear. The pull's not going to find the KO here as we enter overtime. The Flame Flurry barely pixels away from taking out Pensando, but Josh, with a boost, able to find the core yet again. And a miracle taken is a miracle denied. Heavy Metal Gundam even up the set.
Yeah, great vision from Josh, seeing the ball in that open space and drifting all the way around, perfectly covering Pensando here. It's looking like this Luna Dash is that X factor that they need to win this game, tying it up. Both goals scored from Josh in that open space, dashing into Pensando with that hit stun there. It's exactly what they need, and it's working out very well for them so far.
The corner offense now coming through. Fireman and really needs to respect this damage. No evade to his name as well, and with this extra special, it's only a few seconds before Zay Forever is bound to have something to take him out with. Zay Forever, yeah, looking like a vulture there over the soon-to-be corpse of Fireman, and No actually elects to take the goalie barrier. Well traded. The flip's going to be there. Pensando not with the reactions. Heavy Metal Gundam going to be the one, actually a reversal of fortunes. They're going to be the team stealing away the set. And that is going to be Josh, a well-deserved MVP off the back of his 2 goals earlier.
Yeah, Zay finding that crucial breakaway going into this next draft here. There's a missile propulsion pick for Luna here. Ariel's already showing up. It was that starting awakening. And one thing to point out here is that Amy's choice between Timeless Creator and Stinger, both good awakenings, incredible awakenings, especially extra special, for dealing damage. And Amy is opting for my personal pick here, the Stinger. because what you need is that damage. You don't need as much kill confirm. You just need to be able to consistently pressure those health bars, make sure they can never stay high, because if the health bars are low, you can always be bothering them. You can hit them around, you can confirm the kill if Zay has that ultimate ability, and you can pretty much take control of the match. It's exactly what they need. It's good for their tempo.
And we'll see, it is going to be up to Fireman to stay alive as well. He himself unlocked the Timeless Crater that was left open, so it's going to be up to the side of Heavy Metal Gundam to deny the value off of that, because Rune needs to be taken off the map. But already we see that pillar here. 1 barrier to 2 barriers goes down. Fireman with the dribble. Josh sends it forward to Zay, who chooses to dribble it itself, but now Flying Blob has an opportunity to score here. The Crater Maker, though, buys some space here as J-Man now forced to retreat. The Stinger doing its due work. Fireman good teleport away from the Flame Flurry by Zay forever. The core seems to be stuck in limbo here in the center, but 1 KO is now looking to break the stalemate. The flip here from Zay forever. The KO going to be found on top of that as well. Heavy Metal Gundam's going to be the one coming out swinging here in set number 2.
The damage is really popping off already. The Stinger pickup, the missile propulsion pickup, it's already working so well for Heavy Metal Gundam, as Rune does have his options, as he has that evade in his secondary and his banish, if he's getting Juliet ulted, for instance. But it's not enough, as they have so much pressure going on, and the Heavy Metal Gundam is finding great damage pressure consistently, over and over again. They find 2 kills at that one point, and it's honestly like they're setting up for another, as J-Man has no evade, no health either to work with. Zay is going to have his ultimate come back in due time, and as soon as he does, he can play for that kill on J-Man.
Right now, the Rune Pillar does not catch Tragic sleeping, though. The Flame Flare is going to come through. That's 1 KO. Consistent damage is a little bit too much for J-Man to handle right now. He's going to find him taken off of the court. Now a power play here, but we have seen the work of Fireman before the banish comes out. Pensando holds true. The Pillar yet again denies Zay forever his just rewards here. Pensando now looking to heal his 2 forwards as they have one more opportunity maybe here before Fireman is going to be sent off the map. Excellent mine here to keep that final goalie barrier up, but the flip comes through from Tragic as we enter overtime. Zay forever looking to dash punch with the core. Flip comes through. It's going to be taken out, that final goalie barrier, but oh, mad dash for it. Barely saves that barrier. Now this Luna potential opportunity to take away the point at any moment's notice might be Zay forever's time to shine, though, as now KO going to be found. J-Man here on defense. The strike war going to be won. Zay forever with a dash. Pensando not able to recover in time. A second point here for Heavy Metal Gundam, and they are looking dominant. They look like they've turned it on. That damage is that damage machine that you talked about before. It really feels like it's starting to chug along.
Yeah, and it's getting Flying Blobos to look a little more flustered on the defense, too. Every time they have to defend, they usually look so comfortable and consistent, but now every time they're getting a lot more scary interactions to deal with, especially with Juliet. J-Man not quite finding that hook off the ledge there, the Cypher 12 as someone would call it. Though he does have extra special, so it's not like a long cooldown has been expended. Tragic does lose that barrier as he opts for damage and is punished as Josh does not win an interaction. Turns into a risky one. Though he has a flip to work with, it's not enough as he dashes away, and Tragic is not able to save that low shot from Fire Madden. Flying Blobos really can make anything happen. They're not out of the set just yet.
Oh, absolutely not. The triangle showed up there for just a second, and the triangle has 3 points, and 3 points is exactly what you want to find. That's top-level analysis right there.
True.
Right now, it's going to be up to J-Man, though, to continue it. 1 goalie barrier down. Is able to receive the core from his midfielder again. Now Josh has to burn a defensive flip, but he's going to be looking low, joining his buddy J-Man here on the needs to get orbs soon goal. And now the Flame Flurry comes through. J-Man lives somehow, but eventually all miracles have to come to an end. Zay forever with the flip to take that one out. Now Pensando has to heal himself up. Gonna get hit by this whammy. Might have to give up this barrier just to keep himself alive, but good heads-up play from Fireman, and the banish is there. The 1v1 as well. Tragic not able to defend. It's gonna be an open net, but Fireman is going to be taken out this time. Pays for the miracle with his life. J-Man in a 1v1, 1v2 situation almost takes it out, but does not get the opportunity. Now the Crater Maker a little bit awkward, gives J-Man another opportunity, and that's not something you want to do here against the Flying Blobos. Pensando now gonna play support here to Fireman as we enter overtime. Firewall Sentry, though, a little bit more time given to Tragic and crew. The dash punch there, finally an open net for both teams to banish. Barely clips Josh there on the wings, but J-Man is coming in close, and he finds the shot right through Tragic and Josh. He's gonna find an amazing strike war here to even up the set.
No health, no energy, but all he needs is cooldowns. That's all he needs, and a little bit of possession, and he can turn that into a goal, as we keep seeing time and time again. However, Heavy Metal Gundam is not discouraged as they put that damage right back on him as they were last point. However, one thing to note is that though they are playing a damage game, they're not getting much denial on orbs. Flying Blabos very consistently gets access to orbs. They get a lot of healing. As long as they aren't taken out immediately, they actually have a pretty comfortable time healing back up. That might be something Heavy Metal Gundam needs to focus on in this game, especially considering how much Flying Blabos is getting pretty much saved their life by it.
Yeah, and maybe a solution to that is just getting the KO before it even has the opportunity. We just saw basically Fire Madden just dissolving to mist in that play, but J-Man, oof, look at that. Potential 1v3 play come through, doesn't find the goalie barrier, but finds time for his midfielder to come back up. Pensando now doesn't take that orb, which means that he won't have a flip for this play, which is super duper unfortunate, but they are not able to find the return barrier here as we enter overtime. J-Man now looking to find possession of the core, but Save Forever, the perfect strike, gets it through Pensando, and that is a second set for Heavy Metal Gundam. They're looking to break the curse. They're looking to end the 17-game streak. They're looking to bring us here to a crucial Game 3 as we enter now our draft.
Crucial strike war, there it is. And Zay has a lot of important awakenings to choose from, but there's one in particular, and that is the Adrenaline Rush. He has extra special. He is the kill confirmer for his team. Let's not get that twisted. When someone needs to die, he is the one that they send to go finish the job. And Adrenaline Rush is perfect for that. It's the awakening you need. And one thing to especially look forward to here is that specialized training on Luna. She has the Happy Star. We'll be seeing so many nukes, and every single one will deal a lot of damage. They have even more of a win condition going on here. They'll just nuke someone, then Zay will ult them. He'll get Adrenaline Rush. It's a very simple and consistent win con, yeah.
Yeah, I just looked, I tapped to see this Luna build the extra special.
It's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? On top of that, Zay Forever as well, picking up the Super Surge, right? This is a cat that is looking to kill you, and you don't have that, you're gonna get shot by this Luna nuke. So the machine is chugging along very well. It's well oiled, fueled up on gas, and it is doing its job right now. Heavy Metal Gundam are in prime position to take this game. It's going to be up to Flying Blabos to weather the storm, but boy, is that going to be a storm.
Yeah. Zay is very consistently looking for those dash punches, but notably he doesn't actually have many knockback increases, just the 5% from Built Different on his punch. He won't actually be finding many raw knockback kills. His role is, in this damage game, is just to finish the job. And as he doesn't have this dash punch, he is, looking to stall out this power play here, not quite finding the kill, as it was baiting Fire Madden Tragic, looking for a Soren angle to stall, but he is not in position to do it, and it will own goal him. It's not the worst thing, as it was looking bad for him already. However, the point will be scored regardless.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a mental hit as well, right? Just a mechanical slip-up that you know everyone just watched. So we'll see if Tragic can stay cool under that sort of pressure, which again, pressure, a big part of it, right? These are three, okay, at this point, all 6 of these players are very much veterans of the game, right? J-Man and Fire Madden have a full season under their belt, and they're the greenest ones here. Tragic, Josh, and Save Forever has been around since what it feels like forever, but what doesn't feel like it's been around forever are these goalie barriers. They're going to be taken out. Pensando here with a flip, looking a little bit scary, but Josh with that with a boost, looking to maybe steal some things away under the noses of Flying Blabos, but nothing happening just quite yet. J-Man here with a flip has the 1v1. Tragic denies that though from happening with a flip of his own, but now not going to have that tool for a potential another play coming through for the Flying Blabos. There it is. Oh my god, J-Man's going to bounce around. Looking like Clarion test chamber, but unfortunately we still are on night market, which means this Juliet is king. 1 KO going to be found as we enter in overtime. The goalie barrier is going to go down. A second one not found just quite yet, but feels inevitable as the follow. The pass up from Josh is there, going to be intercepted. Fire Madden though with a breakaway, but this time Tragic there to call it out with the glitch pop. The 1v1 still there. J-Man maybe an opportunity. No, not going to find it. Josh with a boost. No, we won't see the banditry that we've seen so far earlier this game, but Josh another opportunity. The strike's there. Zay Forever finds it though. The strike top side is going to close it out, and we are now dead even on set number 3. Heavy Metal Gundam are now the ones looking to close it out on the Flying Blabos.
Yeah, and I think crucially the point winner there was the flip first from Tragic as Jamin was inching into his net with his own. But going into this next point, really, Pensando has no evade, and they're really looking to punish him for it. They find it as Zay gets that kill with his ultimate and the Adrenaline Rush proc. J-Man is the next target, and he too will fall. It's a 1v3 for Fire Madden, who does have a flip in his resources to spend, but it might not be enough. The Luna missile does deny the barrier, though, as the respawns are coming in. Fire Madden is low now. The ult might have to be burned. Fire Madden is the next damage target as they eventually get their cooldowns back, but the barrier remains very crucially.
Yeah, they are currently an iron wall, but it looks like they're against the firestorm that is Heavy Metal Gundam right now. The flip comes through, a KO going to be found, 2 more flips as well. Zay forever with the Adrenaline Rush. The second one is going to be inevitable. And now he's going to find it. An unfortunate rocket feels like it only delays the inevitable, though. Josh, a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of a hiccup, but what's one misstep on the path up the mountain? Heavy Metal Gundam are looking to break the curse of Patat. They might be the one to make it out of Patat's haunted mansion, and they are well on their way here.
Yeah, when you're layering damage so effectively like that in power plays, it's not too punishing to miss a few plays there and here and there. Josh does have no health, but he's not at risk of dying, as he has that orb, and J-Man does not have the cooldowns to kill him. And J-Man is looking like the next target. Missiles are being sent to him. Pensando has no evade and has been hit by an Amy dash with Stinger. However, all it takes is one random missile prop specialized training Luna nuke to send someone completely off the map. And Pensando is now staggered, who will be getting his special back soon. However, he needs to be able to use it, and he will not find the chance as the Amy turret sends him off, with Luna to work with here too. On this next power play, Zay is not getting these Adrenaline Rush procs, but he doesn't need them as they just have this power play to work with. Fire Madden is already sent out. He just can't even defend anymore. He had to leave, because if he didn't, he would die, and if he did, the goal would be scored. Heavy Metal Gundam taking it to a clean Game 3, finding what looks like to be a resounding answer to Flying Blavos.
Yeah, and this is looking scary. The curse is broken, and now we've got nothing but a vengeful Heavy Metal Gundam, completely uninhibited here by the curse. 17-1. That has to now officiate his first ever third game in the NAS. Coming into that, now we were talking about how HMG were going to respond, and we talked about getting a clean, consistent machine of KOs, and boy, did they find it. It really feel like every opportunity that the Flying Blobos had was immediately shut out. It felt like they were just walking up and going to 0 HP immediately. We saw J-Man, Fireman, and Pensando, all of them just flying across the court and into their inevitable demise. And because of that, it really didn't matter what the triangle was looking like. It didn't matter if Flying Blobos were able to make a miracle play. It just felt like there was nothing but guns, sadness, and destruction coming out from Heavy Metal Gundam. And hey, I mean, that's Gundam. And now the question is on Flying Blobos. What does Flying Blobos do? Because this is the second time so far tonight that we've seen KO be used incredibly effective against them. And this is the strongest iteration of it yet. A clean 3-0 coming out, which, you know, off of what a lot of people were expecting to be an unstoppable team so far tonight.
That's right. And Flying Blobos, one thing that's worth noting is the way they play is very open space and loose, and that's why I hadn't really took them to this night market pick. That's why they flourished so hard on it, and Flying Blobos, their wings were pretty much clipped, right? But into this next map, what is it? What's another map 3?
Oh, I didn't even prepare. I wasn't prepared for map 3 yet.
Yeah, I had no. I honestly.
Let me double check. It is going to be Gates of Obscura for the final.
That is, if any map, I would say Gates of Obscura is exactly what Flying Blobos wants. They get even more chances to pass, even more ways to play this core at any moment. And that unpredictability is exactly what they want, right? Night Market's very grounded of a map, but if they can take themselves to this Gates and find these open plays, even the same exact team comps, the same draft, it would look so much better for them just on virtue of the map itself being different. So the way they play already doesn't have to be completely shifted. They just need a little better survivability, because one thing I was noticing is a lot of the time when they were dying, they had many evades remaining, right? They were dying with evade a lot. They were being sent off the map by a Luna nuke when they had their evades, stuff like that. I think if they can work on that and keep themselves a little better at living, then they can find those crucial single plays of flashy moments that they're so good at performing, right?
Yeah. We'll absolutely see. We'll see, and Yeah, Gates, it does feel like you mentioned, just going back to the beginning of your analysis, it feels like it is Flying Blobber's like handcrafted map. I feel like they play that incredibly well. We saw that earlier, right, against Oncoming Traffic, where they pulled that win off. And now we'll see how they fare here against Heavy Metal Gundam. And just putting the analysis on you again, how do you think Heavy Metal Gundam's going to fare in this potential map as well, right? A lot of corner offense, a lot of portal plays, a lot of ways to find a lot of creative angles, obviously, which favors Flying Blobos. But at the end of the day, if it's dumped into your non-portal corner, what are you gonna do? You gotta go and face the choir of whatever Heavy Metal Gundam wants to do to you.
Well, if I'm Heavy Metal Gundam, I'm putting myself on complete possession, right? I'm playing not to defend the barrier, not to guarantee the goals, but just to make sure I have the ball at all times. And a lot of the time, those characters, the characters that are good at doing that, do end up getting high damage, like Estelle, like Rasmus, like even Zentaro, right? But the way this draft is going to play out, I think what HMG should look for is primarily what does J-Man have if not the Rasmus? What does Fireman have if not the Rune? We haven't been seeing their secondaries because every time the draft presence has been focused on pinching Pensando, making sure he doesn't get that Juno, for instance. But really what I think could happen is that if they cut one of those crucial forward duo characters from Flying Blobos, then they might actually cut a lot of their style, right? They can hinder what they want. And the way this can go, I think Flying Blobos might have to rely on a secondary. Like J-Man off the Rasmus would have to play a character like Kazan or Zentaro to play in the same kind of style that he's always been playing and that has been so successful for him. And honestly, there's no character quite like Rune.
Yeah, oh, absolutely not. And I do have some news here. We do have our awakenings. It's going to be Might of Colossus and Siege Machine. So that's a bit rough. You got to pick your poison between the Rasmus and the Rune, it feels, because it feels like either one's going to start the game a little bit turbocharged.
That's right, and they are going to be on blue side though, right? So it's possible they can ban one and first pick the other. One thing I'd note is a little strong of a pick here is the Might of the Colossus with Pauldron's Rasmus. That's a lot of power you're getting on that character, especially with the increased ratio. And really what I think you want to play into this game is just that size awakening, the Might of the Colossus. You want to play, I think I would pick Kazan in the Brawler role on either team, really. It's a very high value pick because of the Might of the Colossus, because of the open nature of Gates Obscura. That hook can cover so much, and the closed strike can win so many interactions you otherwise wouldn't be able to. So a Kazan pick would be pretty strong, especially with Might, and if they don't opt for that, if the team with Rasmus doesn't opt for that with that Might, then they can probably draft for damage instead, with Rasmus being saved for kill confirm. However, Heavy Metal Gundam going for a pretty oddball era pick. I think they might want to be playing around that Might so effectively that they play Era X. They get the beam to buff up that X with a lot of Might of the Colossus value. And they look for some cheesy extra power kills maybe that way, or some goals with the core speed.
Yeah, but once again, right? Oh, interesting. You know what's interesting here? The Rune Rasmus was left up, and Flying Blobos did not elect into it, instead electing into now Rune, which I wonder if that now pickup is going to go over to Pensando. And with this Zentaro picked up, I'm very curious of what Fire Madden is going to want to take here for the midfield.
Yeah, the now Zentaro can be a very scary pick. Pensando getting his pick pretty much instantly, making sure that doesn't get sniped away, especially with that Juno ban that's been so consistent throughout this series. Though, primarily, notably, they're not denying away the comp that Heavy Metal Gundam is very clearly kind of hinting towards with that first pick era. The Estelle and in my opinion, the X would come in here. The Estelle is going to be the midfielder. That's era goalie, by the way. A very consistent pick. Era midfield is not as common, though I will say the beam value for X with that Might of the Colossus is lessened because Era can't be in range of X so frequently as he walks forward towards the start of the round pretty consistently. So the way this game might play out, it could be very messy and scrappy. Going for the Kazan instead, just Era goalie on its own merits being picked. However, if there's anything I'd pick Era goalie into, it wouldn't be Zentaro, so I don't think it should have been the first pick of the game, right? The Flying Blobber was, draft that Kai for Fire Madden. Honestly, this is an interesting draft. This could really, a lot could happen in this game.
Yeah, it really feels like... Oh, you finish.
You can go up, you know.
It really does feel like both teams just like took all the rules that they adhered to for games 1 and 2 and just kind of like tossed it. Really, it really feels like they're just like, we're done. We want to play a comfort picks. We want to play something awesome, and now we're gonna do it. I think Zay and Josh obviously incredibly comfortable and like the characters that they picked, and they're good characters, I think, here to pick as well. So I think absolutely agree with you. I think the big question mark here is that air performance. You first picked it, you prioritized it, you thought it was going to be good into anything, and now it's going to be up to you to provide that value and show us what vision you have behind it. So definitely the pick to watch here, as we have loaded into the wrong map. A bit unfortunate, but we will start. Yeah, I was like, whoa, I feel like we've been here before. But we will get started in just a second. On the flip side, really interesting actually, Kai being picked up. I haven't seen a lot of Kai at all, and we've seen 2 Kais picked tonight. What's up with that?
Yeah, Kai is a very if you're not playing into damage, Kai can definitely work, especially into a goalie pick like Era. That Strike Barrage, the Strike Giga Blast, having those tools can punish a goalie that isn't as defensively proficient like Era, just for when you get the ball. And that's exactly what Flying Blobs wants, right? They want those chances. So I think the barriers will be a little hard to defend for Heavy Metal Gundam here. But one thing that's worth pointing out as well is the efficacy of Estelle Kazan. That team comp, that forward duo is very good, especially with pretty much starting with the size awakening for Kazan and the power for the core speed. It's a very strong and scary midfield scenario for Flying Blobs to deal with.
Yeah, and not to mention, right, not only is just like it's a lot of mix-ups, it's a lot of hit stun, it's a lot of it. It's just a lot of damage potentially, right? That could come out against this Kai, which you mentioned, right? Good on core control metas, but I mean, yeah, you have an Era which might alleviate some of the damage against you, or you're playing against an Era which might alleviate the damage against you. But I feel like this Kazan and Stella are going to be more than capable, especially with a Might of the Colossus start to find that damage here under the Kai and shut Fireman out of his game.
Yeah, especially even with a hypothetical Era beam synergizing with that Might of the Colossus, honestly. There are very significant chances throughout this game for pretty much anyone to blow up at any moment with that Might pickup. Though I think the game will, on its own, be a little bit grounded. Josh opting for Siege Machine over that Size Awakening for Estelle. And going into this game here, I think we're going to see a lot of possession for most of the game for Heavy Metal Gundam. Just the way their characters are picked, the way the comps work out. But I think the offense will look a little more potent and final for Flying Blobos.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes to be, because we just saw one corner offense end, and now another one begin, it feels like. Josh, though, able to prevent that from happening now. It's Tragic looking to push up to Zay forever. The piercing shot's going to not make its mark, but J-Man already going to be taken very, very low. Already we are seeing some of the shades of the previous game come through, and piercing shot doesn't find the KO, but Zay forever almost certainly going to find this in the meantime. J-Man is able to get that flip off, doesn't get the barrier though, and it feels like it's only a matter of time before J-Man's going to be set off, but no, he actually lives. Finally gets that barrier on his way out as well as Fireman looking to play interference, and he finds it! A bit of a misplay, it feels like a missed pass coming out from the side of Heavy Metal Gundam. Fireman immediately capitalizes on it and steals the point.
Yeah, very, very risky play, punished by Fireman, and again, we're seeing Flying Blobos at their peak, at their best, at their most comfortable. Scoring goals in those 2v3 scenarios, no matter what happens, they can still find a way out.
Taking a look at it as well, right, with the Mag Souls, wants to play that interference in the midfield line pretty constantly, and I feel like that's what we're going to be seeing a lot of coming into this game. Josh still has his flip, which he's held for a little bit now. Now shares a flip with his Brawler as well. Looking to finally maybe get this barrier. Gonna trade flip for flip, but nothing gonna be found for it. Now J-Man again limping away from the play. Looks to be taken out, but this is a scary situation. Flip comes out from Josh defensively, but they're not out of the woods yet. Zay forever though, good premonition to intercept that pass coming out from Fireman. And Dado almost takes out J-Man on the teleport portal, but there's still a bit of a breakaway potential here coming out from the Flying Blobos if they're able to get out of this corner offense, which they are able to do, but no, before J-Man can do anything, he's going to be sent off right into the map, and we have got an overtime situation power play for HMG.
Yeah, there's that infamous confirm for Kazan showing its face there. the moment anyone gets staggered and Zay has those cooldowns, he can spend them almost uncounterplayably to confirm that kill. So those health bars are honestly ticking time bombs as long as Zay is playing accordingly. However, J-Man finding a great core stop into Flick, seeing that Josh spent his strike there, opting to go for the bottom side of the net there. Very, very clean goal for them, and Flying Blobos again, turning any moment into a barrier, any moment into a goal.
Yeah, and it feels like your prediction has come to pass here on the offense, right? More possession for HMG, but more potent offense for the side of the Flying Blobos, so kudos for that. And yeah, I mean, it just feels like they are able to ride that into a lot of crazy plays, and hey, I mean, you only need to do that 9 times and you're in top 3.
Yeah, one more for the set, and honestly, as long as they get the set, the game can scale out of control for them. So this offense, again, they got the ball, double barriers taken. Fire Madden has not much health to work with, however, Zay is spending his kill confirming tools on it. J-Man gets the ball with his flip, set up there, collecting that orb to make sure he has it, walking forward, striking with his backside to get that strike primary, bait out Tragic Strike. He's looking too comfortable right now. Pensando's looking too comfortable. Fire Madden as well. They're all playing so calmly and effectively right now. Going into this draft, Primetime on Kai is a great pickup, it's a great deny from Era 2. Defense will be even harder without that Awakening to deal with. And Zentaro gets that Size Awakening deny from Kazan, however, 1-2 punch and another Size Awakening are still here, so it's more like a trade. Pensando gets a 1-2 punch die from Estelle, and also that core speed is going to help him clear, as now is one of those goalies who does strike the ball more and proc that 1-2 punch more effectively. This is a great draft for Flying Blobos. 2 Size Awakenings on J-Man, scaling with that Might of the Colossus, a prime time for Fire Madden. This draft is really looking good for Flying Blobos. However, Size Awakening was given to Zan, and you can't ignore how powerful that is.
Yeah, Stay Forever looking really big right now, and Pensando, no signs of his own, right? These strike wars are going to be nigh impossible, I think, if Stay Forever is going to be set up for them, so maybe adding some much-needed potency to the offense here of the Flyer of HMG. So right now, Fireman is going to find a little bit of a breakaway to get this corner offense going, finds a good shot to take one goalie barrier, but it is eventually going to get cleared out. J-Man now has to limp away from all of his problems. Stay Forever going to assist him long.
Whoa, whoa.
Wow, what a Giga Blast coming through. That was insane. Now, a little bit of back and forth though here. Goalie barrier going to come through. Stay Forever now, going to be back up. He's going to be coming into this play. It's going to be Fireman under damage pressure. Flip pressure as well comes through. Oh no, the flip is not going to go through. It's going to be caught by the last pebble of the barrage. Stay Forever angry, finds the KO as well. On top of that, now Pensando going to be looking to play defense, but it's size versus no size. It's going to be scary, but Pensando actually manages to find it. Now J-Man though, able to get the flip. Ooh, another flip as well. Both goalies now down their flips. Tragic doesn't fall for the same trick that lost them the last set. Good heads up play here. J-Man passed down to Fireman. Another portal play was almost crazy, but it's not going to be enough. The barrage just barely misses its mark here to find that goal as well. And Josh potentially here with a piercing shot, not able to find the goal. The only blade's going to be there. The barrage again barely misses its mark here. Pensando now forced to defend, but it's going to be J-Man to intercept that clear. Now we're going back and forth. The portal plays here, advantaging of Flying Blobos, and they are going to find it. J-Man, phenomenal plays again. Hey, if the first trick doesn't work, I've got another one for you, Tragic. He's going to be the one taking the point.
We've seen so many time and time again. J-Man gets in that scenario, even the right side of the map, the bottom half of the map. He gets the ball, and he has his primary. He does strike primary, and from there, anything can happen. He can flick it down, he can flick it up, he can core stop. And every single time, he looks like he's guessing correctly. He's making the right decisions to score here. It feels like Tragic is not able to keep up with J-Man's scoring attempts here, and every single time he's finding the goal, he's finding his chances. And if there's anything he's getting, it's chances with Fireman funneling the ball to him so many times.
Yeah. Ooh, the Giga Blast there looking scary, but just inches away from taking that goal. Tragic now fully on offense here, has to walk back though. The core's gonna get through. Oh no! Tragedy comes through for the side of Heavy Metal Gundam, unfortunately just losing that point right in front of their eyes. It's gonna be Flying Blobos now, looking to run away with this game.
Pensando doing what now players never do and putting the secondary on his teammate, getting the goal for it. Very rarely you find yourself justifying a play like that, but Pensando is going to go to sleep tonight knowing he made the right decision in that moment, putting themselves 1 point away from winning their second set. It's looking like they're taking the game away and running with it.
Yeah, and a huge question coming into this, right? What is Fire Madden without the Rune? What is J-Man without the Rasmus? And we are getting a deafening answer. The performance of these two have been phenomenal. J-Man going to be sent out, though, as I say that, but let that not be understated. Fire Madden looking to play interference yet again. The Mag Souls King himself showing that he is a force to be reckoned with. You cannot leave Fire Madden alone with your goalie one-on-one. He will find a way to get through, and now the corner offense for Flying Blobos have started up yet again. The cooldowns are flying out, the damage is coming through, but the core is inevitable. It finds that final goalie barrier. The Flying Blobos looking to take the set now, an open net for Heavy Metal Gundam. Zay Forever is so desperately trying to find anything back, but nothing's happening right now as we get in overtime. J-Man now, the Blake threat comes through, but not going to be found. Pensando going to play a little bit too close to the sun, but Fire Madden is able there to intercept the out clear. Passing comes through. Some shenanigans are sure to happen here in just a second. J-Man with the flick. The shot's going to come through, but the portal call out on where Zay Forever was going to shoot. The flip is going to be there. It's right in front of the net, and it's through 3 members of Heavy Metal Gundam. J-Man finds the miracle shot again and again and again. And the Flying Blobos here, a dominant 2-set performance in game number 3.
Picture perfect finish, and really J-Man is looking like the best player in the league. Not at any means neglecting his two teammates here. All of Flying Blobos are playing so well right now, and very notably this draft is going to be a fight or flight pickup for Kai. That extra movement speed, he's been working so well with it off that now secondary, off of his own secondaries, and having that consistently, especially with the team player value from his goalie, could be incredibly powerful for Flying Blobos here, especially with a Stagger Awakening, a peak performance pickup for J-Man here. There are some CDR Awakenings and bulk up picks for Zay Forever and his teammates. However, I don't think Heavy Metal Gundam has picked up any Awakenings that will win them this game. And I think Flying Blobos have picked up Awakenings that will let them keep winning their game here. So really the way this is looking is that Flying Blobos, as they're demonstrating here so effectively, is that they're going to close out this game very cleanly.
Yeah, and J-Man and Fire Madden look like they are having the time of their life. We are seeing Blick passes into barrages. Tragic is so desperately trying to hold, but it looks so dangerous. Fire Madden feels like he's just moments away from a breakaway at any given moment. Pensando here now going to be the one on defense, though, but he has been holding the line so effectively against Josh and Zay Forever. Pensando finds another clear. J-Man with another opportunity, and when J-Man has another opportunity, he's going to find it, but that opportunity is going to be denied away. The KO does come through. Hints from game number 2 now coming out. The ace may come through, but now, yeah, Josh is going to end that before it happens. He is able to get the point. Even though Heavy Metal Gundam so far have been just trying to stay alive, they are eventually going to find the fight back here.
Very strong damage coming in, yeah. Using 2 flips for damage even was Heavy Metal Gundam. And we saw it come in there with the bulk up. That was a strong helper for that damage too. And Heavy Impact Era is no slouch as long as she's getting those beams hitting on the enemy, as we just see J-Man get taken out by that heavy impact value right there. It wouldn't have been enough on the threshold to stagger if he didn't have that awakening. And Flying Blobos do have 2 core flips to work with here, however they waste one as they're afraid of Zay going for a hook perhaps. The J-Man is respawning, he has a lot of room to work with. As Fire Madden gets a breakaway here, this could be the second barrier.
Ooh, tragic though, good strike. The defense from Heavy Metal Gundam come through, but they're still not out of the woods yet. Fire Madden with this flip. J-Man, though, going to be on the back foot here. Has to just stay alive against this onslaught that is inevitably going to be a Heavy Metal Gundam's attempt to take him out yet again. Fire Madden not finding the out clears that he would like. Pensando now trying to take matters into his own hands, sending the core directly into his brawler. J-Man now moves forward, gets crucial healing from the now, but the barrier still stays alive. No, it's finally going to go down. Tragic loses the strike war against J-Man here. As we enter overtime, Pensando now sending the core here into the bottom side of the map. J-Man so desperately trying to get this flip, but he's not going to get the opportunity. The KO is going to be there. A 6 KO streak for Zay Forever. And now Heavy Metal Gundam looking to take this point, looking to keep their NASA hopes alive, their season hopes alive. One barrier going to go down. Josh unfortunately whiffs the flip. This could prove fatal. for Heavy Metal Gundam. The piercing shot keeps the core alive. Tragic now reacting to core speed here on the arrow, which is so dangerous. The flick is going to be there. Where is he going to shoot it? The back pass comes through, but it's not going to be enough. Tragic stays calm, collected, but no, J-Man fights the 2v1 shot. He wins the strike war against the backline of Heavy Metal Gundam. And even though Heavy Metal Gundam tried so hard, the Flying Blobos now are going to be the one looking to end the series.
Yeah, looking completely ready to punish Josh for trying to rush that clear there. And this backline, they're looking so unbothered. Pensando just completely comfortable all game. On the Era pick, he looked great, and on this Now pick, he looks great too. Even though they have these great offensive setups going on, Pensando's still completely healthy. And wait, they're punishing Tragic for that walk-up! They get the whole goal with Fire Madden! Oh my god!
I mean, Flying Blobos, they are in their element. The Flying Blobos here. A dragon awakened, barely clawing into the playoffs here, and they are looking to dominate the losers bracket run. They're looking to get into the top 3. They're looking to take it all, and Heavy Metal Gundam have to stop the bleeding now. They are no more opportunities here, but the flip from J-Man's going to be there. The piercing shot not going to be enough. Fireman now going to walk it up. The dribbles are there. The tension is mounting. J-Man needs to find this goal right now, or else he's going to be KO'd. Not able to find it now, and he might have to suffer the consequences, but Fireman with a breakaway 2v1 yet again. He might just find it here, but no, the pass-throughs come through. The defense from Heavy Metal Gundam are still holding, but it's only just for a moment. Zay Forever with possession of the core. The flip on Fire Madden so dangerous as well. Zay Forever needs to find some opportunities right now. A double barrier is going to be found, but Flying Blobos, another opportunity each time. They've converted so far. The strike ward comes through. It almost goes in. J-Man finds it, and Pensando here. The flip comes out proactively from Tragic before Pensando gets his hands on it. And now Fire Madden needs to find his opportunity here as we enter in overtime. The barrage goes through. J-Man in a 1v2 situation going to be denied away this time, but the strikes are here. The flip is there. The flip is all that Flying Blobos need. An opportunity comes, an opportunity is taken. The Flying Blobos are going to end the series with a dominant 3-0 fashion. They're going to be the ones on the podium, and they're going to be the ones to make it to day number 2.
So well played from Flying Blobs, absolutely. It's so impressive, phenomenally played from them this series. Especially at the very end, Fire Madden, you could see so many times he could flip the ball. At any moment he could let that fly, but he chose not to every single time because he knew this isn't a guaranteed goal, and at the very end, he found the perfect time to use it and closed out the entire series, securing them a loser's finals position here. And Flying Blobos, if there's any word to describe them, it's breakaways, right? So many, so consistently. So many times they got the ball in any situation, and they had any space to work with, and they converted that into a double barrier, into a goal, and it honestly seems so stressful to defend against for Tragic and Josh. The backline was looking pretty much demoralized.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I am so curious of what the Flying Blobo comms were on that Fire Madden goal. I mean, that has got to be that has got to be like a career-defining point coming out from Fire Madden. A 1v3 breakaway on the Kai with the barrage just sends it right into the goal so cleanly. I mean, the Flying Blobos, like I said, I mean, they feel awakened, right? This is a team that everyone expected going into the regular season was going to be the predetermined first, right? And they got setback after setback after setback, and they barely squeaked into the playoffs in what a lot of people consider was a very disappointing end of the regular season for this team. And now the Flying Blobos feels like they've reclaimed that former glory. It feels like they are on the team that was, again, right, just a few goals away from being in the North American Strikers League, let alone NASA, right? It really feels like they are here in full form again, and they have absolutely got a well-deserved spot here on day number 2, and I'm so excited to see them play.
Absolutely. They look nothing if not awakened right now, and we'll have to see if they can carry this momentum over to next week on Sunday as they play in Losers Finals, though I honestly have faith. I think if they can pull off what they did today, I think they have the consistency to do it tomorrow too, and it'll look very scary. I think both teams in winner's side will have to study and be prepared for Flying Blobos because they look so threatening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the aura is absolutely off the charts for this team. And hey, I mean, That's scary. That is so scary. With as many plays that we saw, with as many threats that Fireman and Pensando and J-Man can do when they're calm, when they are collected, when they are able to find those opportunities to let their mechanical prowess shine, they look like the best team in the league. And that's scary to go against, especially coming in, from winner's side, where you're almost certainly gonna have to stare them down. One of them is gonna have to stare them down, right? So we'll see, though. And we are, I think, at the halfway mark here of our playoff seasons. We have had phenomenal series all across the board, all across the leagues, and we're going to have more of that tomorrow. The North American Strikers Training Grounds is going to continue their playoffs, and after that, the next weekend will be the end of season 6. It will be the conclusion of every single storyline that we've seen in the most competitive season of the NAS so far. You're definitely going to want to see that. We'll be back tomorrow for more games, but that's going to be it from us today.